large bowls, which was very cool. Brother, I'd like to toast you. 4 years later, my charisma is still the same. Brother, I also respect you for taking in a good apprentice in prison. Brother, congratulations on your early release from prison, I also want to toast you. The four brothers took turns toasting to Gao Qiangsheng, intentionally or unintentionally. Gao Cheng is also happy to win and will not reject anyone who comes. Gao Qiangsheng shook his head when he heard someone congratulating him on his early release from prison. It doesn't count to be released from prison early. I will be out for a few days, and I will go back to stay after I resolve the matter. Isn't that fast? 5 years, now it's more than 4 years, only less than 1 year. That's great, brother, you don't know how much we want to fight side by side with you. Yeah, if that bitch hadn't betrayed us, my eldest brother wouldn't have gone to jail. If eldest brother doesn't go in, nothing will happen to the Blood Massacre Association. Maybe our brother gang will leave Nanchang and expand to the entire Demon City. What Lao Wu said was true. If Gao Qiangsheng had led them, they would not have fallen into the hands of the Blood Slaughter Society. He was also threatened with stabbing his eldest brother in the back. Seeing that several brothers were in low mood, Gao Qiangsheng thought it was the reason why the brothers' gang was destroyed, and couldn't help but comfort them. Brothers, didn't I come out now? I will get back the things belonging to our brother gang tomorrow. Tomorrow we brothers will fight side by side and kill him without leaving any trace behind. His tone was strong and his momentum was quite heroic. The second child winked at the brothers, picked up the wine and laughed with them. Of course we believe we have the ability to do that. Come on, brothers, I wish us immediate success tomorrow. Several people raised their glasses together and drank it all. Then they started to toast Gao Qiangsheng like a wheel. Gao Qiangsheng was immersed in his brother's enthusiasm and didn't notice anything unusual. Gradually, I drank more and more wine. Everyone is a little drunk. Among them, Gao Changsheng was the most drunk. Although his strength has reached the peak of Ming Jin, due to the four-person wheel battle. And the reason why he hasn't had a drink in 4 years. After finishing the wine, Gao Qiangsheng still wanted to get the wine. Suddenly one of them lost his balance and fell onto the dining table. Make a plop sound. Brother, are you okay? The second brother stepped forward to help him, but a cruel look flashed in his eyes. A dagger was quietly held in his hand. While helping Gao Changsheng, he stabbed him fiercely in the back of the heart. Gao Changsheng was drunk and unprepared for his brother, so he was stabbed squarely. The strong stinging pain made Gao Qiangsheng dazed for a moment, and his consciousness quickly returned to consciousness. The instinctive reaction of years of fighting made him hit behind him with his backhand. But it came to nothing. The second brother who was so familiar to him was already far away. Gao Qiangsheng's eyes flashed with confusion, anger, pain, sadness, and a variety of mixed emotions. Finally it turned into 3 words. Why? 078 brothers turn against each other. Terrible Xu Hao send the protagonist on his way in person. Chapter 78. Brothers turn against each other. The terrible Xu Hao sends the protagonist on his way in person. Why? The drunkenness completely dissipated. Gao Qiangsheng looked at his former brothers with extremely complicated eyes. It looked so strange at this time. Think back to what happened today. He should have discovered something was wrong with the 4 brothers long ago. It's just that they haven't seen each other for 4 years and the trust of all the brothers has prevented him from thinking about anything else. It's all a game. They tricked him out of prison just to kill him. This is his brother for decades, how ironic. This stab in the back was really painful. The 4 brothers all looked ashamed and avoided looking directly into his eyes. Brother, we are sorry for you. We will spend the rest of our lives repenting to you. The second child opened his mouth, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gao Qiangsheng. I asked you why you k***led me. Gao Changsheng scolded angrily. The eyes are full of pain and sadness. Several brothers fell silent. Although they were also threatened. But no matter what, between their family and their eldest brother, they chose the former. Betrayal is an indisputable fact. There is no way to say it. Gao Qiangsheng's mentality exploded at this time, but he did not lose his mind. He thought he knew a few brothers fairly well. When he saw their guilty expressions, he suddenly thought of something. Were you threatened? Or was it your family members? As expected of a big brother, he immediately thought of the important points. Seeing them all bowing their heads and remaining silent, Gao Changsheng didn't understand. This is the truth. He laughed miserably. Yeah, compared to my family, I'm not just an outsider. His expression changed. You betrayed me for a reason. I don't blame you. But why do you want to kill Xiaomo too? When they were coming back just now, these brothers mentioned Chen Mo intentionally or unintentionally. Just before dinner, I called Chen Mo to get him back. This is obviously a plan to attack him. This made him intolerable. Betrayed by his brother of decades, he was disheartened and had given up on it. But he still has another concern. That is his outstanding apprentice, Chen Mo. After 3 years of training in prison, he treated each other as his own son. Now someone wants to kill him, how can he bear it? The will to die in my heart gradually dissipated. Since these brothers want to kill him, don't blame him for being rude. If you don't solve them. If Chen Mo is unprepared, there is a high probability that he will be deceived by them just like himself now. Then stabbed in the back. With a sharp look in his eyes, a strong aura burst out from him. It's a pity that aura lasted for a while and then faded away. The second knife stabbed me too hard. Directly inserted into the vital artery, blood gurgled out and soaked his clothes. After calming down, the second child said. Chen Mo is also the target of his request. At this point, there is nothing left to say. The brothers wanted to kill him and Chen Mo, and Gao Qiangsheng also wanted to kill them. I don't want my precious apprentice to be deceived by them and follow in their footsteps. A strong murderous aura filled the entire box. 77. Gao Qiangsheng couldn't wait any longer. The wound was bleeding now, and he could feel his life gradually passing away. Procrastinating will only be detrimental to yourself. He took a deep breath, picked up the stool on the side, and rushed towards the people. He had just been released from prison. He had no weapons, so he had to find these hard objects instead. Smashing one to death is one. The brother here is a human being and picked up the machete without any moral ethics. Seeing their eldest brother showing murderous intent towards them, several people suddenly felt better. If Gao Changsheng didn't resist and let them kill him, they wouldn't be able to do it. Now I don't have that worry anymore. Seeing Gao Qiangsheng rushing towards him with a stool, they also waved their swords to meet him. Gao Qiangsheng stayed in prison for 4 years but did not lose his fighting spirit. When he approached a few people, he threw the chair away, disturbing their sight. Then he picked up another chair. Hit one of them head-on. When Lao Wu saw this, he quickly dodged, but he was too late. One hand was hit hard, accompanied by a click sound. The tremendous force broke his arm. Lao Wu received a blow, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly stepped back. At the same time, just after Gao Qiangsheng hit him with a stool, a machete fell on his back. Tear a big hole. Gao Qiangsheng didn't care about his wounds at all. He lifted the chair and threw it towards another person. The brothers were all terrified. Gao Changsheng's strategy was clearly life-threatening. To be precise, he didn't even want to live. The reason why I fight them is just to prevent my apprentice from suffering the same harm. Gao Changsheng has suffered a fatal blow, but his strength is always at the peak of Ming Jin. 3 small realms higher than the brothers. For a while, the brothers were helpless against Gao Changsheng. The 5 people were fighting hard to separate each other, and the scene was very chaotic. 5 minutes later, the rapid loss of blood made Gao Qiangsheng unable to hold on any longer. My vision began to blur. The 4 brothers were not feeling well here either. Some of them were hit and were either crippled or fractured. Seeing Gao Qiangsheng fall into confusion, Lao seized the opportunity and stabbed him in the chest. It's over. The brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Changsheng plays like a madman. If the consumption continues, it's not certain who they will kill. The air seemed to suddenly solidify, and everything became still. Looking at Gao Changsheng, who was stabbed through the chest by a long knife, the brothers all had complicated expressions in their eyes. They were brothers, loving relatives and friends. But they ended up fighting each other and becoming enemies to the death. Click. At this moment, the box door was suddenly pushed open, and Chen Mo's figure appeared at the box door. Seeing the chaotic scene inside, he thought he had gone wrong. It seemed like I was back to those days of fighting with the Alliance forces. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he stopped abruptly. It's not right. Aren't these his uncles? The 4th core member of the Brotherhood. The one who was stabbed to the ground by them was the master. Chen Mo's face changed wildly, and Zhou rushed over because of the roar. I have been squatting at the door of the private restaurant just now. Seeing the show of affection between his favorite goddess teacher and Xu Hao, he was full of dog food. It wasn't until they left that Chen Mo came back to his senses. I remembered that I still had to go to the appointment with the master and the others. I quickly took another taxi and came to Tianyuan restaurant. Unexpectedly, when he opened the door, he saw several of the master's brothers *ling him. At this time, his mind was in a blur. Not sure what's going on at all. The four brothers were obviously very good to him, so why did they suddenly want to kill the master? Master, are you okay? I am Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately used some first aid methods taught to him by his master. It is pinching people, and it is to cover the wound. After a lot of fussing, Gao Changsheng suddenly regained consciousness. Seeing his apprentice appear, he smiled happily. Persevering until the apprentice arrived meant that these brothers could not deceive Chen Mo. And with Chen Mo's strength, he is not afraid of them at all. Looking up, he saw the second brother sneaking up behind Chen Mo and raising the long knife in his hand. Gao Qiangsheng's pupils shrank. I don't know where I got the strength to push Chen Mo away. JVXT. Gao Qiangsheng only had time to say these 4 words before his head tilted and he lost consciousness. After pushing Chen Mo away, the second knife failed. Seeing his beloved master die in front of him, Chen Mo was dumbfounded. Ding Chen Mo's mentality collapsed, his mood value plus 999. Fortunately, he is the protagonist, and his mind is far beyond comparison. If it were someone else. The goddess was robbed and brought to show off, and the master was *LLED in front of others. Already collapsed. Chen Mo didn't, he just froze for a moment and then rushed forward like crazy. Although I don't know why these 4 people were so kind to him before, but now they want to kill his master. But if you kill his master, you will die. He is not in an injured state like Gao Changsheng. The complete late stage of Ming Jin. And, as we all know, the protagonist is 10 times stronger when angry. The 4 brothers were no match at all. It was quickly solved by Chen Mo. Among them, he wanted to chop off his penis, and the 4th child who resisted fiercely was *LLED by him in an angry state. Only the 3rd and 5th children are left. He was knocked to the ground without reacting. The reason for leaving 2 people. He had too many questions in his mind and he had to ask things clearly. What's going on with this horse-riding guy? The brother gang gave him a good feeling in the past. The brothers lived in harmony, which made him feel like he was home. What happened in the days after he was arrested? Why is everything turned upside down when you come out? Several brothers in the brotherhood turned against each other. The 3rd child spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to say something when he heard a burst of applause coming from outside the box. Immediately afterwards, a burst of footsteps came. 3 figures walked in. The leader is Xu Hao. Chen Mo must be *LLED tonight. In order to prevent accidents from happening and avoid any changes caused by the protagonist's halo. He decided to be there in person. Use the villain's aura to suppress him and send him off personally. Not to mention his current strength, he is no longer afraid of this protagonist. His personal bodyguard Bai Ling is also here. The dark strength in the middle stage is enough to ensure that everything is foolproof. The entire restaurant's people, who were members of the Blood Slaughter Club, were all evacuated. No one knew he would come here. This was out of caution. Except for his close men, no one will know his other side. Xu Hao, why are you here? At the door of the private restaurant, he clearly watched Hao and teacher Wang Zuying leaving in a car together. Why does it suddenly appear here? Chen Mo's heart sank, feeling that things were not simple. Of course I came here to watch a show. Thank you for letting me watch a good show. What a brotherhood, what a master-disciple relationship. Xu Hao walked to a relatively complete open space. Bai Ling found a good chair for him and put it behind him. Xu Hao sat down and looked at GZ playfully. What do you mean? Chen Mo had a bad feeling in his heart. Xu Hao glanced at Lao Mo. Lao Mo stood up and said to Lao San and Lao Wu. You're doing a good job, don't worry, I won't embarrass your family. The 3rd and 5th children breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. But then, they felt puzzled by Xu Hao's arrival. Especially the boss of the Blood Slaughter Society, who was so respectful to Xu Hao. What? Chen Mo was stunned when he heard what Lao Mo said. A flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in my mind. He finally understood why the brothers wanted to kill their eldest brother, his master. It turned out that this guy was threatening his family. Damn it. Logically speaking, in fact, this is not their fault. He saw the brotherhood between these people. If my family hadn't been threatened, I wouldn't have K*LLED my eldest brother. And just now, he actually K*LLED the second and fourth children. Thinking of the kindness these two people once had to him, Chenmo couldn't help but feel sad. Regret, self-blame, heartache. He was very upset that he had been impulsive just now. We should keep them just like we kept the third and fifth sons. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Ding Chenmo regretted, his emotional value plus 822. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down all his negative emotions and spoke coldly. Xu Hao, are you behind all this? Snapped. Xu Hao snapped his fingers. You are so smart and got the answer right, but it's a pity that there is no reward. With Bai Ling in charge, he has taken control of the entire scene. In other words, I don't mind chatting with the protagonist and gaining a lot of emotional value by the way. As for the villain dying from talking too much or something, with today's situation, it doesn't exist. Chenmo's eyes immediately burst into flames. Ding Chenmo is furious, his mood value is plus 768. However, what made him even more furious was what was still happening behind him, when Xu Hao continued to speak. How they plotted against him and the Lu family, and how they K*LLED the Lu family's father and son and made him take the blame. Ding Chenmo is furious, his mood value is plus 986. XJ. Xu Shi seemed to think of something and said playfully. Your monitor, the school beauty Sha Qingge, and your beautiful teacher Wang Zuying, were really running. Seeing Chenmo shaking with anger, Xu Hao smiled lightly and said. What he wants is to kill people and kill people. Ding Chenmo's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 999. The third and fourth brothers, the only two members of the brotherhood, also looked shocked. The eyes looking at Xu Hao were full of horror and horror. Incredible. From the beginning, all of them were pawns. Xu Hao calculated everything and played with their fate lightly. He couldn't help but think of Xu Hao's identity. A philanthropist who often participates in charity activities, he is a conscientious entrepreneur in the eyes of the world. The two of them couldn't help but shudder. Everyone was deceived by his appearance. On the surface, he looks gentle, elegant and easygoing, but in fact he is a ruthless devil who plays tricks on everything. This person is too scary. Chenmo was trembling all over and his face was distorted with anger. Although he knew that Xu Hao was not a good person and was a hypocrite. But I didn't expect it to be so hateful. This is a guy who doesn't value human life at all. The thought of Bai Yugong's school beauty and goddess teacher falling into the hands of such a person. I can't help but feel sad for their future. Not only was he fighting for the injustice between the two women he liked, he was also deeply angry for himself. No wonder that not long after he was released from prison, Lu Fei came to his door to cause trouble for no reason. Then he became a relentless enemy. Also, the fight between the brothers and the Lu family was all due to Xu Hao's plan. What's the final result? The Lu family's father and son were K*LLED, and their brothers turned against each other and became enemies. Now it has almost been destroyed. Only Xu Hao was the final winner. The extreme anger made him completely violent. The aura on his body rose rapidly, reaching the peak of Ming Jin. His heart was filled with hatred, murderous intent spread out wildly, and he suddenly rushed towards Xu Hao. I must kill you. 079 The protagonist will die with his eyes open. Xu Hongzhuang's filial piety swim together. Chapter 79. The protagonist will die with his eyes open. Xu Hongzhuang's filial piety let's swim together. The protagonist is indeed an incomprehensible creature. Xu Hao just watched helplessly. The protagonist breaks through a small realm when he is extremely angry. Seeing Chenmo rushing towards him after the breakthrough, Xu Hao felt his own strength. Originally, he decided to have a confrontation with the protagonist to test his own strength. Who would have known that the protagonist would not have a temporary breakthrough in martial ethics? Then he still has a hammer. It would be funny if the boat capsizes in the gutter. Although the possibility is low. He has teleportation with him, so it's easy to run away. But he cherishes his life very much and is extremely cautious in everything he does. No accidents will be allowed to happen. FFFLX. Xu Hao flipped his wrist, and a desert eagle appeared in his hand. Masterful marksmanship on display. Bang bang bang. 3 shots hit Chen Mo, who rushed over. A quick shot from 10 paces away. Within 10 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. Since you are trying to make a temporary breakthrough, don't blame me for pulling out a gun. Chen Mo was in a furious state and never expected that Xu Hao would suddenly pull out his gun. There was no reaction at all and he was shot 3 times. Chen Mo is just Ming Jin now. He is not as strong as An Jin and cannot withstand bullets. Chen Mo fell to the ground softly, his face full of confusion. The strong vitality supported him and did not finish playing immediately. After reacting, his eyes burst into flames. He knew that Xu came prepared and revealed so much information to him, but he was not prepared to survive. But he still doesn't think he will die here. His breakthrough in strength at the critical moment gave him strong confidence. We will definitely be able to make a comeback. Reality slapped him hard. He once fought with the brother gang against the alliance forces, using cold weapons such as swords, guns, swords and halberds. Killed until rivers of blood flowed. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao did not follow martial arts ethics and just shot an K*LLED. This horse riding script is wrong. Feeling the passage of life in his body, he had strong confidence just now in K*LLED Xu Hao to save by Yugong's school beauty and goddess teacher from the fire and water. He was going to die in a blink of an eye. Comparing before and after, the contrast is so disgusting. My mentality was completely broken. Ding Chen Mo's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 999. It's not just Chen Mo. Lao Mo, Bai Ling, and the 2 brother gang members were all dumbfounded. Lao Mo was ready to stand in front of Xu Hao. As a result, Xu Hao drew his gun and the corner of his mouth twitched. As expected of the eldest brother, this is too cautious. The same is true for 783 Bai Ling. In order to kill the protagonist without any accidents, Xu Hao took action before them. The 3rd and 5th children looked dull. After living in the underground world for so many years, I have never seen such a shameless person. Even when they were in danger and could die at any time, they never thought of K*Ling people with guns. Among them, guns are prohibited items in Kyushu, and there are regulations and rules prohibiting the use of guns by underground forces. Xu Hao doesn't care about the rules or irregularities. People are trying to kill you, and they are stronger than you, so you have to wait for death, right? After experiencing this incident, San and Lao Wu all felt chilled. I saw Xu Hao's ruthlessness and unscrupulousness. They are not afraid of those brainless butchers who are ruthless and kill without blinking an eye. He is not afraid of the man behind the scenes who is good at calculating and controlling everything. But if the 2 were combined into one, the level of terror would be exponentially increased. Papa. Xu Hao stood up from his seat and walked towards Chen Mo step by step, within 5 steps. To be cautious, it is better to stay away to avoid the protagonist's counterattack. It's time to send this protagonist on the road once and for all. Seeing Xu Hao raise a gun against him, Chen Mo felt no fear in his heart, but only endless anger. Xu Hao, you are not a human being when you are riding a horse, and you do not respect martial ethics. Even if I die, I won't let you go. Og. Xu Hao said hey, with a playful look on his face. Go on the road with peace of mind, I will take good care of Sha Qingge and Wang Zuying. Chen Mo's pupils shrank sharply. Thinking of the school beauty by Yugong and the goddess teacher, I couldn't help feeling regretful. Why didn't he save the 2 women who were most important to him earlier? If it falls into the hands of the devil Xu Hao, I don't know what will happen. This is the protagonist. Even if he is going to die, he is still worried about the girl's future. Unfortunately, he couldn't worry anymore. Xu Hao fired. With a bang, a shot penetrated his heart. After his consciousness dissipated, Chen Mo still opened his eyes and stared at Xu Hao. I will never die with my eyes in peace. Tyeyey. Chen Mo was dead, but Xu Hao was still worried and emptied the magazine. It would be funny if the protagonist's heart was on the other side and he wasn't K*LLED. Xu Hao would not make such a mistake. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone, and they were collectively silent. Everyone is dead, but they still need to replenish their guns and beat them into sieves before stopping. How cautious is he? After dealing with the protagonist, Xu Hao puts away his gun. He glanced at the dumbfounded BGCC, Lao San and Lao Wu lying on the ground, turned around and left. Before leaving, faint words came to me. Leave no trace of clues. Lao Mo nodded knowingly, walked towards Lao San and Lao Wu, raised his knife and dropped it. The meaning is obvious. Before Xu Hao came over, he asked him to evacuate everyone from Tianyuan restaurant. Obviously except for his confidant and the woman he brought. Don't let the fourth person know what happened today. Noon the next day, Xu Hongzhuang and her two sisters happily brought out the dishes from the kitchen. Today's lunch will be cooked by my three daughters. With the help of Xu Hao, the blockade was completely broken. After calling her dad again, Xu Hongzhuang's whole person took on a new look. He no longer had the coldness before, and always looked like he was hiding his thoughts. Become lively and cheerful. There's no way I can't be happy. Since she released those 3 songs, the number of fans has been increasing at a terrifying rate every day. It has now exceeded 30 million. It can be said that she is now a veritable star. If she had a concert now, there will definitely be tons of people flocking here. The dream of standing on the big stage with everyone's attention finally came true. Seeing the third sister like this, the poetic sisters were also very happy, and the relationship between the sisters improved rapidly. Dad, Mother Su, Sister Wanling, it's time to eat. Xu Huayi filled a large table with food and came over to call the 3 of them to eat. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Wanling seemed to be stuck here, running to Xu's house every day. Faced with the doubts of her best friend Xu Hongzhuang, Xiao Wanling said affectionately, I'm afraid that now that you are famous, you will get lost in the waves of compliments and be unable to extricate yourself. I have to be by your side to supervise you every day. As for what she was thinking, only she herself knew. Xu Hongzhuang said haha, disdainfully. You want to learn tea art from my dad, right? Xiao Wanling expressed shyly. That's not entirely true. Several people sat down at the dining table. Xu Huayi picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in Xu Hao's bowl. Dad, try it. I made this. How does it taste? Xu Hao tasted it and gave her a thumbs up. Not bad, keep working hard next time. Xu Huayi suddenly smiled like a flower. It seems to be a very happy thing to be praised by Xu Hao. Xu Shiqing glanced at her sister. Then I saw the third sister Xu Hongzhuang picking up the chopsticks and hesitated to do it. She knows. This meal was specially cooked for my father by my third sister, Xu Hongzhuang. Most of the dishes are cooked by her herself. Just to thank Xu Hao for taking care of her these days. Seeing that she was reluctant to pick up food for her father, Xu Shiqing decided to help her. Pick up a piece of spare ribs and put it into the Xu Hao bowl. Dad, how about you try this pork ribs too? Xu Hongzhuang glanced at her sister gratefully, with an expectant expression on her face. Xu Hao observes words and emotions. Taking in all the little moves of the 2 women, he smiled slightly. I picked up the ribs and tasted them, and my eyes lit up. Should I say that it was my sister who did it? It's actually better than the poetic and painterly ones. It's delicious. Which little beauty made it? Xu Hao's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. When they heard the word little beauty, Xu Huayi and Xu Shiqing couldn't help but laugh. Third sister Xu Hongzhuang is not young at all. Regardless of age or aspect. Of course it was done by this little beauty, third sister. Xu Huayi joked without thinking it was a big deal. Xu Hongzhuang was a little embarrassed and glared at her sister in shame. I was quite happy in my heart. As long as Xu Hao likes what she does. I said you 3 are too partial, right? You pick up food for your father, but you don't pick it up for me. When Su Wancho saw this happy scene, a smile broke out on his face and he pretended to be jealous. Of course we will not forget our beautiful mother Su. Xu Huayi added another dish to Su Wancho. What about me, what about me? Xiao Wanling also came to join in the fun. You, get out of here. Xu Hongzhuang rolled her eyes at her best friend. Hey, are you too unreasonable? The boat of friendship has just capsized. I have been supporting you from behind. What's the use of your support? Dad's persistence is enough. Xu Hongzhuang, are you trying to burn bridges by crossing the river? The family happily ate lunch in a harmonious and warm atmosphere. The afternoon sun shines brightly. There is a feeling of heat in the air. Su Wancho went to work in a beauty salon. Xiao Wanling was practicing tea art, and the twin sisters disappeared somewhere. Here Xu Hongzhuang is giving Xu Hao a massage. Dad, how strong is it? Xu Hong was sitting on the sofa, and Xu Hongzhuang was standing behind her, her green hands gently squeezing her shoulders. Speaking of which, she learned this massage technique from her sister Xu Shiqing. Because the time was too short, I didn't finish learning. I could only rub my shoulders and pat my back. This is the intensity, very good. The corners of Xu Hao's mouth rose. I couldn't help but think back to the day Xu Hongzhuang came back. As soon as they met, his emotional value was refreshed, and he had an indifferent attitude towards him. What's the result now? She was massaging him gently, not to mention how well behaved she was. His routine was not in vain. This is just the beginning. He is more looking forward to the future rewards from his daughters. Raising her daughter to become a big star makes her a high-ranking and inviolable goddess in the eyes of countless people. When he returned home, he massaged and washed the feet of his old father, showing great filial piety. Full sense of accomplishment. Thank you Hongzhuang, you are tired too, go and rest. After her daughter was massaged, Xu Hao felt refreshed and said a polite word. Xu Hongzhuang wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. It's nothing, Dad. We were ignorant before, so it's our duty to give Dad a massage. At this moment, the two poetic and picturesque sisters ran over. Taking a closer look, Xu Hao was surprised. Both sisters were actually wearing swimsuits. One is pink and the other is blue, making their skin even whiter. Dad, third sister, we plan to go swimming, you should come together. Xu Huai was excited. The two of them didn't go to school today. The weather was too hot and they felt stuffy in the villa. I don't like to turn on the air conditioner. So, the two sisters thought of the big swimming pool in the backyard. Swimming with two people is boring. I wanted to call a few people at home. After Xu Hongzhuang massaged Xu Hao, she felt a little warm. When I heard the sisters' proposal, my heart suddenly jumped. She hasn't swum in a long time. You go ahead, I won't go. What's going on with a grown man swimming with you little girls? Xu Hao waved his hand and refused. Xu Huai suddenly came over and shook his arm coquettishly. Dad, just come with us. How boring is it to be alone? If we accidentally get foot cramps and fall into the water, you can save us. Xu Hao was silent. Can you change some clothes before doing this action? It made him a little embarrassed. Yes, Dad, just come with us. What does it matter if you are our dad? Xu Xiqing also came to persuade. Okay, you go first, I'll change into swimming trunks and come over later. In the end, Xu Hao couldn't stand the two sisters' insistence and agreed. The sisters cheered. I persuaded the third sister Xu Hongzhuang again. Dad, third sister, please remember to come over. Let's go find Sister Wanling. The two sisters found Xiao Wanling who was making tea again. Xiao Wanling was a little excited when she heard about going swimming, but she said helplessly. I want to go too, but I can't swim. Swimming is very simple. I'll teach you when the time comes and I'll make sure you learn it in a few minutes. Xu Huai patted her chest and started talking nonsense. Dad and third sister are going too, and you should come with them. Let's all have some fun. Xu Hao is going too. Xiao Wanling blushed a little when she thought of the 8-pack abs she saw. Finally, for some unknown reason, she agreed. Then you come with us now, I'll get you a new swimsuit. When Xu Shi came to the swimming pool, he saw several mermaid-like figures. Xu Xiqing and Xu Hongzhuang were swimming happily in the shallow water area next to the swimming pool. Xu Huai is teaching Xiao Wanling how to swim. Xu Huai regrets it now. If I had known earlier, I would not have preached to Sister Wanling. You can't teach it no matter how you teach it. She also wanted to play happily with her sisters, but she couldn't get away now. Hearing the sound of footsteps, several girls looked over one after another, their eyes shining. Xu Hao strengthened her physique and got in better and better shape. And because of the baptism of marrow cleansing pill, the impurities in the body are discharged, and the skin becomes delicate and firm. There is no aging of the skin of a 50-year-old man at all, and it is smoother than young people. His strength has reached the middle stage of Ming Jin, and the muscles on his body are clearly defined. It's not the explosive type, but it looks extremely powerful and comfortable. The impact of 8-pack abs is a bit big. I saw a few girls blushing. They all couldn't help but think of Su Wancho's voice they heard at night. The facial features are clearly defined, not the pretty face of a young girl, but with a masculine air. Today Xu Hao is the perfect uncle type. Looking at the huge swimming pool at home, Xu Hao also became interested and jumped into the water lightly. He was already good at swimming, but as his physique improved, he swam 2 laps easily. Xu Huai on the side looked envious and couldn't help shouting. Dad, come and teach Sister Wanling, I can't teach you anything. 0808 Romantic Breathtaking Journey. The heroine teaches swimming dealing with traitors. Chapter 80. A romantic journey to breathe. The heroine teaches swimming dealing with the rebellious boy. Xiao Wanling is really a novice. Xu Hao taught me movements, postures, and ventilation, but he didn't learn any of them. I saw my two sisters and my dad swimming around happily. She couldn't help it. Seeing that Xu Hao came back from swimming 2 laps and seemed to have no intention of continuing, Xu Hao immediately spoke. Dad, it's too difficult for me. Come and teach Sister Wanling. Xiao Wanling looked at Xu Hao resentfully. As promised, how many minutes will it take to teach yourself? After a few minutes, I became impatient. Xiao Wanling's heart skipped a beat when she thought of what Xu Hao said, asking Xu Hao to teach her. This is different from teaching art step by step before. At least she was wearing clothes before, but now she's in a thin swimsuit. If Xu Hao teaches himself, wouldn't it be? It seems that there is not as much resistance as expected. Why is there still a little expectation? After all, she had eaten it all. Teaching swimming seems like nothing. So, Xiao Wanling's expectant eyes followed Xu Huai's gaze and looked at Xu Hao. Xu Hao swam over lightly on his toes, touched Xu Huai's head and said with a smile. Go, I'll teach. Xu Huai cheered and ran away happily. Xu Hao smiled and looked back at Xiao Wanling. Xiao Wanling turned her head away shyly, her face slightly red. Wanling, let me teach you some essentials first, starting with breaststroke. Xu Hao gave her a demonstration on the spot. Okay, that's it, come and try it. Xiao Wanling looked at the water under her body with a scared expression. Uncle Xu, I'm a little scared. She was afraid that she would get into the water and not be able to climb out. Always falling into the water and unable to float. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Xu Hao lifted her up. Xiao Wanling just practiced swimming in the water. I don't know what's going on. No matter how I teach the movements are not standardized and weak. As a result, Xu Hao changed directions several times because of his softness. Ding Xiao Wanling is so embarrassed that her mood value is +555. Seeing that Xiao Wanling's movements were almost standard, Xu Hao began to teach her how to breathe. Learn from scratch and dive into the water with your whole body. Take a breath and let it out. After demonstrating it once, Wanling followed suit. Xiao Wanling pursed her lips tightly and dived into the water. After a while, it emerged from the water like a hibiscus. Maybe he was a little moved by what he saw. Suddenly thought of an interesting way to play. He teaches this little heroine how to swim, so charging some interest is not too much, right? I looked at my daughters, who were swimming happily in the deep water, and didn't notice them. Just when Xiao Wanling got up to take a breath and prepared to sink into the water. Suddenly my mouth felt blocked. Just like that, the two of them dived into the water together. Xiao Wanling's eyes widened. The water in the swimming pool was very clear, and she could see Xu Hao's figure in the water. Is there such an operation? Ding Xiao Wanling was extremely shocked. Her emotional value was +666. This time I held my breath for a little longer. Xiao Wanling surfaced, then gasped for air, her face flushed. He pouted and rolled his charming eyes. Strange, I don't feel disgusted at all. Glancing at Xu Hongzhuang in the deep water, she felt quite proud. Xu Hao's love for her best friend Xu Hongzhuang was mentioned before. She does what she says, and now she is almost becoming the stepmother of her best friend. Xiao Wanling continued to practice breathing. From time to time, there will be a romantic breathtaking trip. Xu seems to have completely mastered it. The next step is to teach her the combination of movements and breathing. Xiao Wanling's learning ability is good, although Xu Hao has been watching and disturbing her. But I learned it quickly. Xu Hao supported her and let her swim forward slowly, gradually letting go of her hands. It's so easy to learn. Xu Hao and Xiao Wanling swam around and were resting on the shore. Xiao Wanling was very excited. I actually learned it. Brush. Xu Huai swam over without knowing when. Sister Wanling, you see, right. They said swimming is very easy. It didn't take long for you to learn. Xiao Wanling chuckled at her twice. My back hurts when I stand and talk. If you were to teach me, everyone would disappear. Dad, Sister Wanling, since you have learned how to swim, let's compete to see who can swim faster. Xu Huai's eyes shone. She is confident in her swimming *LLS. I just learned how to compare with you. Xiao Wanling retorted that she didn't want Xu Huai to take Xu Hao away, she still wanted to get close to him. You can be a cheerleader next to me. At this time, Chen Qiqing and Xu Hongzhuang also swam over. Seeing this, Xiao Wanling knew that she could no longer do things secretly, so she waved her hand and said, "You go ahead and play, I will be your referee." A swimming competition officially begins. After playing around with his daughters for a while, Chen Hao heard his cell phone ringing and went ashore to check. It was his personal bodyguard Bai Ling calling. Click to connect. Your Majesty, we have found Li Kun's hideout and he is under our control. Xu Hao's eyes narrowed. He knows the plot. Li Kun, a rebel, did not save any evidence about him online. Instead, write it down and put it in a secret location. Since obtaining the dead soldiers, Chen Hao asked them to investigate Li Kun. It has been several days, and now there is finally news. After asking Bai Ling's address, Xu Hao greeted his daughters and left the swimming pool. I took a shower, changed my clothes and went out. This is a secret basement. Dark and damp. He was a well-dressed white-collar worker, but now he was in a very embarrassed state. Li Kun wore a dark hood on his head and kept shouting. Let me go, what are you going to do? You are kidnapping, which is illegal. How much do you want? As long as you let me go, I'll give it to you. Do you know who I am? The secretary of Xu Hao, the president of Xu Group. If anything happens to me, you will follow suit. In the dark room, there were several women standing around, as well as a burly man, Lao Mo. And this basement was once a stronghold of the Blood Slaughter Society. But it's no longer needed now. With a click, the basement door opened, and two figures walked in. It was Xu Hao and personal bodyguard Bai Ling. Li Kun, who was wearing a hood, also knew that someone had come in, perhaps the eldest brother of this group of kidnappers. He immediately begged for mercy. What are you going to do? Don't kill me. Will I give you anything? Xu Hao winked at one of the dead soldiers expressionlessly. The dead man nodded knowingly and took a step forward. Don't worry, we are not kidnapping. The reason why we invited you here is to ask you a few questions. Li Kun heard her words, but he didn't relax at 10 o'clock. Have you ever asked someone to ask questions like this? He had helped Xu Hao deal with many dark things and knew that these desperados were not easy to deal with, so he asked anxiously. I don't know what problems you have, but I will definitely tell you everything I know. Haha, that would be best. If you are honest and obedient, we will save you the punishment. Li Kun was so frightened that he almost peed, and said quickly. I will definitely cooperate. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. You are the secretary to the president of Xu Group, so you should know Xu Hao well. Li Kun's heart sank when he heard this. This is obviously for Xu Hao. He is not afraid of the money extorted by these kidnappers. I'm afraid of seeking revenge. Then he will probably explain it here. Xu Hao k***led my whole family, but he didn't expect me to be alive, right? I came back from hell just to seek revenge on him. The dead man spoke in a very ferocious tone. Like an evil ghost coming out of the underworld. It's really unreasonable that the Oscars didn't award her a statuette for her acting **LLS. Li Kun's teeth chattered after hearing this, and he replied tremblingly. Know something. It's enough to know something. The dead man suddenly restrained his tone and acted moody. Let me ask you, what heinous things has Xu Hao done? Tell me clearly every word. Such a person is called a conscientious entrepreneur and cannot be tolerated by God. I will completely tear his mask to pieces and make him reviled by thousands of people. Listening to the dead soldier's resentful tone, Li Kun was extremely frightened. I opened my mouth to say it. But when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. He has been with Xu Hao and dealt with many things. I know Xu Hao very well. If he knew that he had betrayed him, his life would definitely be worse than death. Why don't you speak? Could it be that Xu Hao, who k***led my whole family, is really a good person as rumored? The dead soldier held a dagger and gestured at Li Kun's face through his hood. I still want to seek revenge against Xu Hao. I don't have time to waste time with you here. I'll give you 10 cents of time. If you don't say it yet, you don't need to say it. I will cut off your tongue, break your limbs, gouge out your eyes, pierce your eardrums, throw you into the street, and let you live. Even worse than a dog. As he spoke, the dead man exuded a murderous aura, forcing him to submit. Li Kun naturally thought of that picture. The mouth cannot speak, the eyes cannot see, the ears cannot hear, and the hands and feet are broken. Begging on the street like a beggar. Li Kun shuddered, his body shaking involuntarily. He betrayed Xu Hao and Xu Hao punished him, which was a matter later. Now these kidnappers want him to live worse than death. He gritted his teeth and thought that in the worst case, he would just pick up the bucket and run abroad after going out. Even if Xu Hao is a tens of billions CEO and has the blood massacre society, he can't catch him. I said, please don't do that to me. Immediately, Li Kun was very confused and told all Xu Hao's crimes. We talked for a full 10 minutes. Xu Hao was sitting next to him, watching all this quietly. No reaction to Li Kun's betrayal. No surprise at all. The plot of the novel is about betrayal 2.5 years later. The difference is that this betrayal is under his control. The dead man glanced at Xu Hao, and after getting the signal, he continued. Very good, I know Xu Hao is not a good person, but I didn't expect him to be so disabled. A murderous aura enveloped him. Li Kun, who was a little relaxed when he told Xu Hao's crimes, immediately became worried again. I have finished speaking, can you let me go? Don't worry, although what you said is true, if there is no evidence, even if you say it, those idiot fans of Xu Hao will not believe it. The dead man showed his fangs and revealed his true purpose. You have been following Xu Hao for so long, shouldn't you have left yourself a way out? Give me all the evidence about Xu Hao. This. Li Kun hesitated again. Xu Hao's evidence was his last resort to save his life. He had already thought about it. If he was caught in the future, he would produce Xu Hao's evidence. Fight for leniency. I didn't expect these people to know. He sighed, and the face hidden under the hood changed rapidly. What? You don't want to give it? Or are you worried that if you tell us, we will kill people and silence you? Then don't worry, I can swear that as long as you produce Xu Hao's evidence, I promise not to kill you. I will send you abroad. You don't think that you still want to stay with him and work for him after you have told me the facts about Xu Hao's crime, do you? 0. Li Kun shook his head after hearing this. After these people released him, he immediately took his family abroad. In this case, you are going to run away anyway, why are you still keeping Xu Hao's evidence? Why don't you leave it to us and let us deal with Xu Hao, and you can live a peaceful life? The dead man is good at tempting. As long as you hand over the evidence, you can be let go, and you won't be afraid of Xu Hao's pursuit in the future. If you don't hand over the evidence, you will die here and suffer revenge from Xu Hao for betrayal. 2 roads. As long as you're not a diehard, you know how to choose. Li Kun has told the facts about Xu Hao's crime, and he is obviously not the kind of diehard person. Gritting his teeth, he told the news about Xu Hao's criminal evidence in a secret room. Are you sure you only hid it in the safe in the secret room? Is there anyone else hiding it? For example, a computer hard drive or something like that. If you want to attack Xu Hao, who has a net worth of tens of billions, a little evidence will not suffice. You must have sufficient evidence. Li Kun sighed dejectedly. He thought that if he told a piece of evidence, these people would let him go. It seems that if you want to keep a hand, you can't do it. So he said there was another piece of evidence, which was stored in a USB flash drive. Xu Hao's expression changed slightly as he sat on the chair. As expected, this guy has something hidden. I have been investigating for the past few days and have found out Li Kun's secret base and found evidence of the safe. Xu Hao just threatened again out of caution. I didn't expect that he would actually ask me. Don't look at it in a small USB flash drive. If he offends those Destiny protagonists, they have to look for his evidence. It will definitely be found. Now that you've asked, there's no need to worry. Destroy them all and no one will find him again. Moreover, when he handles some matters, he directly uses dead soldiers to ensure absolute confidentiality. Apart from safes and USB flash drives, have you hidden them anywhere else? The dead man's eyes gradually became dangerous. No more, I swear there really are no more, just these 2 copies, and both copies are the same. Li Kun said quickly. Are you sure? I'll give you another chance to organize your words. The dead soldier turned his wrist and stabbed Li Kun's shoulder with the dagger. Li Kun let out a scream. I didn't expect that the kidnapper in front of me would suddenly take action. Trembling with fear, he gritted his teeth and spoke firmly again. No more. I swear, if I have any other evidence, I will die badly if I am struck by 5 thunders from the rooftop. Wait a minute, I'll call to confirm. Then, the dead man picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. It was the dead men hiding around Li Kun's hidden chamber. After some explanation, the voice of the Death King came from the other side. Everything in the safe and the USB flash drive have been found. Li Kun listened to the conversation and felt something was wrong. Didn't he just tell these kidnappers? Why did he suddenly appear in his secret room? You really deserve a bad death. As a cold voice sounded, Li Kun felt like the hood on his head was taken off. And Li Kun also saw Xu Hao sitting in the seat in front with a playful look on his face. 081 The protagonist's stepmother introduces her comrades and sisters. Xu Hao repays his kindness. Chapter 81 The protagonist's stepmother introduces the sisters. Xu Hao takes advantage of her kindness and repays her kindness. Li Kun froze suddenly, as if struck by lightning. His face was pale and bloodless. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, he still didn't understand why Xu Hao was testing him. As a result, he couldn't wait to tell Xu Hao's crime. He also told me about the evidence he had hidden. Thinking of Xu Hao's ruthless methods, Ji Zhen was extremely frightened. The future feels bleak. You are very good, you sold me very thoroughly. Anyway, the evidence was found, so Xu Hao had nothing to worry about. It was just a joke at this time. This guy dares to betray him and let him experience what despair is. Li Kun came to his senses and began to struggle desperately. But the rope on his body was tied too tightly and he couldn't break free, and there were bloody marks on his body. No, Mr. Xu, please listen to my explanation. Explain it, and I'll listen and see what flowers you can name. Xu Hao's eyes were playful and his tone was extremely cold. Li Kun's heart trembled violently. Speaking of explanation, it was just his instinctive opening. A betrayal is a betrayal, what's the point of explaining? He quickly changed his tune. Mr. Xu, I was wrong, please forgive me this time. I swear, there will never be another time in the future, for the sake of whether I am the superior or the inferior. I have done so many years for you, without credit, but with hard work. Please don't kill me. Thinking of the cruel methods Xu Hao would use to deal with him, Li Kun was saddened and burst into tears. He is such an adult, but he is crying like a child weighing more than 100 pounds. Xu Hao had no sympathy at all and his eyes were cold. I originally wanted to see how regretful and desperate he was. Is this the result? He felt a little bored, stood up slowly and said 553, and glanced at Li Kun. Forgive you, please respond. Li Kun's body trembled, but before he could be happy, he heard Xu Hao's voice continued to sound. In the next life, Cam. Li Kun only felt a basin of cold water poured down on him, like falling into an ice cave. Xu Hao turned around and walked out. Just before going out, he said something lightly. For the sake of what he has done for me for so many years, don't let him go too easily. That's right, it's not that you don't want him to leave in too much pain. This shows Xu Hao's ruthless tactics. This is the consequence of betraying him. Walking out of the basement, the afterglow of the setting sun fell on half of Xu Hao's cheeks. It adds a touch of mystery to him. Xu Hao glanced at the time. It's past 5 o'clock. Su Wancho should still be in the beauty salon and has not returned home. He immediately told Bai Ling to drive to the late autumn beauty salon. Standing at the door of the beauty salon, I have to say that this beautiful stepmother of the protagonist is quite discerning. This beauty salon opened in the center of the city is high-end and classy. It mainly serves rich women and young ladies from the family. Speaking of which, he paid for it and asked Su Wancho to build it. At that time, he only regarded Su Wancho as a tool to show off. In order to conceal his identity as a celestial eunuch. His wife, a billionaire, cannot do without something serious to do. So he paid Su Wancho to open a company. Su Wancho established this beauty salon. As a billionaire CEO, you can't lose face. A lot of money was spent to buy various advanced equipment. So it was transformed into the high-end beauty club it is now. Focus on high-end roots. Only some wives, young ladies, and wealthy women from big families apply for membership cards before anyone can come in. Some unworthy women are not qualified even if they want to come in. This is Chen Hao's first time coming here after the beauty salon was established. I was quite curious along the way. Finally, she came to the boss's office. He stretched out his hand to twist the door handle and walked in. Su Wancho was sitting at her desk, immersed in processing documents. When she heard the sound of the door being pushed open, she couldn't help but frown, and a faint sense of the boss's majesty filled the air. From the time the beauty salon opened until now, no one has entered the office without knocking on the door. Which guy is it? Xu Wancho raised her head and was slightly startled when she saw Xu Hao walking towards her. Brother Angkor, why are you here? Of course I miss you. Xu Hao walked closer and took her sweet-smelling body into his arms. Although Hao has done everything, the postures are almost unlocked. I also tried a variety of interesting costumes. But now, after all, she is in her own beauty salon. There are also employees and customers in the beauty salon. If they find out, how can she, the boss, maintain her dignity in front of her employees? Sensing Xu Hao's interest, Xu Wancho said in a panic. Brother Hao, it's time to get off work soon, shall we go back? 17. Xu Wancho suddenly felt helpless and could only bite her lips tightly. Ding Xu Wancho couldn't help being ashamed, her mood value plus 996. Yao Xinrui finished her makeup and was about to go back when she suddenly thought of saying hello to her good friend. Come to the boss's office. When he raised his hand to knock on the door, his hand suddenly stopped in midair. I heard a faint voice coming from the office. Suddenly, Yao Xinrui's expression changed, very wonderful. Time flew by. With a click, the office door opened from the inside. Xu Wancho has already arranged her clothes. Just a pretty red face and moist eyes. Can't guess what just happened. Xu Wancho was almost ashamed to death. With great difficulty, he gritted his teeth and restrained himself. If the employees of the beauty salon really heard about it, she would not be able to behave as a human being. However, when she just opened the door, a figure fell in front of her. Xu Wancho's mind was buzzing. Just now I was glad that I had controlled myself and was not discovered by anyone. As a result, a person appeared the next moment. Judging from her appearance, she must have been eavesdropping at the door, and she listened for quite some time. Ding Xu Wancho is ashamed, her mood value is plus 888. Xu Wancho's brain shut down. Looking at the figure getting up in front of him, he asked blankly. Xinrui, why are you here? Of course she knew the beauty in front of her who had a similar temperament and figure to hers. I used to be just a customer of her beauty salon. I often come to her beauty salon, and my face is almost as beautiful as hers. The two naturally chatted together. Because the two had similar deeds, they sympathized with each other, and it didn't take long for them to become good friends. Well, late autumn, I've had my face done, and I'm going to come over and say goodbye to you. Don't worry, I just came here and didn't hear anything. Xu Wancho said hee. Before you say this, do you want to see how you look now? Her pretty face turned red and her breathing was a little short. They all opened the door and listened. You've been caught and you still have to deal with it. After a moment of panic, Xu Wancho had recovered. Fortunately, it was just this friend who heard it. Just fine, the other employees didn't hear it. Anyway, she used to talk about some private things with this good friend. It's nothing. Yao Xinrui knew what she said, but even she herself didn't believe it. At this time, she saw Xu Hao standing with Xu Wancho and quickly changed the subject and asked. Lan Chu, this is. Because Xu Hao became younger, she didn't recognize him for a while. Xu Wancho rolled her eyes. Who else besides my husband Xu Hao? Your husband? Yao Xinrui's eyes widened and she looked at this good friend in disbelief. If I remember correctly, this good friend's experience was similar to mine. Also disgusted with marriage partners. Why did you suddenly call your husband? And it's called so sweet. Judging from the looks of the two of them, it was clear that they had done something just now. Xu Wancho, didn't you say this was her first time? Donate it so quickly. Xu Wancho knew what this friend was shocked about, so he quickly spoke. My husband and I have reconciled. Let me introduce you to him. He is my husband Xu Hao, the chairman and president of Xu Group. You all know this. Husband, this is my customer and also my good friend Xinrui. Yao Xinrui recovered from the shock and just nodded lightly, without any intention of reaching out for a friendly handshake. Perhaps because of her experience, she has a feeling of resistance to the opposite S*X. Never shook hands with the opposite S*X. It didn't happen before, it doesn't happen now, and it won't happen in the future. The reason why I listened so intently just now was because I was curious that a good friend could do such a thing. That's all. Xu Wancho felt a little embarrassed when she saw her good friend like this, and quickly cast a pleading look at Xu Hao. Hope he doesn't care. Xu Hao smiled at her and flashed his eyes. A virtual property panel appears in front of you. Character: Yao Xinrui. Identity: President of Shangba Electronics Company, Limited, Urban Flower Protector Heroine. Charm, 92, Full Value 100. Strength, 10 for ordinary people. Physique, 11 for ordinary people. Spirit, 12 ordinary person 10. Favorability, -30. Good guy, my favorable impression is -30, where did it come from? Apart from the protagonist's stepmother and several daughters, this is the first time that a girl has such a low opinion of her. Seeing this good impression, Xu Hao didn't even think about extending his hand to make the other party embarrassed and had to shake hands. This good impression is destined to be disagreeable. Sensing Xu Hao's gaze, Yao Xinrui frowned and said to Su Wancho, "Since you're fine, I'm leaving." After saying that, she turned around gracefully and walked away with high heels. "Brother Hao, don't be familiar with her, she has such a character." Su Wancho began to explain to her good friend. She wasn't like this before. "Oh, what happened? I'd like to hear the details." The two of them talked as they walked. It turned out that Yao Xinrui was also married, but it was just an agreement. To put it bluntly, it's just in the name of marriage, and everyone has to live their own lives. Yao Xinrui disagreed at first, and the other party even threatened her shop with bankruptcy. After hitting a stick, a sweet zero is given. If Yao Xinrui agrees, give her a sum of money. Yao Xinrui finally had no choice but to agree. After a pause, Su Wancho glanced at Xu Hao. Xu Hao also threatened her in a similar way. But he is more ruthless than Yao Xinrui's husband. With the life and death of her whole family. After being coerced, Yao Xinrui's personality changed and she was particularly repulsive to the opposite S**X. Xu Hao nodded, rubbed his chin, and asked. "She's not bad looking either. Why did she just agree to get married?" Su Wancho was a little embarrassed when she heard this. Finally, facing Xu Hao's curious eyes, she said, "I heard her say that her marriage partner was failing. After agreeing to marry her, he never touched her or had any contact with other women." When she said this, she looked at Xu Hao carefully again. This is why she quickly became good friends with Yao Xinrui. The two are so similar. She thought Xu was not good at first. He just used her as a cover to help take care of his daughters. The difference is that Xu Hao can do it now. Not only is it good, it's also a powerful batch. Suddenly, her eyes rolled and something came to her mind. Isn't she overwhelmed now and can't stand it? I often feel that I am no match and want to find a comrade. Isn't this good friend just right? Anyway, although she was married, it was still her first time. She is almost the same age as herself, and she also needs a man to love her. Women in their 30s are in highest demand. She is now compared to before. The skin is much better. The whole person's mental outlook was completely renewed. That's the difference between having a man and not having a man. Anyway, I will help her keep the secret, as long as the marriage partner doesn't know about it. However, when she thought of Yao Xinrui's character, the light in her eyes slowly dissipated. My best friend is now disgusted with all men. It's not easy to handle. You can give it a try. How will you know if it doesn't work if you don't try? Su Wancho thought for a while, looked at Xu Hao and asked. Brother Angkor, what do you think of her? Who? Yao Xinrui. Are you okay? What's wrong? Then how about I get her to help me? Xu Hao was startled. What the fuck? Ah Chu, are you serious? Su Wancho had said before that she couldn't bear it and wanted to find a sister. After hearing this, I wanted to find Yao Xinrui, the heroine. Xu Hao couldn't help but think. The power of bullying people is a bit too strong. I have no problem, as long as you convince her. The protagonist's stepmother has almost been conquered by him. There is no need to worry as much as before, Xu Hao admitted boldly. The two were walking in the company and were seen by countless female employees. My boss and a handsome uncle were walking together. Anyone who recognized Xu Hao couldn't help but exclaimed. Is that Mr. Xu Hao? Oh my god, why are you so young? I heard that they are all 50 years old, but they look the same as 30-year-olds, and they are becoming more and more attractive. My boss is so lucky. I married such a handsome and rich husband, but the key is that he still cares and loves me so much. He even came to pick my boss up from get off work today. Whispers from all around reached his ears. In the past, Su Wancho would have been expressionless and sad. He is not a good husband at all, but a big devil. The Xu family is a prison cage. But now, Su Wancho has a bright smile on her face. So delicious. When the two returned home together, their 3 daughters had already prepared the meal. While eating, Xiao Wanling always cast a resentful look at him. She was a little unhappy that Xu Hao didn't teach her tea art in the afternoon. Xu Hao's heart moved. When Xiao Wanling went home at night, she offered to give her a break. This time, Xiao Wanling did not refuse. Xu Hao personally drove her to her door. Xiao Wanling had been a little depressed, and when she got home, she was ready to get out of the car and leave. Just as he reached out to open the car door, Hao grabbed him. "I sent you home, shouldn't you thank me?" "Thanks," Xiao Wanling said reluctantly. "I don't want to express my gratitude verbally." Xu Hao smiled and pointed at his cheek. "This is repaying kindness with kindness." Xiao Wanling blushed, looked around, and took the initiative to move closer. "I planned to give him a little kiss and then leave." But just when she came forward, Xu Hao suddenly turned his head, and their mouths were locked together. 082 The heroine and the vicious female supporting character. Madam, you don't want to either. Chapter 82 The heroine and the vicious female partner using unconventional means against the heroine. Just when she was about to take the last step, Xiao Wanling suddenly regained consciousness. Opening the car door, he ran away like a frightened little white rabbit. Xu Hao withdrew his faint gaze. He didn't force her to stay. The little heroine has already been tested to have the idea of accepting him. It's just that suddenly today, she was not prepared. "I believe I won't be so resistant next time." When sleeping at night, the protagonist's beautiful stepmother Su Wancho looked sad. "What's going on? Who bullied my little nurse?" Su Wancho was wearing a nurse uniform today, looking well behaved in S**XY. Xu Hao lifted her chin. Su Wancho raised her head helplessly, a little unhappy. "I had a chat with Shinrui just now." "What? She doesn't agree?" Xu Hao asked doubtfully. "It would be nice if it was just a matter of disagreement. With their bestie-like relationship, I believe she can still be convinced with her constant persuasion." But she only gave a slight hint, and Yao Shinrui showed a strong resistance. It seems that the misogyny has worsened. After listening to Su Wancho's words, Xu Hao was thoughtful. It's difficult to deal with male phobia. Simple strategy methods will not work, and some unconventional methods need to be used. Xu Hao pressed her head. "Since she doesn't agree, you can only fight alone. 11. Among the thousands of beauties, I will only pamper you, isn't it okay?" Su Wancho grimaced. "Even if it's good, it can't stand the daily expansion. No, I won't be able to bear it if this goes on. I have to find myself a friend. Chatting on the phone is not possible. Then wait until you meet and talk to her in person. If Yao Shinrui really doesn't agree, she can try with her daughter's best friend Xiao Wanling. She has always been sensitive and attentive to the things around her, so how could she not notice the way Xiao Wanling looked at Xu Hao? It's just that she is my daughter's best friend and she is so much younger." Su Wancho didn't regard her as the first target. If a good friend doesn't agree, he can only drag her into the water. It's a brand new day. The rising sun brings light to the earth. Xu Hao went out from home and got into a car that was already waiting at the door. While driving, his personal bodyguard Bai Ling told him about the information about medical doctor Yao Shinrui that he had investigated. Yao Shinrui, female, 35 years old, home address. "I married Chu Shang, the leader of the Chu family, 10 years ago. According to the investigation, although the two are husband and wife, they seem to be in love, but in fact they have an indifferent relationship." 483. Xu Hao has already heard this news from Su Wancho. As the heroine of Shuangwen, of course she is a virgin. Even if they get married, the person they marry is still a eunuch. Keep your pure body waiting for the protagonist. Of course, except for some protagonists who like to be South thieves. Why does it feel like looking in the mirror? Isn't that what he is like? It was only the awakening of his memory that allowed him to change his fate against the will of heaven. Otherwise, the outcome would be even worse than that of my friend Chu Shang. That's right, he not only knows Yao Shinrui's marriage partner, Chu Shang, but is also very familiar with it, too. It's not an exaggeration to say they are friends. Xu Hao started from scratch, while the Chu family rose to prominence very early. Chu Shang is considered a rich second generation and took over his own company. Even so, because the two are about the same age and have similar assets, they often participate in various business activities together. By chance, Chu Shang found Xu Hao to talk. Xu Hao wants to maintain a gentle and elegant appearance and accepts everyone who comes. Over time, the two became familiar with each other. Later, when participating in business activities, the two often sat next to each other and discussed the situation in the mall. Xu Hao was busy improving himself during this period, so he didn't contact the other party. Investigating the heroine Yao Xinrui made him think of it. This is a relationship that he has almost forgotten, and it seems that he needs to find an opportunity to get in touch. Bai Ling continued to report. I asked people to go to her company to investigate. When investigating the bill, I found a problem. It turned out to be a dead man who knew a lot about hacking. When he checked the accounts, he discovered something was wrong. Yao Xinrui actually made false accounts. Every time, I save a sum of money and deposit it into my own small treasury. In 10 years, she has obtained 300 million. If Xu Hao hadn't asked Bai Ling to conduct a thorough investigation, and Bai Ling happened to send a dead man who knew hacking over there, we really wouldn't have been able to find these things. Xu Hao's eyes flashed. Making false accounts. Embezzling public funds. This little heroine is very courageous. Then he smiled. Thinking of Yao Xinrui's identity. Not to mention that it is illegal to embezzle public funds. If Chu Shang of the Chu family knew what she had done, the outcome would be miserable. So can he use this secret to control the heroine? Madam, you don't want to. Xu Hao doesn't like this kind of threatening method. Seems too low level. What he wants is to subdue the heroine's body and mind. Not only can it provide him with emotional value, but it can also become his right-hand assistant and take care of the company for him. If you threaten, you can indeed get the heroine. It is not necessary to win her heart. Therefore, when he conquered the heroine in the past, he always used gentle methods. Yao Xinrui is different. If you have misogyny, it's almost impossible to defeat him by ordinary means. No matter how nice you are to her, she will always have a disgusting attitude toward you. How to play this? Then we can only use some unconventional means. His kindness to the heroine is based on the situation that it is profitable and can be conquered. Knowing that he couldn't be conquered, why didn't he change his strategy? It's a good time to give it a try and play a big villain. It's not a role, it should be a true character. Look at the effect of brushing the emotional value. If you get more emotional points, you can continue next time. At this time, an episode is happening in the Xu group. In order to rectify the company, Xu Hao fired a large number of employees who had no strength and unqualified performance. This resulted in a large number of job vacancies in the company. Nowadays, we are recruiting in all major talent markets. As soon as the Xu group's recruitment information came out, it caused a big sensation. The Xu Group is one of the top large companies in the Magic City. Founded by Xu Hao, a business legend. Countless young people come here to visit. After many rounds of screening, only 2 people were recruited for marketing department directors who made it to the end. Come to the company headquarters for the final interview. Unfortunately, there is only one position. Which of the 2 can succeed depends on their respective abilities. Among the 2, one is named Li Yunshu, who comes from an ordinary background and has no background. Another person's name is Xu Fangfei, whose family owns a garment factory with an annual income of tens of millions. Li Yunshu came out of the interview hall with a serious face and a nervous mood. On the contrary to her, Xu Fangfei looked relaxed, as if she was sure of everything. Seeing Li Yunshu's appearance, he couldn't help but sneered. Tisk Li Yunshu, what are you afraid of? Aren't you a top student? You're still a school beauty. It's just an interview, you don't have any confidence at all. The corners of Xu Fangfei's mouth rose, and her eyebrows were very proud. It can be heard from the tone that the 2 of them are not dealing with each other. It is true that they graduated from the same school and were in the same class. Before Li Yunshu transferred here, Xu Ruifei was a well-deserved genius girl. She is beautiful, her academic performance is at the top of her grade, and she is admired and pursued by countless students. But after Li Yunshu appeared, all her halo seemed to disappear overnight. In terms of appearance, she is just the class beauty, and Ji Yunshu is elected as the only school beauty. I often win awards for my studies. She also licked more dogs than she did, and many suitors changed sides. It can be said that she was suppressed in all aspects. Xu Fangfei has always been dissatisfied. Why? She wears all famous brands, and she is such a proud girl, but she is outshone by a rustic wild girl. So the plans against Li Yunshu began one after another. During the exam, I cheated by drawing dirty pictures. Pay money to hire trolls and slander them on campus forums. She used some tricks on Li Yunshu's suitor, and in the end he became her licking dog. But what disappoints her is, Li Yunshu took all her provocations indifferently and didn't care. She felt like she had been punched in cotton. I originally thought that the two of them would never meet again after graduation. Unexpectedly, this time, the two of them coincidentally participated in the interview of Xu Group. Xu Fengfei is actually capable and not bad in all aspects, but she met the even better Ji Liushu. But this time, Li Yunshu was confident enough to suppress this old enemy. Li Yunshu's ability is indeed better than hers BGCE, she has to admit this. But this isn't school. When you enter society, you don't have to be capable to succeed. When Xu Fengfei said this, Li Yunshu had a bad feeling in his heart. She is very confident in her abilities and is certainly not afraid of an interview. She was afraid that this old enemy, who had always disliked her, was secretly causing trouble. In the interview room, the interviewer in charge of the interview was holding 2 resumes in his hands, frowning and thinking about something. The two have already been interviewed, and Li Yunshu is undoubtedly better. But Xu Fengfei hinted at giving him 1 million in benefits. If this had happened in the past, he would have agreed directly. However, President Xu Hao just recently laid off employees and reorganized the company. He was in trouble for a while. 1 million. That was his salary for several years. He didn't want to break the rules, but Xu Fengfei gave too much. I think of Li Yunshu with a clean background and no backstage. As long as you drive the person away immediately after the interview, you should be fine. The interviewer gritted his teeth and made a decision immediately. Taking a breath, he put Li Yunshu's resume aside and said to the door. Li Yunshu ignored Xu Fengfei's sarcasm. Clenching his fists, he pushed the door open and walked into the interview hall. Haha, you're a little too young to fight with me. Xu Fengfei smiled coldly and followed suit slowly. She was very concerned about the interviewer's decision. Confidence. In order to interview with the Xu Group, she spent a lot of money, spending 1 million from her small treasury. If you can join the Xu Group, what's the point of spending 1 million? She didn't join the company to make money. Her family had no shortage of money to open a factory, so they could squeeze into the upper-class circle. Of course it's to find a good partner. She is very realistic. Disdainful of those men and women who fall in love at school. I don't understand why girls want to be with those boys when they have no money or background. Isn't finding a partner the same thing as finding someone rich and powerful to rely on? She had many suitors, but none of them agreed, and she just kept them like fish. Always maintain a pure body. She won't hand herself over easily unless she finds a satisfactory partner. You are all very capable. The interviewer first praised the two of them, then faced Li Yunshu and changed his tone. But our company is only looking for 1 marketing director, so I'm sorry for this classmate Li Yunshu. AAA. Li Yunshu felt his head buzzing and his expression was in disbelief. After reacting, she said angrily, I'm not convinced. The interviewer frowned. Just as he was about to persuade the person to drive away with a few words, Xu Fengfei spoke first. You are not convinced. Why are you not convinced? You don't even care about your status. If you lose to me, why are you dissatisfied? What's the use of you having better grades than me? This is not a school. We have stopped relying on grades for a long time. Xu Fengfei felt extremely relieved and laughed proudly. No matter what she did in the past, Li Yunshu had always been indifferent, but this time she finally broke through. The excitement in my heart is indescribable. The interviewer's expression changed when he heard this. What the fuck? Sister, do you know that you came in through the back door? It's not a glamorous thing. Can you please stop being so arrogant? If he attracts the attention of higher-ups, he will be K*LLED. The interviewer couldn't help but regret it. If he had known that the other party was so unreliable, he would never have agreed to do this. But now that things have come to this, we can only make mistakes and drive people away quickly. Okay, this is the result of my interview. You can go and don't let me ask the security guard to ask you out. Hearing this, Xu Fengfei raised the corners of her mouth with a mocking smile. Li Yunshu was stunned on the spot, looking slightly pale and dejected. Just as she was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from the door. I'm just an interviewer. He has a very loud tone. Not loud. It was chilling to the bones when I heard it. The interviewer was surprised. Turning his head, he saw a familiar figure standing at the door. Who else is Xu Hao other than the chairman and president of Xu Group? Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, the interviewer was struck by lightning. His whole body was so weak that he slid from the chair to the ground like mud. He knew that he was finished. The two women turned their heads when they heard the sound. Xu Hao's temperament is still as fresh as spring breeze, but it can be seen from his expressionless face that he is very angry now. Xu Fangfei came to her senses. Thinking of being caught by the back door, I couldn't help but dodge my eyes and feel scared. Her family's situation is good and she can be regarded as a rich and beautiful woman. But in front of Xu Hao, he was nothing. This is the depositary who can bankrupt her family with just one word. Just a minute ago, Xu Hao arrived at the company and wanted to inspect the company. When passing by the interview hall, I heard the quarrel inside. Out of curiosity, I came in to check it out. Two beautiful girls came into view. One of them has a halo of luck hanging from his head, and he is clearly the heroine. Character: Li Yunshu. Identity: through the book and become the villain's follower heroine. Charm: 93, full value 100. Strength: 10/10 for ordinary people. Physique: 10/10 for ordinary people. Spirit: 11, ordinary person 10. Favorability: -10. Time travel. Xu Hao frowned. Have you time traveled into a certain novel you are reading? Isn't this the same as him? Interesting. But no matter you are a time traveler or a reborn person, I will accept all your heroines. His eyes fell on the other girl. The girl's appearance and figure are not much worse than the heroine. It's just that his eyebrows are full of arrogance and arrogance. It's strange with such beauty, there is no halo of luck on top of her head. Without the aura of luck, she would not be a heroine. Considering that she is now against the heroine, she is probably the vicious female supporting character in the book. Feeling that the time was almost up, Chen Hao opened his mouth and spoke. This is what happened just now. 083 The heroine's charm, don't waste it, bad girl scare away the little white rabbit. Chapter 83, The heroine's charm, don't waste, bad girls scare away the little white rabbit. Xu Hao looked at the interviewer who was collapsed on the ground. You are so courageous, you even dare to go against my words. His tone was calm, no mood swings could be heard. But the interviewer's face was pale and his heart was filled with despair. After staying in the company for so long, he naturally knows how scary Mr. Xu is. Xu Hao took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Office of the Director of Human Resources. Wang Yunpeng is sitting in front of the computer working. Utama. The phone rang with an incoming call. Wang Yunmei. Didn't you say not to disturb him during work? He took the phone and saw that it was Xu Hao's call, and his expression changed. Quickly press the answer button. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Xu Hao. I'll give you a minute to come to the interview room. Wang Yunpeng was still confused, and a busy sound of beep, 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 sounded. Xu Hao hung up the phone. If something like this happens in the Human Resources Department, not only the person involved will be punished, but the immediate boss will also be held responsible. Wang Yunpeng came back to his senses with a jolt. Interview room. Did something happen? Without any time to think about it, he immediately put down what he was doing and ran all the way. Is she Mr. Xu? What a great aura. Looking at the domineering Xu Hao, Xu Fangfei's eyes lit up. Even younger than seen in the photo. Li Yunshu was a little confused. She didn't know who it was yet. Before a minute passed, Wang Yunpeng ran over out of breath. Seeing Xu Hao's expressionless face, I couldn't help but sink to the bottom of my heart. I didn't have time to breathe, so I quickly greeted him respectfully. President, your interviewer abused his power, you'd better give me an explanation. Wang Yunpeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sure enough, something went wrong here. He didn't pass the blame and simply admitted his mistake. Xu Hao has suddenly become strong recently, and any explanation is redundant. Maybe because of his good attitude in admitting his mistakes, the big thing was reduced to a trivial matter. Just admit your mistakes. Before he could finish his words, Xu Hao interrupted with a wave of his hand. Starting today, I will be demoted to deputy director. I will consider your performance in 3 months before considering whether to transfer you back. In addition, submit another report. If something similar happens again, you should resign voluntarily. Wang Yunpeng was stunned. Compared with direct dismissal, demotion is considered a very light punishment. He said immediately, I'm willing to take the punishment. Different from ordinary employees, Wang Yunpeng is an old man of the group and has always been conscientious in his work. This little thing cannot be blamed on him. After calming down, Wang Yunpeng looked at the interviewer with a cold tone. What are you doing here? Why don't you get out of here? The interviewer was so frightened that he trembled and walked out of the interview hall. Wang Yunpeng became furious when he saw him. I was working hard, but I was shot while I was lying down. It was inexplicable. He wanted to tear this guy into pieces. Sighed. Let's deal with the mess in front of us first. He came to the interview table and prepared to interview two girls. Xu Hao interrupted him and waved his hand. Leave this to me and you go. $389. Wang Yunpeng felt as if he had been granted amnesty, and respectfully said goodbye and left. Xu Hao picked up two resumes and glanced at them. Just looking at the resumes, they are pretty much the same. All very good, but he knew without thinking that Ji Yunshu was more real. Xu Fengfei probably exaggerated. You go, my company doesn't need cheating employees. Xu Hao put down his resume. From the moment Xu Hao appeared, I was deeply attracted. She likes this type of mature and handsome man who is domineering and sideways. The little heart kept beating plop plop plop. After hearing Xu Hao's words, she came back to her senses and her face changed slightly. Mr. Xu, you are giving me a chance. Do you want me to say it a second time? Xu Hao was determined. I understand. Xu Fengfei shut up, responded dejectedly, and walked out in despair. Watching her leaving back, Xu Hao's eyes flickered. He winked at Bai Ling, the personal bodyguard not far away. Bai Ling understood and picked up his cell phone to notify the dead man. Now, except for a few dead men protecting his women and daughters, they are all under Bai Ling's management. Only Xu Hao and Li Yunshu were left in the interview hall. The air was suddenly quiet. Li Yunshu was a little nervous. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Xu Hao. His fingers were tangled in the corners of his clothes. Ding Li Yunshu was panicked, his mood value +23. Classmate Li welcome to join the Xu group family. Li Yunshu was surprised and raised his head sharply. Seeing Xu Hao looking at him with a smile, his smile was like a spring breeze. Li Yunshu was touched in his heart. Seeing the HR director's attitude towards Xu Hao, she also knew Xu Hao's identity. President of Xu Group, the self-made legend. Unexpectedly, he looked so young. Seeing the unfairness he encountered, he personally helped her solve the problem and warmly welcomed her. Thank you. I'm very optimistic about you, work hard. Xu Hao encouraged her and left. Anyway, this little heroine will stay at the company and has plenty of time. Not in a hurry, so as not to scare away the little white rabbit. Not long after I arrived at the office, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Xia Qingge walked in wearing professional attire. Now she has been promoted to the financial department manager and manages a large number of people under her command. A mature and intellectual temperament gradually developed. Tet, Qingge, what's the matter? Xia Qingge stepped closer, his eyebrows curved, showing a hint of coquettishness. I'm here to report on my work. Then you came just in time. The other side, Xu Fengfei left the Xu group and walked on the street. Just when she was about to stop the car and go home, a figure stopped in front of her. Miss Xu, our boss wants to see you, please wait a moment. Xu Fengfei took a step back and asked warily. Who is your boss? You just met, Xu Hao, the president of Xu Group. Xu Fengfei was puzzled. Didn't Mr. Xu just drive her away? Why do you still want to see her? Doubtful in her heart, she still chose to stay. After reporting his work to Xu Hao, Xia Qingge left with a blushing face. After Xu Hao ordered Bai Ling to investigate the newly encountered heroine Li Yunshu, he only heard a ding. A message was sent. Open it and take a look. It turned out to be the news that the protagonist Zhang Fifan left the Magic City and went to the imperial capital. Recently, Zhao Media has been causing trouble for Zhang Fifan, and assassins often assassinate him. It made him very annoyed. He immediately decided to go to the imperial capital in person and find Zhao Media to resolve the matter completely. By the way, he investigates the truth behind his father's death. Xu Hao tapped his fingers lightly on the table. We have to send a dead man over to keep an eye on. There is no need for her to follow Zhang Fifan and secretly inquire about information. Once Zhang Fifan leaves the imperial capital, let her kill the boss of Zhao Media. He asked someone to get rid of the other party's son. Although it may not be found on him. But no one knows what a father Zhao who has lost his son and gone crazy will do. It would be troublesome if he attacked his daughters. If Father Zhao is alive, he will feel uneasy. After sending the message, Xu Hao was about to put down his phone when he glanced at the information about Yao Xinrui. I haven't seen my friend Chu Shang for a long time. Friends should move around more. Open the address book. Xu Hao found Chu Shang's contact information and called him. Debebis. The phone didn't ring for long before the call was answered on the other side. A bold voice came. It's really strange that Brother Xu, a busy man, would actually contact me. Brother Chu, please stop teasing me. You are such a busy man. I have been idle recently and have nothing to do. Xu Hao laughed and started exchanging commercial blows. But how many big deals has Brother Chu negotiated? It's all just a small fight. I heard that Mr. Xu has made a lot of big moves recently. You are doing well in real estate. I think it is getting more and more popular. Why are you thinking about transformation? You can't put your eggs in one basket. I am also preparing for a rainy day. If the market changes in the future and the real estate market is down, there are other industry options. Chu Shang couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Xu Hao is worthy of being a legend who started from scratch and created a tens of billions group. Work vigorously and resolutely. After some polite remarks, Xu Hao showed his fangs. Brother Chu, we haven't seen you for a long time. When can we have tea together? Every time I listen to Brother Shang's insights, I benefit a lot. Brother Xu, please stop praising me. Your view of the shopping mall is less accurate than mine. Chu Shang also pushed each other back in business. I thought about calling my son back tonight, as well as my wife, Yao Xinrui, for a family dinner. Something moved in his heart. It just so happens that I also want to have tea and discuss Taoism with Brother Xu. How about there will be a family dinner at my house tonight, and Brother Xu will come over too? Isn't this bad? It's not appropriate for me to go to your family dinner as an outsider. What's inappropriate? It's a family banquet. It's just my son and a few people. Besides, Brother Xu is not an outsider. Oh well. In a luxurious office, Chu Shang hung up the phone and looked thoughtful. His relationship with Xu Hao is not bad, but it would be better if the relationship were closer. Xu Hao used to run real estate and had no business interactions with the Chu family. Now Xu Hao plans to transform. And the first transformation goal is the new energy industry. It coincides with the electronics company managed by his wife. A good relationship facilitates better cooperation. Rot. It's true that they are already at the top of the Magic City's business circle, but they also need to work together. EXB. Close cooperation can also help cope with sudden crises. Thinking of deepening the relationship, Chu Shang couldn't help but think of Xu Hao's 7 daughters. Just match up any one. Xu Hao, what are you thinking about? His daughter is his and no one can take it away from her. Xu Hao's 7 daughters are all beautiful in the country, and they are more than enough to match his own son. Thinking of his unworthy son, he was unworthy. Chu Shang shook his head. It was his son after all, so he had to talk about it no matter what. Whether he succeeds or not depends on the fate of his good-for-nothing son. Noon. Xu Fengfei was taken to a coffee shop by a woman and sat there all morning. Xu Hao was not seen for a long time. Just when she thought she was being fooled, the woman took her to a hotel box. Finally saw Xu Hao in the box. With a pop sound, the box door closed. There were only 2 people left. Xu Hao looked at her and waved. Xu Fengfei approached and saw a large table full of delicacies. Every dish is exquisite and absolutely of great value. Even if her family is not short of money and has eaten a lot of delicious food, she has never seen such exquisite dishes. Xu Fengfei felt nervous. I wonder what Xu Hao wants from her. I came to the dining table and sat down anxiously, not daring to move my chopsticks. What are you doing standing there, eating? Seeing her dazed look, Xu Hao said hello and started eating by himself. After spending an afternoon in the cafe, Xu Fengfei was indeed a little hungry. Smelling the delicious food in front of her, she swallowed hard, picked up the chopsticks, and put a piece of seafood into her mouth. His eyes suddenly lit up. The spicy taste stimulates the taste buds. Too delicious. After her nervousness eased a little, she picked up the chopsticks again and ate in small bites. Gradually, she was no longer so afraid of Xu Hao. Xu Fengfei asked with some trepidation. I didn't know Mr. Xu was looking for me. Xu Shi did not respond to her words but asked instead. You and Li Yunshu know each other. We are classmates. How is your relationship? Hearing Xu Hao's question, Xu Fengfei opened her mouth, a little afraid to speak. I don't know what Xu Hao's attitude is towards Li Yunshu. Just tell me straight, I want to hear the truth, and I will eat you again. Having said that, Xu Fengfei felt a little relieved. Immediately he spoke out their grievances and hatreds. After speaking, she looked at Xu Hao cautiously. She breathed a sigh of relief when she found that his expression was as calm as ever. I've fallen in love with her. I wonder if you have any way to help me get her. Xu Hao originally asked her for help directly. Let her continue to find trouble for the heroine Li Yunshu, and help her at the critical moment. Crazy about the heroine's favor. After hearing Xu Fengfei's story about the two of them, he changed his mind. The heroine knows this vicious female pairing very well, so I just want to ask her if she has any good opinions. The reason why Xu Hao did not meet Xu Fengfei in the morning was because he was waiting for her investigation information. Research has shown, Xu Fengfei is a girl who loves vanity, bullies the weak and fears the strong, and wants to sell herself at a high price. Such girls make up the majority in society. We cannot expect every girl to be as virtuous as the heroine. In general, this girl named Xu Fengfei is quite self-loving. Before I found a suitable tall, rich and handsome person, I had no contact with other members of the opposite S*X. Although there are many licking dogs around, they have always been kept as fish in the pond. Apart from her vain personality, there is nothing to say about her appearance and figure. According to the system's scoring system, it also reached about 90 points. Isn't there a saying, don't let down a good girl, don't let a bad girl go to waste. To conquer the heroine Li Yunshu, Xu Fengfei is a good chess piece. The most important thing is that it is easy to control. Don't you love vanity? He is worth tens of billions and will give you whatever you want. She also has a bullying character and believes that she will not betray someone before she finds someone better than herself. Threaten again. If she betrays herself, her family will be destroyed. Then I can use this vicious female partner with peace of mind. Xu Fengfei didn't react for a while. What does it mean to be attracted to Li Yunshu? Are you attracted to Li Yunshu's talent? Or is it what she thinks? But that's not right, doesn't Xu Hao have a wife? Also known as the most affectionate. Xu Fengfei didn't think about this for a while and said in a low voice. I don't understand what Mr. Xu means. They were about to conquer each other. Xu Hao didn't hide it and said jokingly. To put it simply, I want to sleep with her and win her heart. I want to ask you what you can do. 084 The supporting actress is jealous, willing to give everything the heroine's subjugation plan. Chapter 84 The female protagonist is jealous, she is willing to sacrifice everything the heroine's plan to conquer. Xu Fengfei was stunned. Seeing the playfulness on Xu Hao's lips, she was sure that was what he meant, and her heart was filled with turmoil. All of them were wrong. Xu Hao has only had 2 wives. He loves his wife very much and has never had any scandals with other women. Now Xu Hao actually asked her to help sleep with a woman. How could it be first love? After the shock, Xu Fengfei's first reaction was not disgust, but joy. Xu Hao is not that kind of affectionate and good man. Doesn't that mean that she also has a chance? When she saw Xu Hao in the interview hall in the morning, she was completely attracted. Xu Hao is 50 years old, but he does not look 50 years old at all. He looks just like 30 years old. He exudes a unique mature charm. He has a handsome appearance and one of the best figures among men. A CEO worth tens of billions in a Fortune 500 company. Handsome, with a good figure, good temperament, rich and powerful, he is simply her perfect dream lover. She wants to sell herself for a high price. Among those second-generation rich men, who is more handsome and richer than Xu Hao? If it weren't for Xu Hao's identity and his family background, he would have given in to him long ago. Now that she learned that Xu Hao was also a layman who liked beautiful women, Xu Fengfei's heart beat faster and her heart pounded. Etc. Xu Hao came to her not because he liked her. Instead, he asked her to help conquer his archenemy Li Yunshu. Crack lala. It was like a basin of cold water was poured down from the head. Jealousy towards Li Yunshu burned like crazy. Xu Fengfei wanted to ask Xu Hao. How is he different from Li Yunshu? But when she looked up and saw Xu Hao's interested eyes, she put her words back. Calm down the raging emotions. She started racking her brains to think of a solution. Since Xu Hao has taken a liking to Li Yunshu, and Li Yunshu is her mortal enemy, she has nothing to worry about. One by one, sinister thoughts appeared in my mind. Aren't you very noble? How can you be so aloof when you are suppressed by Xu Hao? Why are you pretending to be cool in front of me? One trick after another emerges. Thinking of it, she raised her head and said tentatively. I know Li Yunshu very well. She is a very traditional woman. As long as Mr. Xu sleeps with her and sleeps with her a few more times, he will definitely conquer her. Xu Hao continued to eat and raised his eyebrows. You go on. As if being encouraged, Xu Fangfei continued to speak. I can find an opportunity to drug her and send her to Mr. Xu's bed. Seeing Xu Hao didn't respond, she said again. Or you can kidnap her, put her in a dark room, and train her for a few days. How about I take some private photos of her and send them to Mr. Xu, who then threatens her? 11. Xu Fangfei said a lot. It's nothing more than drugging, threats, and the overlord bow. It was mixed with her hatred for Li Yunshu. The plan is extremely sinister. That's it. Xu Hao thought she knew Li Yunshu well and could come up with some good ideas. Doesn't he know these methods? Xu Fangfei observed words and expressions. Seeing that Xu Hao looked unhappy, she also knew that Xu Hao might not like these ideas. She thought quickly in her mind, her eyes lit up, and she said. Mr. Xu, otherwise, I have a grudge against Li Yunshu anyway, and I would often go to her to cause trouble. At that time, Mr. Xu will show up to help her just like he did today. Li Yunshu is more emotional. As long as we come to save the beauty a few more times, she will definitely be grateful to you. Xu Hao nodded. I didn't get a good solution from Xu Fangfei, so I had to do this. Xu Fangfei felt slightly relieved when she saw this. The jealousy in my heart has not diminished by half. In her opinion, this was not harming Li Yunshu, but giving her a blessing. What a blessing it is to be Xu Hao's woman. Although Xu Hao wanted to get Li Yunshu, he was unwilling to hurt her. Prefer this gentle approach. The arch-rival is the woman who became Xu Hao and reached the pinnacle of life. And she has to play the role of a villain in the middle. The gap was so big that she felt so uncomfortable that she felt suffocated. Jealousy drove her to separation. Looking at Xu Hao who was still enjoying the food, Chen Fangfei finally couldn't help but speak. Xu, can I ask a question? Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. What is the problem? Mr. Xu, I want to ask you, why did you choose Ji Yunshu? I am no worse than her. Jealousy concealed Xu Fangfei's shyness. Xu Hao's heart moved and he knew what she was thinking, so he said it in a bad way. The feeling she gives me is pure and clean. Xu Fangfei quickly extracted key words. She couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and she said quickly. Her innocence is only due to her poor communication *LLS and she appears quiet when she doesn't communicate with others. This is not an advantage. On the contrary, it is a disadvantage. I am also very clean. Although I have many suitors, I have never let them touch me. She maintains her perfect body, isn't she just waiting for this day? It's too shameful to talk about this in front of a man. In order to prove that she was no worse than Li Yunshu, she risked her life. Really? Why don't I believe it? The playful look on the corner of Xu Hao's mouth became even stronger. Really, I swear. Because it is a fact and something she has always been proud of, Xu Fangfei explained anxiously. Suddenly, she paused. Sensing Xu Hao's gaze, an idea flashed in his mind. This is obviously meant to prove to her. Xu Fangfei hurriedly stood up from her seat. He came to sit next to Xu Hao, took his arm, and shook his head. Mr. Xu, everything they say is true, how can you believe it? It's a bit awkward to call Mr. Xu, Dad. Xu Fangfei felt happy and shouted sweetly. Dad. ILTE. When the two came out of the box, more than 2 hours had passed. When they parted, Chen Hao warned Xu Fang about bandits. This is a secret between us. Don't let anyone else know it. If you leak it, you should know my methods. Xu Fangfei nodded hurriedly. Dad, don't worry, I will be obedient and no one will tell. Although she loves vanity and likes to show off. But she can still distinguish between what should be said and what should not be said. From the fact that Xu Hao maintains the most affectionate persona on the surface, but secretly is with another woman, we know that he is not a good person. If she really leaked it, there is no doubt that Xu Hao will destroy her family's company, and maybe even kill people and silence her. Xu Fangfei decided not to tell anyone until she died. After warning her, Xu Hao said again. Also, don't forget about Ji Xin. Xu Fangfei nodded again. Watching Xu Hao's car leave, she couldn't help but clenched her fists in excitement. He wanted to jump up, but took a breath of cold air. It's really great. She is with the famous Xu Hao. Xu Fengfei's jealousy towards her rival Li Yunshu is also slowly decreasing. As expected, Li Yunshu could not escape Xu Hao's grasp. And I am one step ahead of her, will she want to call her sister by then? She smiled as she thought about it. Li Yunshu went home with a happy smile. Night. Xu Hao went to Chu's house for an appointment. When an old friend arrived, Chu Shang personally went to the door to greet him. Dad, who is coming to our house? It's okay to prepare such a sumptuous meal, but you still have to welcome it in person. Chu Shang's son, Chu Shaoshan, finally couldn't help but asked curiously. I'll pick up your Uncle Xu. Who is Uncle Xu? Chu Shang then remembered that he and Xu Hao had gotten along well on business before and often drank tea together. But I haven't been a guest at home yet. No one in the family knows. Xu Group, Xu Hao. Chu Shaoshan's eyes widened when he heard his father say this name. The Xu Group is no weaker than their Chu family. Behave for me later. If I can get your Uncle Xu's approval, I will leave the company to you. Chu Shang warned his son. He didn't say what the family marriage meant. I still don't know what Xu Hao means. It would be embarrassing if he looked down on his good-for-nothing son. Therefore, it still depends on how the good-for-nothing son behaves in front of Xu Hao. Dad, are you telling the truth? Chu Shaoshan's eyes lit up with a swipe. He started a company worth hundreds of millions, which has been losing money until recently. How can a company worth hundreds of millions compare with a large group worth tens of billions? He was thinking about how to gain control of the group from his old father. I used to say that he didn't have enough experience and needed to be tempered, but I didn't expect that he would spit out this time. Immediately his chest clattered and he promised. Dad, don't worry, I will perform well and leave a good impression on Uncle Xu. Chu Shang glanced at his son, turned around and waited at the door. Chu Shaoshan, on the other hand, walked up to a young man of medium height and handsome appearance. Patted him on the shoulder. Li Xiao, brother Li, you must help me this time. When I take charge of the group, I will definitely not treat you badly. Li Xiao is a close subordinate of his father. I heard it saved his life. A few days ago, he was assigned to help him with his affairs. This Li Xiao is indeed capable. The company that suffered losses every year was brought back to life under his guidance. Originally, he was quite disgusted with Li Xiao, thinking that he was an undercover agent sent by his father. Until I saw that the company was getting better and better, my attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. This is a talent. Now, whenever Chu Shaoshan encounters trouble, he asks Ji Xiao for advice. Li Xiao was looking at his beautiful stepmother at this time. Yao Xinrui did not enter the house, but sat alone on a stone chair in the courtyard, quietly looking at the documents. A beautiful woman sat under the tree, and the setting sun shone on her through the gaps in the leaves. This picture has no more beautiful than beautiful. Li Xiao looked fascinated. Chu Shaoshan suddenly came over and patted him, which startled him. He quickly looked away and asked doubtfully. What did you say? I have an uncle who is coming to our house and wants to ask you how to make a good impression. My dad said that as long as I can get that uncle's approval, he will let me take charge of the group. Chu Shaoshan said it again. After saying that, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Brother Li, what are you looking at? You're looking at it so absorbedly. Didn't you hear what we just said? As he said that, Chu Shaoshan poked his head and wanted to look out the window. Li Xiao quickly stopped him, held his shoulders and walked inside. Aren't you asking how to leave a good impression? Let me tell you. Chu Shaoshan's attention was indeed diverted. Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. The villain almost caught him peeking at his stepmother, his eldest brother's wife. His name is Li Xiao, nor Li Xiao. Why do you say that? He came from another world. This turned out to be the world of a novel he had read. And his identity in time travel is that of the villain's loyal younger brother. The ending was a tragic death. Because the predecessor saved Chu Shang, this billionaire man earned the trust of the other party. Recently, he was sent to protect his good-for-nothing son Chu Shaoshan. This is a useless playboy, the brainless idiot villain in the book. Not only is he good at cooking, he is also good at cooking and loves to play. He fell in love with the fiancée of the protagonist Zheng Fifen's brother and began to pursue her crazily. The results can be imagined. Rejected again and again. In the end, he turned evil and even wanted to kidnap the heroine Lin Chuqing. He was discovered in time by the protagonist Zheng Fifen, and then beaten half to death. Afterwards, the two sides became enemies. Until the Chu family is destroyed by the protagonist. The novel he traveled through is called We Are All Flower Protectors. It tells the story of the protagonist Zheng Fifan, who was betrayed and the mercenary group he founded was destroyed. Entrusted by his brother, he came back to take care of his fiancée. The dog author is also a thief. I have to arrange a fiancé, brother and fiancé's identity. After returning to the city, Zheng Fifan pretended to be cool and got acquainted with beauties from all walks of life. This makes me have to mention the outrageous operation of the dog author. You have used so much ink to describe women, which means it is undoubtedly the heroine. Since it is the protagonist's harem. You're riding a horse, the protagonist is still a virgin at the end, and there is no female protagonist. He was so angry that he cursed loudly. The next moment, I felt like the world was spinning, and I just traveled through time. After the initial panic, Li Xiao slowly discovered. It's not that bad. The predecessor would end up dead because he was too loyal. Beaten to death by the protagonist. He is not the original Li Jiao's master, so why should he be so loyal to the Chu family? When the protagonist calls, can't he just run away? And he also has time travel welfare golden fingers. That means knowing the direction of the plot and knowing some of the ways to make money. He can completely start a business through foresight and build a huge money empire. In addition to knowing the plot, he also discovered that his martial arts talent was also extremely high. The predecessor was just a little scumbag in the early days of Mingjin. In front of the protagonist's dark strength, he is nothing. But, after several days of martial arts training, his strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he easily reached the middle stage of Mingjin. Li Xiao was ecstatic. If he continues to persevere, why worry about not reaching the realm of the protagonist? Even crush him. He can establish a $100 billion group and continuously improve his strength by knowing the plot. Reach the pinnacle of life. Awake to hold the power of the world, drunken lying on the knees of a beautiful woman. However, he has an ordinary background, and if he wants to earn starting capital, he still needs to go through the Chu family's channels. Li Xiao decided to work for the Chu family first and save the starting capital. He has another purpose in staying in the Chu family, which is to be the wife of his eldest brother Chu Shang. That is Yao Xinrui, the villain's beautiful stepmother. This is one of the heroines. Mature, S*XY, intellectual and cool, you must get her. In fact, if you want to fall in love with her, it's very simple. He knows Yao Xinrui's secret. Just threaten him if he misappropriates the Chu family's company property. But he didn't bother to do that. What's the point of forcing? The means are too low level. Even if you get her person, you can't get her heart. But it's not easy to pick up her. Yao Xinrui has a male hatred syndrome, and she must slowly change it. Li Xiao is ready for a protracted war. Not only Yao Xinrui, but also the beautiful landlord Ji, who is the protagonist. As well as the protagonist's brother's fiancée, the Bingshan CEO, they can't escape his grasp. 085A Considerate little cotton padded jacket, you don't want to be discovered by Big Brother, right? Chapter 85. Intimate little cotton padded jacket, you don't want to be discovered by Big Brother, right? A low-key yet luxurious Rolls-Royce drove over and parked in front of the Chu family villa. Bai Ling, who was in the driver's seat, got out of the car, went to the back seat, and opened the door for Xu Hao. Seeing Xu Hao appear, Shang went up to meet him. Brother Xu, why do you feel younger? I almost didn't recognize you. I'm not like you, who still works for the company even though I'm old. I relax day by day, and naturally the longer I live, the younger I get. Xu Hao laughed. Hello Uncle Xu. Just walked into the Chu family villa. Chu Shaoshan stood waiting at the door. When he saw Xu Hao walking in, he greeted Xu Hao obediently. This is Brother Chu's son, right? He's really a talented person. Xu Hao gave a half-hearted compliment. This kind of rich second generation, at first glance, seems to be uneducated and incompetent, just eating and waiting to die. After all, Chu Shang was considered a tycoon of his generation, and having such a son was a sin. Unlike him, his 7 daughters captivated the country. The 3 daughters who have been subdued are even more considerate little cotton padded jackets. What? And a son of the main character. Xu Hao didn't recognize a rebellious son who loved his sister and his mother at all. He didn't recognize the ones he picked up. Why didn't you throw him to death in the first place? At this time, Xu Hao noticed a young man standing next to Chu Shaoshan. There is golden light hanging down from the top of the head, the son of luck. Character: Li Xiao. Identity: Chu Shang's younger brother, Chu Shaoshan's follower, the protagonist of wearing a book and becoming a villain's follower. Charm: 76, full value 100. Strength: 78, middle stage of Ming Jin. Physique: 45-10 for ordinary people. Spirit: 38-10 for ordinary people. Favorability: -10. 420. It turns out that this is the protagonist who has traveled through time. Seeing that his strength in the middle stage of Mingjin was not as strong as his own, Xu Hao immediately felt relieved. With this little bit of strength, can't he just use it at will? However, he still asked, pretending to be surprised. Chu Shaoshan was so happy when he was praised by Xu Hao, and he answered quickly when he heard the question. His name is Li Xiao, he is a brother of mine. Hello, Mr. Xu. For some reason, Li Xiao instinctively rejected the guy in front of him. But he still had to say hello. Xu Hao nodded and said nothing more. Chu Shang explained next to him. Li Xiao saved me once and treated him like a family member. Brother Chu, has his life ever been in danger? That was 2 years ago. Guiding Xu Hao to sit down on the sofa, Chu Shang poured him a cup of tea. The two started chatting like this. Not long after, Yao Xinrui came back from the courtyard. Although she has a bad relationship with Chu Shang, she even hates them. Same goes for anyone of the opposite S**X. But the surface appearance still needs to be done a little bit. A distinguished guest is coming. As Chu Shang's wife, what's the point of staying outside alone? Chu Shang saw her, called her over and made an introduction. Introduce me to my brother, this is my wife, Xinrui. Xinrui, this is my very good friend, Xu from the Xu group. Hello, Mr. Xu. A forced smile appeared on Yao Xinrui's lips. Unexpectedly, I just met Xu Hao yesterday and met again today. Is this sister-in-law? Brother Chu is so lucky. Xu Hao pretended to know it and said with emotion. Hello, sister-in-law. Not as delicious as dumplings. Chu Shang showed a fake smile, feeling very embarrassed. I am really lucky to have such a young and beautiful wife. But for him who is no longer able to survive, it is another kind of torture. How does it feel to watch any beauty dangling in front of you every day, and you can only look at it but not eat it? Xu Hao can understand. But that was before. Now I realize their beauty. Chu Shang quickly changed the topic. Brother Xu has recently transformed into the new energy industry and has a tendency to expand. The electronics company under Xinrui is also of this type. You can communicate more. Sister-in-law is an electronics company. Xu Hao said, surprised, and smiled heartily. Isn't that a coincidence? I happen to know something about the electric vehicle industry, so I must ask my sister-in-law for it. When it comes to asking for advice, Xu Hao has an inexplicable meaning. Yao Xinrui frowned slightly, she didn't want to talk to a man. She opened her mouth, but before she could politely refuse, Chu Shang spoke for her. No problem, Xinrui has been in the industry for 10 years and is quite familiar with the new energy industry. You don't have to wait until later. After dinner, you can discuss it. Yao Xinrui took back what she said. He was even more disgusted with Chu Shang in his heart. When Xu Hao heard this, he couldn't help showing an excited expression. Is that okay? I happened to encounter 2 doubts recently, and now I met a professional. Yao Xinrui could only reply dryly. Brother Xu, come on, let's play chess and play chess. It's been a long time since we drank tea and played chess together. Chu Shang took out a chess set and laid it out. Xu Hao picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea is good, but the tea making SK*LLS are not that good. The tea leaves were wasted. The two were playing chess and chatting. Brother Xu, I admire you. You have done well in real estate, and your sudden transformation shows a lot of perseverance. After a pause, he said again. We are not young anymore. We should delegate the powers that should be delegated to the next generation, so that we can take some time off to enjoy our old age. That being said, when he looked at Xu Hao's mature and handsome face, he didn't look like a 50-year-old man. Xu Hao's heart moved slightly. What does this old boy mean when he says something? He said calmly. It is precisely because I want to leave it to the next generation that I want to diversify the company. If the real estate industry is attacked in the future, the entire group will not suffer. Brother, I'm joking. Real estate is booming now. I don't know how many people are rushing in. Xu Hao was just perfunctory. He sneered in his heart. The economy seems to be booming now, but it may turn bad when policies change. Seeing that Xu Hao didn't take the bait, Shang continued to test. If you ask me, brother Xu just worries too much. I think your eldest daughter's business talent is no worse than yours. In just a few years, a company worth tens of millions has been built from scratch. Women are not inferior to men. Xu Hao's heart moved slightly. He seemed to know what this old boy wanted to do. Do you want to marry him? I'm afraid you're not thinking about eating shit or seeking death, right? Don't talk about your good-for-nothing son. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't agree. His daughter is his, no one can take it away from her. If it weren't for the fact that the Chu family was not weaker than the Xu family, just because he was giving a hint, he would kill him if he wanted to. Okay, this is how you play, right? Dare you miss my daughter? Then don't blame me for being rude to your wife. These thoughts are just a thought. Xu Hao's face is calm and calm. Mingyu is still far away, and some ways of doing things are not enough, but they still need to be tempered. He has been getting angry with me these years. After graduation, he joined the shopping mall and never came back. I don't even know what her situation is now. I thought a daughter would be less worried than a son, but the result is still the same. Chu Shang took over. Brother Xu is joking, who doesn't know that your 7 daughters are all the proud daughters of heaven. My son doesn't want to make people worry, he just knows that he is fooling around outside and not doing his job properly. After hesitating for a moment, Yu continued. I don't know, Brother Xu, what do you think of my son? You even said you were not doing your job properly. Are you still asking me on horseback? Xu Hao smiled in his heart. You are good looking and polite. Young people nowadays are enjoying life. Just wait until you have enough fun. They know what they know and don't need you to worry about. They are all veterans of Zonggang Shopping Mall, Xu Hao should know his hint. But without saying anything, he expressed his disagreement. Chu Shang sighed. It's better that his son is not angry. Then, he changed the topic and stopped entangled. Not long after, the nanny put the food on the table and the group sat down. There is also the protagonist Li Xiao. It seems that this family really treats the protagonist as a family member. Even if they are relatives and are family members to the protagonist, they may not end well. What's more, they are no longer relatives. Chu Shang took out the fine wine that he had collected for many years. This is my friend's first time at home, so he can't be careless. Otherwise, where would he put his face as a billionaire? Only Yao Xinrui said she would not drink, and all the men filled their glasses. Seeing that the wine was poured, Chu Shaoshan couldn't wait to raise his glass. This is the first time Uncle Xu comes to our house. Let's all toast to Uncle Xu. Chu Shang gave his son a look of admiration. Xu Hao has no intention of getting married now. But if his son behaves well, what if Xu Hao changes his mind? Chu Shaoshan raised his lips. This is what Li Xiao taught him just now. Not familiar with each other for the first time. It doesn't matter. Then drink him at the wine table to make him happy. Next, in addition to Chu Shang and Xu Hao drinking, Chu Shaoshan also toasted repeatedly. Even the protagonist Li Xiao toasted. Xu Hao welcomes all comers. With his current physique, drinking this little wine is nothing. The meal is over. The Chu family father and son were both a little drunk. Xu Hao and the protagonist Li Xiao both have strength and remain sober. The sky outside has darkened. After drinking tea with Chu Shang for a while to sober up, Xu Hao planned to go back. Brother Xu, don't you have a question to ask Xinrui? She just happens to be at home today and just ask her directly. Chu Shang stopped Xu Hao and reminded him. The relationship between him and Yao Xinrui was not harmonious, but it was just out of agreement to show that they had a good relationship. In fact, Yao Xinrui often doesn't go home. Only every family gathering. Will come back again. He was afraid that Xu Hao had left today and when he came to the door later, Yao Xinrui would not be at home. It would be bad to notice their relationship. So, whatever question Xu Hao wanted to ask, let him ask it today. Xu Hao was slightly startled. He also planned to find Yao Xinrui later. Fortunately, Chu Shang will let him take care of things today. Since you brought it up, don't blame me. I have no problem, I just wonder if my sister-in-law is free. I'm free, how come I'm not free? Xinrui, please chat with Brother Xu. Yao Xinrui walked over with disgust in her heart. What do you want to ask? Let's go outside and chat. She didn't want to stay with Chu Shang. Xu Hao's eyes fell on Chu Shang. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xu Shang's face. This Yao Xinrui was so disrespectful to him. I felt unhappy, but there was a smile on my face. You guys can go talk outside. I don't understand anything about new energy vehicles. I can't give you any advice, so I won't hinder you. Well, brother, you have some tea first. I'll have a chat with my sister-in-law and then I'll be back. Xu Hao said goodbye and followed Yao Xinrui to the courtyard outside. What a magical assist. He was just thinking about how to get away from Xu Shang if he was around. Just create opportunities for him. The two of them came to the courtyard, with lights hanging all around so it didn't look dim. Mr. Xu, if you have any questions, just ask. I won't hide what I know. My sister-in-law must know about the matter I asked. Xu Hao chuckled. He sat on the stone chair next to him. He looked at this mature and charming heroine with interest. Notice Xu Hao's changing temperament at this moment. Yao Xinrui frowned a little. Feeling unhappy, his tone became slightly colder. What do you want to ask, Mr. Xu? Xu Hao didn't care about her tone and said teasingly. I would like to ask, sister-in-law, can you give me your Shanghai Electronics Company Limited bill for July 30th this year and tell me what happened? By the way, there are May 1st, March 15th, February, January last year, the year before that February. Listening to Xu Hao talk about her company, Yao Xinrui's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. But when she heard the next few moments, her pupils widened and her face gradually turned pale. By the end it was bloodless. Looking at Xu Hao, he seemed to be looking at a monster, with disbelief on his face. Because the times Xu Hao mentioned were the days when she falsified accounts and misappropriated company assets. She has always been very secretive. How did Xu Hao know this, and how did he know it in such detail? Mr. Xu, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand you? Yao Xinrui pursed her lips, still feeling a little lucky in her heart, hoping that Xu Hao didn't know anything. It's just a coincidence. However, she was disappointed. 2.2. Xu Hao's voice changed. Sister-in-law, you don't want to talk about embezzlement of public funds. Brother Chu will know about it. Buzzing. Yao Xinrui's mind went blank. Xu Hao really knows everything. The misappropriation of company property began in the second year after she was coerced into agreeing to Xu Shang. Don't look at Xu Shang asking her to be the general manager of Shanghai Electronics Company, Limited. In fact, it is just a false name. Nothing substantial was given. He also treated her as free labor. Yao Xinrui saw through this person right then. Xu Shang used himself as a cover-up, and after decades, he kicked himself away. At that time, there will be nothing but old age and color decay. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. When managing the company, she mobilized her rights and transferred some assets to her own account. At first she was just making a small fuss, but later she was never discovered, and her courage became stronger and stronger. Sometimes a sum is several million. In just 10 years, assets of 300 million have been accumulated. Embezzling public funds is illegal. 300 million people, I don't know if I can get out of prison in this life. And if Xu Shang knew about it, he would definitely not let her go. There will definitely be retaliation against her family. This matter must not be leaked. Xu Shang cannot be allowed to know. Take a deep breath to calm your trembling heart. Mr. Xu, how can you not tell this matter? Xu Hao knew the secret but didn't tell Shang. Choosing to say it when they were alone did not mean to expose her. There is still room to negotiate terms. 086 The Disappearing Lipstick 5-day appointment. Sister-in-law, you don't either. Chapter 86 The Disappearing Lipstick 5-day appointment. Neither will you, sister-in-law. Xu Hao's eyes fell on Yao Xinrui's plump figure. He waved to her. Sister-in-law, why are you so far away? Come here and let's talk slowly. Yao Xinrui's heart was pounding, not knowing what Xu Hao was going to do. He came over with pursed lips. Seeing her coming to stand still, Xu Hao pulled her down. You're welcome, sit down and chat. Yao Xinrui froze. She has never had any contact with the opposite S*X since she was a child. Not even the cheap husband laid a finger on her. Now Xu Hao held his hand. She immediately felt uncomfortable. Ding. Yao Xinrui feels disgusted, his emotional value plus 468. Feeling that the hand that was holding her had no intention of letting go, Yao Xinrui wanted to pull it out. But he is not as strong as Xu Hao. She asked, holding back her anger. What do you want to do? I'm not doing anything. I just want to get closer to you. Don't reject people thousands of miles away. Xu Hao spoke calmly while holding his hand and playing with it. I am Chu Shang's wife. Aren't you afraid that Chu Shang will know if you do this? It doesn't matter, I'm not afraid of him. If you want to tell him, just go ahead and say it. Xu Hao means you are free. That's how it is, give him a face and call him Zhou Laoxiao. If you don't give me face, who are you? Of course, there is no element of Yao Xinrui in the call old brother. Only Xu Hao knows. Kr. Yao Xinrui was furious. She really didn't dare to tell Chu Shang. If she told Chu Shang that Xu Hao was harassing her, there would be nothing she could do to Xu Hao in the end. Both companies have a market value of tens of billions, who is afraid of whom? On the contrary, if Xu Hao's backhand is exposed, she will go to jail for the rest of her life. Ding Yao Xinrui's anger surged, and his emotional value plus 684. Yao Xinrui was so angry that his heart heaved. He took deep breaths continuously, suppressed his anger, and spoke in a cold tone. I didn't expect that Mr. Xu, the most affectionate person in everyone's eyes, would be such a shameless person. Xu Hao kept moving his hands. 16 It's just a personality created. Yao Xinrui was speechless. Let's be honest, what are your conditions? You won't tell anyone else about this. After a slight pause, she said with some pain. How much do you want? How about I give you 200 million? Money. Xu Hao was stunned. Do you think I'm telling you all this just for money? Do I still owe you a few hundred million? Thinking that Xu Hao was worth tens of billions, Chu Xinmei was speechless. At the same time, a bad feeling arose. She is not afraid of Xu Hao asking for money, so giving half of it is not a problem. Anyway, a few hundred million is enough for her. Xu Hao doesn't want money, so what does he want? Yao Xinrui was a little flustered. What exactly do you want to do? Xu Hao stretched out his hand and raised 5 fingers. What's the meaning? Yao Xinrui was puzzled. 5 times. The request is very simple. As long as we spend 5 noisy nights, I promise not to tell anyone about my sister-in-law's embezzlement of public funds. What? Yao Xinrui couldn't understand it at first. Gradually, she understood. Shocked, he was about to stand up suddenly, but was pulled back by Xu Hao. Impossible, don't even think about it. Yao Xinrui is determined. She hates men so much that she doesn't want to be in the same space as them. How could you agree to that kind of thing? Ding Yao Xinrui is furious, his emotional value plus 782. Really? In that case, there's no need to talk about it. Xu Hao let go of her hand, stood up and walked towards the villa. This time, it was Yao Xinrui who held him back. Xu Hao smiled slightly and sat back. Everything is under his control. Yao's heart changed. Can you change the conditions? Cannot. Xu Hao's answer was straightforward. How could you do this? You and Su Wanchou are already together. I said that Su Wanchou wanted to find a companion for herself and recommended you to me. Do you believe it? Xu Hao looked playful. Yao Xinrui was confused. Is there such a thing? Yes. I said goodbye to Su Wanchou yesterday. When she chatted with me at night, she would always ask some strange questions. Turns out she was trying to pimp her man. Give your best friend to your man. What a good wife. He is also her good friend. Have you thought about it? If you don't agree, forget it. Seeing that Xu Hao had a tough attitude, Yao Xinrui knew that he had to meet this condition. His face changed for a while. After hesitating for a while, he spoke. 5 times is too many, can one be okay? Since it cannot be avoided, reduce the number of times. She shuddered at the thought of being with Xu Hao for 5 whole days. Once, she gritted her teeth and passed. Are you bargaining at the vegetable market? Wu Hao looked strange. Yao Xinrui's face turned green and white, and she gritted her teeth for the last time. Okay, I promise you. But after 5 times, you absolutely can't tell anyone about it. Don't worry, I swear on my reputation as the president of Xu Group. Xu Hao speaks righteously. Yao Xinrui was shocked and confused. If Xu Hao swore like this before seeing Xu Hao's true face, she would not believe it. But what if she doesn't believe it? The handle is already in Xu Hao's hands. She can only pray that Xu Hao will keep his promise when the time comes. Her worries were unnecessary. For Xu Hao, 5 times is enough. If he still can't win over a woman after 5 attempts, then his bullying is too naughty and too low. What? You don't believe it? Xu Hao raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand. Then let's pull the hook. Yao Xinrui was confused. How old are you to still play such childish tricks? But her hand was out of control and was pulled by Xu Hao. Then, when she wasn't paying attention, he pulled her into a warm embrace. Yao Xinrui hasn't reacted yet. Already I saw a close face approaching slowly. In an instant, Yao Xinrui's eyes widened. Ding, Yao Xinrui is burning with anger, his emotional value is +894. When the two went back, Yao Xinrui was afraid of arousing suspicion and asked Xu Hao to go back. His own was following behind, sorting out his clothes. Chu Shang was sitting in front of the coffee table making tea. Seeing Xu Hao coming back, he quickly greeted him. Brother Xu, what's going on? Panic doesn't have a thorough view on the new industry, does it? Xu Hao picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and smacked his lips. It is indeed a unique insight, which has benefited me a lot and will save me a lot of detours in the future. While speaking, he looked at the top of Chu Shang's head. A flash of green light disappeared. Not long after, Yao Xinrui also came back. Because they had packed up and looked as usual, neither the Chu family nor his son noticed anything unusual. But in the field, one person discovered something was wrong. That is the protagonist Li Xiao. He had been secretly observing Yao Xinrui, and with Ming Jin's midterm strength, he was observing very carefully. It was obvious that Yao Xinrui still had lipstick on her lips when she went out. It has been wiped out when it comes back. Why was it erased? There are still some wrinkles in the clothes in front of her. Although it was deliberately smoothed, he still saw it keenly. The difference between the two positions is enough to explain the problem. Li Xiao could already imagine that scene. Two people hugging each other. Li Xiao shuddered, his eyes widened with horror on his face. What's the situation? Could it be that this beautiful sister-in-law has been dating this guy named Xu Hao for a long time? That's not right. According to the plot of the novel, my sister-in-law has always been pure and pure. I have never had any contact with the opposite S**X, and I also have misogyny. How is this going? The difference between Yao Xinrui going out and coming back, as well as the way Yao Xinrui looked at Xu Hao, proved that what had definitely happened between the two of them just now. Li Xiao was stunned. A feeling of panic that was beyond control came over. In fact, during this period of time traveling, he had always had the mentality of dimensionality reduction and attack. Know the fate of all. It's natural to feel superior to others. But now, the plot has changed. Where did this Xu Hao come from? It has never appeared in the plot of the novel. Logically speaking, he is a friend of his eldest brother Chu Shang. When the Chu family was destroyed by the protagonist, they shouldn't have asked him for help. Force yourself to calm down. Something was wrong and he had to find out. Everything started because of Xu Hao. Seeing the lipstick disappearing from the corner of Yao Xinrui's mouth, Ji Shaoshan felt heartbroken. It was obviously the cabbage he was interested in, but it was passed over by a pig. Xu Hao is really not a thing. They call each other brothers and sisters, but secretly they are getting along with their sister-in-law. TTXT. Li Xiao immediately discovered Hua Dian. Yao Xinrui does have misogyny, he can feel it. This is true even for Xu Hao. Then how could she be so close to Xu Hao? The answer is ready to come out. Xu Hao definitely used dishonorable means of coercion. It was only then that he noticed that the way Yao Xinrui looked at Xu Hao was not an expression of coquettishness after intimacy, but angry with a hint of fear. Li Xiao's face was as heavy as water and he clenched his fists. I want to go up and beat Xu Hao violently. He glanced at Chu Shang, whose hair was glowing green. Are you still here drinking tea with others? My wife doesn't even know what it's like to be bullied. He wanted to tell Chu Shang what Xu Hao had done. But after seeing Yao Xinrui's appearance, he stopped again. With Yao Xinrui's character and misogyny, how could she tolerate being bullied? There was only one reason why she didn't say it. That means he has been threatened, and the handle is still in the opponent's hands. Call. Li Xiao took a long breath. So what if Xu Hao is the CEO of a billion-dollar group? Dare to rob him. The woman who has been destined by default already has a way to die. He will be dealt with one day. Ding. Li Xiao is filled with hatred, his emotional value is +988. After drinking tea with Chu Shang for a while, Xu Hao took a look at the sky outside and decided to go back. Thank you, Brother Chu, for your hospitality today. Bai Ling opened the car door for him and Xu Hao said goodbye. Brother Xu, let's have tea together when you have time. No problem. Xu Hao got in the car and waved after falling asleep. The car sped away. Uncle Xu is really a strange man. He founded the Xu group from scratch, and he still looks so young in his 50s. Chu Shaoshan sighed with emotion. Hearing his son's voice, Chu Shang thought that he had not told Xu Hao about the marriage today. Isn't it because the son is not living up to expectations? I couldn't help but kick him. I want you to leave a good impression in front of your Uncle Xu, so that if you don't understand anything in the future, you can ask others for advice. Dad, didn't I behave well? I have been toasting with Uncle Xu at the dinner table. Seeing that his father still wanted to beat him, Chu Shaoshan hurriedly ran away and muttered something. Li Xiao on the side was speechless. Should I say that the Chu family are stupid, or stupid? They have almost eaten up your wife and stepmother, but you still keep saying good things about them. Out of sight, out of mind, he also went home. The Li family has average conditions and lives in an old residential building. As soon as Li Xiao arrived at the door, he heard the encouraging voices of his parents in the room. Yunshu, what are you talking about? You were interviewed by the Fortune 500 company, the marketing director of Xu Group, with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands. Good guy, is this the good news you want to tell us? It's really great. Father Li and Mother Li looked excitedly at their daughter who was drinking water. Although their son failed to live up to expectations and was fooling around. But they have a good daughter. Not to mention the good grades in school. Outside the society, 537 also entered a large group. As soon as you join the group, you become an official. Li Yunshu acted very calmly. But from the raised corners of her mouth, you can see her mood at this time. She is very happy. Xu's group. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Li Xiao frowned slightly, opened the door and walked in. Seeing her sister putting down the water glass, she couldn't help but ask. Sister, what Xu group are you talking about? Which Xu group is there in our city? Of course it is the philanthropic entrepreneur Xu Hao, a group built from scratch. Working under him will definitely have a bright future. You and your sister study hard and don't just sit around and fool around with those idiots. Li's father and Li's mother admired Xu Hao for a while. Don't forget to use your sister's excellence to educate your useless son. Li Xiao's head was buzzing. He only heard about Xu Hao's Xu group. Nothing else was heard. Who is Xu Hao? He threatened his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui and had S*X with his sister-in-law behind his brother's back. How can such a person be a good person in the eyes of everyone? On the surface, he is a gentleman, but secretly he is doing shameful things. He is just a hypocrite. Gritting his teeth, he regained consciousness. He said to his sister Li Yunshu in a serious tone. Sister, you can't go to work at Xu Group. Guru. Eyes fell on Li Xiao. The smile on Li Yunshu's lips faded, he frowned, and his tone changed. Why? Xu Hao is a hypocrite. You have all been deceived by his disguise. Behind his back, he is an unscrupulous villain. Li Xiao talked about Xu Hao's character and hoped that his sister would not go to Xu Hao's company. Xu Hao preyed on his friends' wives, and his sister's appearance and figure were no worse than his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui. When you arrive at Xu Hao's territory, can you still escape? Li Xiao was worried about his sister. Li Xiao, how can you say that? Xu Hao is a philanthropic person who often does charity and has built many Hope primary schools. That's right, Xu Hao is such a nice person, and now he has become your sister's immediate boss, so don't talk nonsense. Li Xiao felt sad when he heard his parents' praise for Xu Hao. Everyone in the world was fooled by Xu Hao, and his family was one of them. Li Xiao, I don't want to hear any more slander against Mr. Xu from you. Li Yunshu spoke coldly. Father Li and Mother Li know this daughter very well and are usually gentle and quiet. This tone is really angry. He quickly comforted, said nice things, and blamed Li Xiao. And asked him to promise never to speak ill of Xu Hao again. Li Yunshu was very angry. How could Xu Hao be the kind of person Li Xiao said? She was just a little person. During the interview in the morning, she encountered unfair treatment. Xu Hao personally appeared to help her solve the problem and encouraged her with a smile. The impression Xu Hao gave her was that she was a good boss who was easygoing, gentle, and generous. She would never allow anyone to slander her, not even her biological brother. 087 The fifth daughter comes home. Leg control ecstasy not as delicious as dumplings. Chapter 87 The fifth daughter comes home. Leg control is ecstatic. Nothing tastes better than dumplings. At the same time, Xu's study room. A document was placed in front of Xu Hao. He was turning page after page. It is the information about the new protagonist Li Xiao and the heroine Li Yunshu who was interviewed in the morning. Xu Hao was a little surprised. This heroine and the protagonist Li Xiao are actually siblings. He learned about Li Yunshu's situation from Xu Fangfei. I graduated from college this year and I am the school belle. I am aloof and not good at communicating with others. The protagonist Li Xiao is an ignorant gangster. Because he learned a good sk*ll from an old man when he was young, he was discovered by Chu Shang and adopted as his younger brother. 2 years ago, Chu Shang was attacked by thugs, and Li Xiao stepped forward to save him. From then on, Li Xiao became Chu Shang's confidant and treated him like a family member. Recently, Chu Shang arranged for Li Xiao to be with his son Chu Shaoshan. The good-for-nothing son is not up to par, so he wants to be guided by his loyal younger brother to make him change. Xu Hao rubbed his chin, thoughtfully. Chu Shang regards Li Xiao as his brother. Whether Li Xiao regards him as his eldest brother is another matter. You can tell it from the way Li Xiao looks at Yao Xinrui. It should be because he traveled through time. The body is still the same person, but the soul has long been replaced. Not long ago, I went to the Chu family to ask Yao Xinrui to advance a little interest, but the protagonist found out. It's a potential trouble. If he told Chu Shang about seducing his sister-in-law, the Xu family and the Chu family would definitely fight. He is now in a period of rapid development and it is not appropriate to openly enmity with others. He transferred all the hatred of Zhao Media to the protagonist Zheng Fifan. It seems that we have to find a way to solve this hidden danger. Continue to read the following information. The Li family's family background is ordinary, both Li's father and Li's mother are working workers. Dell. Xu Hao's eyes fell on a piece of news. Is the Li family about to face house demolition? Xu Hao suddenly smiled and an idea emerged. He was still trying to win the heroine's favor, and the opportunity appeared. In order to prevent the demolition from proceeding normally, he had to ask someone to do something. Time soon came to the afternoon of the next day. Sisters Xu Xiqing and Xu Wei had no classes in the afternoon and did not go to school. Playing around with Xu Hao. Dad, help me catch Xu Xiqing. I was kind enough to be her massage test subject, but she actually beat me. Dad, don't listen to her nonsense. If she hadn't been angry with me, why would I have done anything? The two sisters chased each other in circles around Xu Hao. It turned out that just now, the two sisters were in the room, and Xu Xiqing was learning massage. She hasn't finished learning full body massage yet, she plans to learn them all so that she can give Xu Hao a massage. How to learn massage techniques by watching videos. So I discussed with my sister and let her be the experimental subject. Xu Hua realized that her sister was offering massage services and agreed without hesitation. Enjoying my sister's massage, I feel so comfortable in Wei. But with massage, it is inevitable to encounter some awkward positions. Xu Wei didn't feel anything. She was her sister anyway, so it didn't matter. But she quickly thought of her sister giving Xu Hao a massage. I'm curious how your sister handles similar embarrassments. Xu Wei has an eccentric character. For such an interesting thing, of course you have to ask about it. The result made Xu Xiqing think of the massage parlor that day, and her pretty face turned red. Seeing that her sister was still teasing her, Xu Xiqing was furious and slapped her fleshy parts several times. She didn't hold back her strength these few times, and the beatings were so severe. Xu Hua felt pained and tears were about to come out. Xu Xiqing knew she was in trouble and ran out quickly. Xu Wei was chasing after him. Which led to the current scene. Xu Hao was a little dizzy because of his two daughters, so he simply picked up the sisters one by one. Tell me what's going on, and I'll make the decision for you. Being held in Xu Hao's arms, Xu Xiqing stopped hiding immediately, as clever as a quail. Xu Wei was still making a fuss, reaching out to catch her sister. Xu Hao was among them like this. Seeing that the little daughter was still calm, Xu Hao held one of her hands and moved it towards her pigeon nest. AAA. Xu Wei froze, then burst into wild laughter. Dad, what are you doing? Let me go. I'm going to die laughing. Xu Wei was most afraid of being tickled. He was not as strong as Xu Hao, his body was fixed, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The results can be imagined. She laughed to the point of tears. Who told you to take action? Can you stop now and tell me what happened? However, Xu Wei didn't listen to his words at all and laughed so hard. Keep patting Xu Hao. Dad, you are partial, why don't you scratch Xu Xiqing? You only know how to bully me. Just as the three of them were having fun, a tall man, about 1.78 meters tall, with long legs, quietly walked into the Xu family villa. This is a very beautiful girl. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and there was a heroic spirit between her brows. The upper body is a snow-white t-shirt. Her exaggerated figure was held up high, and her lower body was wearing a pair of blue jeans. Show off those long legs to the fullest. She is dressed simply and casually, with a delicate and beautiful face, no makeup. It gives people the feeling of being fresh and capable. Glancing at the door of the Xu family villa, Xu Feiyan was very emotional. She hasn't been back to this home for a year or two. If it weren't for the poetic and painterly sisters, and the weird behavior of the third sister Xu Hongzhuang, she might come back later. He might even never come back. At most, he could go to stepmother Su Wancho's beauty salon. As for her father Xu Hao, she wishes she would never see him again in her whole life. If her father Xu Hao cared about their sisters even a little bit, she would not be like this. Not at all. He is moody, indifferent, and often loses his temper with them. HMPH, I want to see how you fooled my younger sister and third sister. Wait until I expose your hypocrisy. Xu Feiyan slipped in quietly. Walking on the trail, the surrounding environment is the same as before, without any change. Not long after walking, she suddenly heard her sister Xu Wei's crying voice. Don't you let me go just to bully me. Xu Feiyan's expression suddenly changed. He quickly walked a few steps and came to the courtyard, his steps suddenly stopped. The scene that caught her eye made her pupils dilate and her eyes were about to burst. It turned out that her two younger sisters were being held in the arms of a handsome uncle. Xu Wei struggled so hard that tears were about to flow out. She followed a big sister in society and was not new to RP. How similar is this scene? Xu Feiyan was angry. The aura on his body rose and he roared loudly. He stepped on the ground with his toes and rushed towards Xu Hao and his daughter. When she came closer, she kicked her vaginal feet hard. The two younger sisters were bullied, and Xu Feiyan wanted to kick this guy away. But he was holding his two sisters now. In order to avoid hurting them, he decided to make the other party lose their fighting power first. What's the best way to make a man lose his fighting spirit? Of course, it is to hit the point directly, and beat it like a chicken in a flying egg. What the fuck? Xu Hao was shocked by this kick. The power of this kick is nothing to him, and the speed is very slow. He can easily dodge. But it was too cruel. There is no doubt that if he is kicked by this kick, he will return to his previous life as a eunuch. Xu Hao quickly let go of Xu Wei, turned sideways slightly, and hugged Xu Feiyan's kick. Xu Feiyan was shocked when her legs were still being hugged by the other party. She didn't panic. He raised his fist and hit Xu Hao in the face. Xu Hao also let go of Xu Shiqing's other hand and grabbed her fist. Suddenly, Xu Feiyan's hand and leg were restrained. He glared at Xu Hao. Ding Xu Feiyan is angry, her emotional value is plus 555. Ding Xu Feiyan is burning with anger, her emotional value is plus 696. This scene happened so fast that neither the poetic or picturesque sisters could react. Xu Wei was being tickled by Xu Hao and didn't know anything. Xu Shiqing heard the roar, and then saw fifth sister Xu Feiyan rushing towards her father. Seeing the kick from fifth sister, she was frightened. If this kick hits the target, what will happen to Guan Yan's stepmother's happy life? Fortunately at the critical moment, Dad avoided him. Xu Shiqing saw her father and fifth sister standing in a strange posture. Xu Shiqing quickly said anxiously to Xu Feiyan, "Fifth sister, what are you doing? Let go of daddy." Xu Feiyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. "What do you mean I let him go? Didn't you see that I am now restrained by him and unable to move? Etc. Dad," Xu Feiyan reacted. I quickly took a closer look at Xu Hao's face and found that it was indeed very similar. No, it should be the younger Xu Hao. The situation was urgent just now. When she saw her sister being bullied, she became angry. He didn't pay much attention to Xu Hao's appearance. And because Xu Hao became much younger, she didn't recognize him for a while. This is embarrassing. But this isn't right either. As a father, can he be so close to his daughter? They also played together. I often listen to two younger sisters bragging about how good Xu Hao is in the group, and then I really see it. The relationship is too good, right? Strange, when did Xu Hao become so powerful? Not only did he avoid her attack, he was even more powerful than her. Xu Feiyan's expression changed, and she was confused. Just as she was looking at Xu Hao was also looking at the 5-year-old daughter. There is nothing wrong with saying 7 conquering countries and conquering cities. The 5th daughter is equally stunning. Not to mention her appearance, what stands out is her pair of long legs. Can make some leg control patients ecstatic. Not bad, not bad. Now we have the strength of Ming Jin in the early stage and close to the mid stage. She is worthy of being the underground queen after 2.5 years. Xu Hao calmly let go of her hands and feet. It turns out that Feiyan is back and didn't tell me in advance so that I could prepare a welcome ceremony for you. But the meeting gift you gave me is quite special. Xu Hao said pointedly. This daughter is also cruel enough. That kick was done without any consideration of the consequences. Fortunately, he dodges quickly. 5th sister, you misunderstood. We were playing around with Dad just now. Xu Xiqing stepped forward to explain. She pulled Xu Hao up again and kept looking and inspecting him. Dad, are you okay? Don't worry, it's okay. Xu Hao smiled and touched his daughter's head. Xu Xiqing still checked it uneasily. Seeing that Xu Hao was indeed intact, she felt relieved. It would be too tragic if my father was injured by the 5th sister because of the fight with them. Then, Xu Xiqing turned her head and looked at 5th sister Xu Feiyan with some complaints. 5th sister, are you too impulsive? You just hit and kill me without asking why. What if I hurt Dad? Xu Feiyan. She felt aggrieved. I obviously care about you, okay. Seeing you being bullied, I rushed up to you in anger. Instead of thanking me, you blame me. Xu Huai recovered from his daze. After knowing what happened, he also said, Yes, Dad is just joking with me. We are joking. Xu Feiyan was speechless. Are you joking like this? I almost thought. Since it was a misfortune, Xu Feiyan gradually calmed down. It's just that I heard 2 sisters calling each other so affectionately. Xu Feiyan felt very uncomfortable when she continued to care about Xu Hao and complained about her sister. She has always been worried about how she tried her best just now and was easily blocked by Xu Hao. She studied with her eldest sister for a year or 2, and her strength improved rapidly. Many sisters in the gang are no match for her. The eldest sister often praises her for her talent. Xu Feiyan was very confident in herself. She has never met an opponent since she started practicing martial arts. Today Xu Hao easily diffused her attack, which made her feel frustrated. She didn't believe it was true. Before she graduated and left home, Xu Hao had been managing the group company and had no strength at all. Could it be that he was promoted within the past 2 years? Even more talented than her. Xu Feiyan does not believe in evil. I didn't expect that you also have strength. How about we compete? Xu Feiyan frowned and looked at Xu Hao. I felt that it was because she was furious and lost her mind that Xu Hao took the opportunity to stop her. She didn't believe she would lose to Xu Hao. In fact, if it were another person, she would admit that she is no match. But if the target is Xu Hao, she is unwilling to admit defeat. The sisters have always regarded each other as imaginary enemies. You will never be allowed to lose to Xu Hao in the areas you are good at. 5th sister, what are you doing? That's Dad, it's not good to beat and kill. Xu Xiqing quickly dissuaded her. Xu Huai also nodded in agreement. 5th sister, you better forget it, you can't beat Dad. Dad once beat 5K lures to pieces. While speaking, she waved her fist, wanting to show Xu Hao's powerful strength. But it fell on her flawless and beautiful face. I didn't find much lethality at all, but it felt cute. Xu Feiyan curled her lips. Just knocking down a few gangsters, what's the big deal? With her strength, she can knock down dozens of gangsters standing in front of her. Hearing that the 2 younger sisters were still talking about Xu Hao, Zai Yuan became even more angry. He raised his eyebrows at Xu Hao and said provocatively. What? You don't dare. Shockingly, he used the method of provoking generals. Xu Hao was happy. These 5th daughters have quite a personality. For a woman with character, it is difficult to conquer, but easy to master. After thinking for a moment, Xu Hao had an idea in his mind and smiled. What am I afraid of? It's just since it's a competition, there has to be a winner, right? 088 Lottery of Father-Daughter Battle is about to break out. Xu Feiyan is numb. Chapter 88. Lucky Prize. The imminent father-daughter battle. Xu Feiyan is numb. Brush. Xu Huai's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard about the winnings of the bet. She is the kind of character who doesn't take things too seriously when watching the excitement. Immediately clapped his hands. Okay, since it's a competition, what can we do if there's no prize? Xu Shiqing originally wanted to persuade fifth sister Xu Feiyan. But when Xu Hao said this, he kept his mouth shut. At the same time, I can't help but look forward to it. The fifth sister is so unreasonable, it would be better to ask her father to teach her a lesson. Let her know what it means that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Xu Feiyan frowned slightly. He became even more unhappy with Xu Hao. It was just a competition, but there was even a bonus, which made her exaggerate and imagine her to be a gambling dog. Ding. Xu Feiyan feels disgusted, her emotional value plus 777. What jackpot do you want? Xu Feiyan asked calmly. Xu Hao rubbed his chin, pretending to be thoughtful. Let me think about it. Dad, I have thought of a few for you. You can refer to them. Xu Huai raised his hand to express that he also wanted to participate. Then tell me. I don't think it's better than this. If the fifth sister loses, she can wash Dad's feet, or massage and beat his legs for a month. Xu Huai's eyes lit up. This fifth sister is usually very arrogant. She often calls herself the queen. Think of the queen's fifth sister, like a little maid, washing her father's feet. Xu Huai was particularly looking forward to it. Xu Shiqing noticed her sister's bad taste and rolled her eyes. But he didn't say anything. To be honest, she was looking forward to seeing that scene. A few black lines appeared on Xu Feiyan's forehead. You thought she would lose before the competition even started. Don't you believe in her strength too much? He gave Xu Huai a 170 inches look. How can there be such a bet? What if I win? Okay, whoever loses will massage and wash the feet of the winner for a month. Xu Huai reluctantly changed her statement. No, I don't agree. Let's try another one. And a month is too long, I only stayed at home for a few days and then left. Xu Feiyan simply refused. She is very confident in her own strength. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the unexpected. What if we lose? She couldn't help but shudder at the thought of washing Xu Hao's feet and massaging them for a month. Xu Hao stood up and answered. If one of us loses, how about serving tea and water to the other for a day? Xu Feiyan thought for a while. Serving tea and pouring water is not difficult, and can be tolerated in a day. Not in agreement. D. Xu Feiyan walked to an open space, her eyes focused, and a ruowu aura emanated from her body. Just when she was about to launch an attack, Xu Hao suddenly called to stop. Wait a moment. Xu Feiyan almost didn't lift it up in one breath, her face gloomy. The lottery has been decided, why are you afraid? Xu Hao waved his hand. I'm either scared, or I just want to ask, what is the definition of our winning or losing? We are all a family. If we are hurt or touched, it will be bad. Xu Feiyan said, who is your family? But thinking about the situation of his two younger sisters, if he hurt Xu Hao, he would definitely cause trouble for himself. It is indeed a problem. Xu Shiqing suddenly spoke. How about I circle a circle for you, and whoever gets out of the circle first will lose? Xu Huai also nodded. This is a good idea. After getting the consent of Xu Hao and Xu Feiyan, the two sisters drew a boundary around them. After the rules were explained, Xu Feiyan did not take action immediately and asked coldly. Is there no problem now? Let's start, Xu Hao said casually. Xu Feiyan's body was tense, her long legs slightly bent, and she was ready to attack at any time. This father-daughter war is about to break out. Xu Feiyan is very cautious. Xu Hao stood there casually and yawned. Xu Feiyan frowned. That's it. He doesn't look like a master at all. She originally wanted to find weaknesses in Xu Hao, but Xu Hao was full of weaknesses. Do not care. Quick victory. Xu Feiyan's eyes flashed. The toes stepped hard on the ground, and the hard marble floor showed a trace of cracks. Her whole body was like an arrow flying away from Xu Hao. Xu Hao seemed to be frightened and backed away. Just when I was about to exit the boundary line, my health suddenly improved. Xu Feiyan was overjoyed. The speed increased a bit. He was approaching, and he threw out a long leg, trying to kick Xu Hao directly out of the boundary line. This kick is fast, accurate, and ruthless. Not as sinister as the previous kick, but very cunning. A direct attack on Xu Hao's chest. Although they regard Xu Hao as their enemy, they don't really want to harm him. Just kick him out and win the competition. Seeing that Xu Hao was about to be kicked, a smile broke out on Xu Feiyan's face. She was going to win. Thinking that Xu Hao would serve her tea and water within a day, Xu Feiyan couldn't help but look forward to it. However, at the critical moment, Chen Hao hugged her thigh again. Xu Feiyan was shocked. Before I could react, I felt like the world was spinning. It was Xu Hao who held her thigh and threw her out of the boundary line. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Xu Feiyan did not fall to the ground. Put your feet on the ground and take a few steps back to relieve your strength. Xu Feiyan was completely confused at this time. He looked at himself and Xu Hao, who was still within the boundary. The loss is unclear. Xu Feiyan refused to accept it. There was no fight just now. Xu Hao's strength was not tested at all. Xu Hao surprised her and won her. What she doesn't know is that this is all part of Xu Hao's plan. He deliberately acted like he was weak just to make her think so. With Xu Feiyan's character of refusing to admit defeat. This time there was no test of his strength. There will definitely be a next time. There has to be a winner in the competition, right? Then he can make demands again. Just keep getting entangled like this. Over time, will it be possible to conquer my daughter? Ding Xu Feiyan's anger surged, her emotional value plus 586. Ding Xu Feiyan felt disappointed, her emotional value was plus 493. Wow, Daddy is so powerful. He defeated the fifth sister in just 3 seconds. Daddy YYDS. The poetic and picturesque sisters have melon seeds and drinks ready to watch a good show. Did it end so suddenly? After coming back to his senses, Xu Huai ran up and gave the winner Xu Hao a big hug. Fifth sister, you lose. Starting today, you have to serve Daddy with tea and fresh water all day long. Xu Shiqing came to Xu Feiyan with a smile on her face. We will supervise. It doesn't matter, I don't accept it. He cheated and we didn't really compete. Xu Hao coughed. Feiyan, we are conducting it according to the rules of the competition. Whoever advances first will lose. That's right, we all saw it with our own eyes, can't you afford to lose, fifth sister? Xu Huai came out of Xu Hao's arms and stared at Xu Feiyan without blinking. Xu Feiyan was speechless. Although Xu Hao's methods are disgraceful, a win is a win. She felt that she was careless and lost because she didn't dodge. Be sure to pay attention next time. Xu Feiyan spoke immediately. Okay, you win this time, let's compete again. Xu Hao had a smile of success in his eyes and shrugged. It's not impossible to compete again, but I'm a little tired today, so I'll continue tomorrow. Today you have to fulfill your agreement first. Xu Feiyan was so angry that her teeth itched. Xu Hao looks very energetic now. Doesn't he look a little tired? Obviously he just doesn't want to compare with her. I want to see myself serving him tea and water. $75.04. Fifth sister, you must be trustworthy and willing to admit defeat. Fifth sister, what are you doing here? Why don't you go and pour tea for Dad? The twin sisters were cheering nearby. Xu Feiyan glanced at her two sisters bitterly. I really don't know what's going on with these two sisters, talking so much for Xu Hao. I know, I can't afford to lose, I don't need you to remind me. He said something through gritted teeth and walked towards the house. As soon as she entered the hall, she saw a figure sitting at the coffee table making tea. Xiao Wanling. Xu Feiyan knew that she was third sister Xu Hongzhuang's best friend. I used to post their photos in friend groups. Xiao Wanling didn't notice her arrival and was concentrating on making tea. Although Xu Hao taught her tea art, she would always feel hot and low in energy. But she had a foundation, and after so many days, she still learned something. I saw Xiao Wanling's fingers flying. SK*LLED in warming cups, shaking aroma, brewing. The movements are smooth and natural. Xu Feiyan suddenly found it pleasing to the eye. After Xiao Wanling made the tea, she joined in to taste it. Sister Wanling, your tea art is getting better and better. As she got closer, she smelled the faint fragrance of tea. Take a deep breath and feel energetic. Are you Xu Feiyan? Xiao Wanling felt a little familiar and asked tentatively. Uh-huh. Xu Feiyan nodded. When did you come back? Hongzhuang was telling me about you just now. Where is my third sister? Xu Feiyan looked around, looking for Xu Hongzhuang. I'm practicing singing in the study room. Xu Feiyan suppressed the urge to see the third sister and said enthusiastically. Sister Wanling, your tea art is too good. It feels like those tea art masters are nothing in front of you. She often sees her eldest sister making tea and drinking tea, and she has some knowledge of tea art. The eldest sister's tea making SK*LLS or average. And Xiao Wanling gave her the impression that she was more SK*LLFUL and elegant than those tea masters. If the eldest sister were here, she would definitely keep Xiao Wanling by her side and make tea for her every day. What's so great about me? Xiao Wanling smiled modestly. You don't know your father's tea art, which is truly superb. I just learned a little bit about Uncle Xu. What? Xu Feiyan was stunned. Is a trace of fur so powerful? Is it so outrageous? She once heard the third sister say in the group that Chen Hao's tea art level was very high. She didn't take it to heart at the time. It's just tea art, no matter how advanced it is, how advanced can it be? Now she knew she was wrong. After chatting with Xiao Wanling for a while, Xu Yuyin went upstairs to the study. Seeing the third sister again, the two sisters hugged each other. All grown up, almost bounced away. Although several sisters called them traitors online, they were expelled from the group chat. It's all just a joke. The relationship between the sisters has always been very good. Fifth sister, when did you come back? Just now. Dad should still be at home. Have you seen Dad? Xu Hongzhuang thought that she should tell her father when her sister came back. I heard the third sister also call me Dad, affectionately. Xu Feiyan looked complicated. After she came back, she didn't experience how good Chen Hao was as her two sisters and third sister said in the group. But I realized Xu Hao's cunning. He actually won her by cheating and cheating. How can a man who likes to cheat and bet with his daughter be a good father? Several sisters must have been deceived by Xu Hao, and I must pull them out of Xu Hao's deception. Xu Feiyan's eyes were firm. I feel a stronger sense of mission. He shook his head, put aside these thoughts for the time being, and smiled happily. Third sister, you have become a big star. If I want to listen to music from now on, I'll ask you to sing it live. Xu Hongzhuang couldn't help but roll her eyes at her sister. While the two sisters were chatting, a shout came from outside. Fifth sister, where have you been? Are you trying to cheat? Sisters poetic and painting or receiving teaching from Xu Hao. Xu Feiyan was nowhere to be seen, thinking that she didn't want to fulfill her promise, so Xu Wei came to look for her. Xu Feiyan gritted her teeth in anger. This is really her good sister. What happened? Xu Hongzhuang asked in confusion. Xu Feiyan immediately told her about the bet with Xu Hao. Can't you see that daddy is yours? I don't want you to lose too badly. Are you still not convinced? What the hell? Xu Feiyan's face was confused. Xu Hao asked her to do it, why didn't she notice? It was obvious that he deliberately ran to the boundary line, and then threw her away when she wasn't paying attention, thereby cheating the winner. Not only did the two sisters speak for Xu Hao, but the third sister also defended Xu Hao. Xu Feiyan suddenly felt unhappy. Third sister, just wait and see. 1.8. I will definitely beat him tomorrow and let him serve me tea for the whole day. With a click, the study door was pushed open. It turned out that Xu Wei came over. Seeing Xu Feiyan, he couldn't help but smile. Fifth sister, are you too shameless? In order not to fulfill your promise, you hid in the study. Which of your eyes saw me hiding? I'm here to see third sister, and I won't go as far as to serve you tea. Xu Feiyan said angrily. I saw it with both eyes. Xu Wei opened her round eyes and looked serious. Stinky girl, I think you need to be dealt with. Xu Feiyan was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Xu Wei ran away. Arriving on the first floor, Xu Feiyan picked up the teapot and teacup that Xiao Wanling had brewed and walked towards the courtyard. When she found Xu Hao, she found that Xu Hao was holding her sister Xu Xiqing and teaching her how to draw step by step. Xu Feiyan was dumbfounded, and then her blood surged up, and she wanted to pull the two away. Although they are father and daughter, are they too close? If you don't know the situation, you still don't know what the two of them are doing. However, when she saw the serious expression on her sister Xu Xiqing's face, Xu Feiyan endured it. Take a closer look. Under Xu Hao's step-by-step instruction, Chen Xiqing drew a picture of an ancient bustling city. There are horse-drawn carriages running rampant inside, vendors shouting, and customers bargaining. The expressions on everyone's faces come alive. A strong sense of history came over me. It seemed as if he was taking her into the noisy downtown. After finishing a painting, Xu Hao saw Xu Feiyan sitting next to him in a daze and waved to her. Xu Feiyan walked over blankly, holding the teapot. Xu Hao waved his hand in front of her eyes. Don't act stupid, it's time for tea. 089 Enjoy my daughter's massage, change your way of conquest made. Chapter 89. Enjoy your daughter's massage change the way of conquest made. Xu Feiyan just watched helplessly. My sister Xu Shiqing completed a painting under the guidance of Xu Hao. Come alive before your eyes. Shocking. So shocking. She had never thought that a painting could be so lifelike. At this moment, she also believed what her sisters said in the group. Chen Hao was indeed versatile. But she didn't believe how powerful Xu Hao was. It's just a matter of taking down a few gangsters, and she can do it easily. Xu Hao's voice rang in my ears. Xu Feiyan came to her senses. Finding Xu Hao looking at her teasingly, she turned away. Don't pretend to be stupid. You promised to serve tea and water, but you won't let me do it myself, right? Xu Feiyan held the tea set and teapot in front of her, but Xu Hao had no intention of doing anything, and her tone was playful. This fifth daughter has a bit of a little pepper personality. He didn't plan to use the same tactics he used to deal with his daughters before, and decided to change his approach. Fifth sister, we are witnesses, please don't lie. Xu Huai appeared. Xu Feiyan turned her face back and looked into her sister's eyes. He picked up the teapot with an ugly face and poured it into the cup. Xu Hao picked up the teacup and took a sip. Let out a sigh of relief. It feels so comfortable to be served by someone. Ding Shufei gritted her teeth in smoke, her emotional value plus 598. Ding Shufeiyan is extremely angry, her emotional value is plus 875. Dad, we 7 sisters will serve you every day from now on. Xu Huai said very obediently. So good. Xu Hao touched her head. Xu Feiyan was furious. You said your twin sisters and third sister are fine, why should you bring me, the eldest sister, the second sister and the others? Xu Hao put down the teacup and looked at Xu Huai. Your sister has finished teaching and it's your turn. If you don't work hard, your sister will surpass you. Ah. Xu Huai was shocked. She was happy because she had beaten her sister twice, but she didn't want to be surpassed by her sister, she said hurriedly. Then Daddy, please teach me. Xu Huai came to his seat and picked up the pen. What calligraphy are you practicing today? She frowned slightly, then suddenly her eyes lit up and she said back. I can't describe 2 of them, and I can't describe the artistic conception at 16. Dad, can you teach me? Which 2 words? Xu Hao was curious, but Xu Huai wrote 2 words on the paper. Yu. Puff. Xu Hao almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Seeing the cunning look in Xu Huai's eyes, she knew that this was a word she found from some bad information. Xu Hao stepped forward and slapped her gently. Browse less bad information in the future. Dad, what are you doing? I don't understand what you are saying. I really don't know how to write the word reverse. Xu Huai acted very aggrieved. Xu Feiyan and Xu Shiqing both looked over. They were so naive that they didn't know these 2 words, they just felt that it was so profound. He had no choice but to teach Shang since his daughter wanted to learn. These 2 words couldn't trouble him. After all, he often sets an example by his own example. I have a deep understanding of these 2 words. After teaching the 2 sisters how to draw and practice calligraphy, Xu Hao sat aside and watched his 3 daughters chattering about something. Xu Feiyan was too leisurely. Xu Hao thought that he should find something to do for him, so he spoke immediately. Feiyan, I want to drink tea. Xu Feiyan and her 2 sisters had a great time chatting. Little sister, how do you pronounce these 2 words? The artistic conception looks so domineering. Xu Feiyan asked Xu Huai about these 2 words. Why did Dad say that you got these 2 words from bad information? Xu Huai, tell me, what do you mean? Xu Shiqing caught her sister and wouldn't let go. Xu Huai looked at her sister Xu Shiqing with a strange expression. Fifth sister doesn't know what these 2 words mean. Sister, you should know. I know. Xu Shiqing pointed at herself, with a cute expression on her face. Speak quickly and stop showing off, or I'll deal with you. Xu Feiyan raised her hand, ready to fight. Xu Huai said helplessly. If you want to know, just go to Dad's door tonight and listen. Xu Feiyan was still puzzled. Xu Shiqing figured it out, and her fair and flawless face began to slowly turn red. She clenched her fists, looked unhappy, and gritted her teeth. Xu Huai, if you dare to read those abnormal things on the internet again, I will beat you to death. Xu Huai ran away. Xu Shiqing was about to chase after her, but Xu Feiyan grabbed her. Shiqing, please don't leave. I don't know yet. Please tell me what you mean. Xu Shiqing's face turned red, and she glanced sideways at her. You really want to know? Xu Feiyan nodded. That's how people are, it's okay if they don't know, once someone tells them. You want to know, but if she doesn't tell you, the more you want to know. You can understand by splitting these 2 words into 4 words. After saying that, Xu Shiqing ran away shyly. Xu Feiyan was stunned for a long time. After all, I am hanging out with a big sister, and there are many sisters who often talk about dirty demon king topics. It's just that the word little sister is more euphemistic. She was filled with surprise. No way. Is Xu Hao really that powerful? At this time, she suddenly heard Xu Hao asking her to pour tea, and her body froze. Does this really mean that she is the maid serving tea and water? She resisted in her heart. But when I think of my 2 younger sisters, if they find out, they will accuse her of cheating. He had no choice but to return to the villa and bring out a pot of tea from Xiao Wanling. She was very unhappy when she saw Xu Hao with his legs crossed, looking carefree and enjoying himself. Just wait for me, wait until I win tomorrow, and see how I use you. Ding Xu Feiyan is furious, her mood value +69C. The torture of Xu Feiyan has just begun. As soon as she started to walk away, Xu Hao called her over. Even if she hides far away, Xu Hao will ask Xu Huai to call him. The torture continued until meal time. Su Wancho made dinner when she came back. She was also very happy to see her 5th daughter come home and made a lot of Feiyan's favorite food. Xu Feiyan couldn't help but be moved. Unexpectedly, she hadn't been home for a year or 2, and this beautiful stepmother still remembered what she liked to eat. Strange, it feels like Su's mother has changed a lot and is more graceful and luxurious. Is it really because of the moisture? Xu Feiyan finally calmed down for a while, and after eating, she was asked by Xu Hao to pour tea. Xiao Wanling acted as a tool for making tea. Xu Feiyan felt very ashamed to be ordered around by Xu Hao in public. Secretly made up his mind. I must come back with revenge tomorrow. A smile flashed in Su Wancho's eyes. All I can say is that Xu Hao treated Xu Feiyan like this, and he has obviously begun to take action to conquer the 5th daughter. It seemed that she had to work harder. Try to find yourself a sister to share the burden. Otherwise, if there are more and more daughters in the family, why would we have to listen to her every day? Intentionally or unintentionally, his eyes looked at Xiao Wanling, who was making tea seriously. Early the next morning, Xu Feiyan approached Xu Hao and insisted on another contest. There were just slight dark circles at the corners of her eyes. There is nothing wrong with the 2 words my sister wrote yesterday. It's really unimaginable. Does Xu Hao have a pair of steel kidneys? She suffered from insomnia. Xu Hao had been busy all night, but at this time he was like a normal person and was in low spirits. Xu Feiyan was quite puzzled. This time, Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai were still the referees. Xu Feiyan proposed the same lottery competition as yesterday. Whoever loses will serve tea and water to the winner for a day. Bringing tea and water. I already enjoyed it yesterday. I'll change it today. Xu Hao waved his hand and refused, saying that was not interesting. The fist is hard. Xu Feiyan clenched her fists angrily. What are you pretending to be? Act like you've already won. If I hadn't been careless yesterday, how could I have let you succeed? Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. What jackpot do you want? How about this, let's follow what the painting says and whoever loses can give the other a massage for a day. Xu Huai made a request. Xu Huai immediately won a burst of agreement and applause. Okay, what's the point of serving tea and pouring water? Massage can reflect the posture of a winner. Massage. Xu Feiyan's eyelids twitched. I couldn't help but think of the scene of me giving Xu Hao a massage, I couldn't bear to look at it. Feiyan, aren't you scared? Yesterday it was Xu Feiyan who inspired Xu Hao, and today it is Xu Hao. Xu Feiyan and Little Pepper suddenly lost their temper. Who's afraid of whom? Make up your mind, be careful not to fall for Xu Hao's words. Then the competition began. Xu Feiyan took the lead in launching the attack. Xu Hao seemed to be no match for her and could only defend under her offensive. Fight and retreat at the same time. Seeing this, Xu Feiyan raised a proud smile. She just said, how could Lian Hao be her opponent? Unknowingly, Xu Hao was almost pushed back beyond the limit. This time, Xu Feiyan was very cautious and would not give Xu Hao a chance to hold his thigh. What is that? Suddenly, she saw Xu Hao looking behind her with a shocked expression on his face. Xu Feiyan couldn't help but be curious. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Xu Hao retracted his legs after the attack, he planned to take a quick look behind him. But the next moment, The world is spinning. The familiar feeling came back again. She was thrown out of bounds by Xu Hao again. Xu Feiyan still didn't understand that she was being tricked again, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Ding Xu Feiyan became angry from shame, her mood value +888. Xu Haofeng smiled lightly. A war is never tiring of deceit, don't you know? Fortunately, you are fighting me and I won't hurt you. If you were in a life-and-death fight with someone else, you would be distracted by the other person's roar, and you might lose your life. The twin sisters who were the referees came over and nodded in agreement. Dad is right. Being distracted in battle is a taboo. A moment of distraction will make you lose your mind. Put yourself in a dangerous situation. Fifth sister, did you hear that? Dad is teaching you fighting *LLS. You are so unprofessional. You still want to be the queen. Hearing the preaching tone of the two sisters, Xu Feiyan was so angry. This is indeed the truth. Xu Hao really taught her a lesson. But she was still angry. I felt extremely unhappy. Yesterday he was careless and didn't dodge. Today I was interfered by the opponent and lost again. She said through gritted teeth. Okay, let me lose this game, let's try again. Xu Hao yawned. Forget it for today, I'm a little tired, come back tomorrow. Now I urgently need your massage to refresh me. Xu Feiyan felt that her anger could no longer be suppressed. I stayed up so late at night and I wasn't tired. Now you're telling me I'm tired. What about deceiving a 3-year-old child? Xu Feiyan was very angry. But the initiative was in the opponent's hands, and she had no choice. He looked at Xu Hao sitting on the stone chair, looking directly at him, as if he wanted her to get a massage. After a while, she spoke softly. Tar, she was destined to be a queen. How can my subordinates give massages to others when they are destined to control thousands of younger men? Fifth sister, you don't even know how to massage. If you don't know how, I'll teach you. Come here and stand by and learn how to massage daddy. Xu Shiqing stood up, started to massage Xu Hao *LL fully. Xu Feiyan looked at her sister's *LLFUL techniques and her unashamed attitude. I definitely gave Xu Hao a lot of massage. Why did all the sisters become like this? Xu Feiyan began to doubt life. It made her even more suspicious of what was to come in her life. After giving Xu Hao a massage for a day, Xu Feiyan's arms were sore. At this time, she saw the third sister Xu Hongzhuang coming over with a basin of warm water. 257 was placed in front of Xu Hao. He was very obedient and started washing Xu Hao's feet. Xu Feiyan came to live in Bengbu. Third sister, are you mistaken? You are a big star with tens of millions of fans. Those hands of yours are used to play the piano and hold a microphone. How can you wash a man's feet? Ding Xu Feiyan was shocked, her emotional value +788. Xu Feiyan is still worried about her third sister Xu Hongzhuang lowering herself to wash Xu Hao's feet. As a result, she suffered a tragedy on the third day. Because when she competed with Xu Hao again, Chen Hao revealed the prize. Whoever loses washes the feet of the winner. There is no doubt that she lost again. Xu Feiyan decided not to be careless anymore and was very focused during the battle. But he was accidentally attacked by Xu Hao. This time, I don't need her to be with me all the time. I just need to bring water to wash my feet at night. I was annoyed when I saw Xu Hao, so I just turned a blind eye and went shopping with my sisters. The Xu sisters wanted to invite Xiao Wanling to join them, but Xiao Wanling refused. She said that shopping was boring and she wanted to practice tea art at home. After the sisters left, Xiao Wanling couldn't wait to find Xu Hao and said with a look of resentment. Uncle Xu, it's been a long time since you taught me tea art. Let's teach today. Xiao Wanling happily brought the tea set over. Right in this courtyard, under the warm sunshine, I was teaching step by step with my chest touching my back. In a taxi, the master driver asked a young man on the passenger side. Brother, why are you going to the Xu family? Do you know the famous Mr. Xu? That brother, you are doing great things. Mr. Xu is a well-known philanthropic entrepreneur in our magical city. My children can go to school safely thanks to his funding. I hope that a good person like Mr. Xu can continue to be well. Zheng Fifan was sitting in the passenger seat. Listening to the driver's emotion, his expression changed. He just came back from the imperial capital. In just 3 days, he collected some illegal and criminal information about Zhao Media. Handed it directly to the police uncle. Solved the problem of Zhao Media. During this period, of course he did not forget to investigate the cause of his father's death. The results of the investigation are obvious, and it was not the CEO of Zhao Media who did it. And after he told this matter to a friend in the dark world, that friend wakes up the dreamer with one word. A truly terrible bad guy never says, "I am a bad guy," on his face, but controls everything behind the scenes. Zhang Fifan felt like he was struck by lightning. He recalled his contact with Xu Hao. Everything is normal. But it gave him a strange feeling, very suspicious. He was not sure that Xu Hao was responsible for his father's death. The reason why I rushed back from the imperial capital in such a hurry and went to the Xu family immediately was to investigate Xu Hao. 090 Sticky, the heroine who was caught in action, take the initiative to embrace. Chapter 90. Tai Tai, the heroine who was caught in action, takes the initiative to embrace her. I can only send you here. The front is the Xu family villa. You can't go there without permission. Zhang Fifan nodded and paid to get out of the car. Approaching Xu's house, he did not enter through the main entrance but came to the surrounding wall. He jumped in gently. He couldn't wait to investigate Xu Hao. If Xu Hao is really the real culprit behind Ling, his father. I remembered that I was deceived by him before, led by his nose, and still treated myself like an uncle. A proper clown. It was also strange. Even though it was just a reminder from a friend, he immediately thought of Xu Hao. And can't wait to find out the truth. If Xu Shi knew what he was thinking, he would definitely be moved. The protagonist's halo is so unreasonable. After entering the villa, Zhang Fifan used the stealth technique he had trained in the dark world, and his footsteps were silent. Avoiding cameras all the way, passing through pavilions and heading straight into the villa. However, just as he was about to pass through the courtyard, his body stiffened and he paused suddenly. Xu Hao's figure appeared in his sight. At this time, he was holding a woman tightly. Isn't the woman in his arms the future wife he recognized at a glance, the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling? I remember that in order to chat with Xiao Wanling, he took the initiative to ask why he often ran to Xu's house. Xiao Wanling happily replied that Xu Hao taught her tea art. Zhang Fifan looked intently. It is indeed teaching how to make tea, step by step. Is this how Xu Hao taught you how to make tea? Looking at the two people hugging each other tightly, if they hadn't looked carefully, they would have thought they were looking for excitement in broad daylight. Thinking of Xiao Wanling coming here to learn tea art from Xu Hao every day. Doesn't it mean we hug each other like this every day? Zhang Fifan was confused. I feel like there is a green light coming out of my eyes. The relationship between the two is just that of tenant and landlord. But he had already regarded Xiao Wanling as his woman. Isn't it green to be snuggled in a man's arms now? There is indeed something wrong with Xu Hao. In the eyes of outsiders, he has such a good reputation. He only loves his wife and there are no scandals. It was exposed without being discovered. They are already several dozen years old, and they are still hugging each other with a little girl. Don't you even know whether men and women are intimate or not? From this point alone, we can see that Chen Hao is definitely not a good person. Hidden too deeply. Zhang Fifan became more and more suspicious that his father's death was closely related to Xu Hao. Ding, Zhang Fifan is furious, his mood value plus 789C. Xu Hao, who was teaching Xiao Wanling tea art, noticed the system prompts in his mind and raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhang Fifan was soon discovered hiding in the secret. Now that everything has been discovered, he simply stopped being secretive. The personal bodyguard Bai Ling is on the side, and he is stronger than the protagonist. Although Zhang Fifan may not be able to kill him due to his protagonist aura. But don't even think about hurting yourself. Why not take this opportunity to refresh your mood? In the flash of lightning in my mind, ideas popped up one after another. When he discovered that Xiao Wanling made a mistake in a step, he immediately spoke up. Wanling, you are wrong here. You have to do this first, then that. Xu Hao pointed out what Xiao Wanling did wrong. A face came closer involuntarily, almost touching each other. This scene fell in Zhang Fifan's eyes, and he was so angry that he was shaking all over, his eyes were red, and he couldn't hold back at all. Can't help but stand up. What are you doing? Xiao Wanling, who was concentrating on making tea, was startled when she heard a loud roar. He turned around and looked around. The lips touched Xu Hao's cheek. Zhang Fifan's face turned even greener. My heart tightened and I blamed myself for being too impulsive. If Xu Hao and Xiao Wanling just taught each other step by step and did not do anything extraordinary, Then wouldn't my voice give Xu Hao an advantage? It was himself who harmed Xiao Wanling. Ding Zheng Fifan's hatred is overwhelming, his emotional value plus 879. Ding Zheng Fifan blames himself endlessly, his mood value is plus 97. I am teaching closely with Xu Hao. Suddenly discovered by outsiders, Xiao Wanling was a little at a loss. There is a feeling that the mistress has been caught. However, when she saw that the person coming was Zheng Fifan, she breathed a sigh of relief. It would be better if Su Wancho still had the Xu sisters. Extraordinary, when did you come? Xu Hao seemed a little surprised by his appearance and explained immediately. Don't get me wrong, I'm just teaching Wanling tea art, don't think too much about it. Xiao Wanling felt relaxed. Indeed, they didn't do much, really just make tea. It's not like she was caught drinking tea in the study. So he nodded in agreement. That's right, I asked Uncle Xu to teach me. Why are you here? After explaining, Xiao Wanling frowned and looked at Zheng Fifan with an unkind expression. She was studying tea art vigorously, but she was suddenly disturbed by this guy, and she felt very unhappy. The corners of Zheng Fifan's mouth twitched. You are teaching tea art. Is this how you teach it? They're all stuck together. If they weren't still wearing clothes, they would definitely think they were doing something bad. Seeing the calm look on Xu Hao's face, Fan became angry. He was obviously deceiving the little girl, but he pretended to be innocent. I couldn't help but think of the time when I was deceived by him. He sneered. Since when does teaching someone how to make tea require cuddling? Who teaches tea art like you do? Xu Hao, your method of deceiving people is really clever. Xu Hao gave a wry smile. Fei Fei, you really misunderstood. Step-by-step teaching will make it easier to master. Xiao Wanling immediately gave up due to Zheng Fan's tone and spoke coldly. Zheng Fifan, what is that? I asked Uncle Xu to teach me tea art, and I also proposed the step-by-step teaching. What do you want? Xiao Wanling didn't like this scoundrel who had been relying on rent. Now I feel more disgusted. He said it as if Uncle Xu was a great villain. If it was true, as Zheng Fifan said, that Uncle Xu was deceiving her, she wouldn't say anything. But it happened that she asked Uncle Xu to teach her all this. This includes standing and hands-on teaching. Why did the blame come to Uncle Xu so early? Although Uncle Xu can be quite bad sometimes, he often drags her to the study room. But that was also because I was standing teaching and couldn't control it. As the saying goes, men know men best. How could Fan not know what tricks Xu Hao was playing? Xiao Wanling looked like she had been sold and wanted to count the money and speak for Xu Hao. Zheng Fifan held his breath and found it difficult to breathe. Sister Wanling, can't you still see what Xu Hao is thinking? How old is he? Does he know whether men and women are intimate or not? He must have ulterior motives for you. Xiao Wanling felt awkward for a while. What the hell is Zheng Fifan doing with his sincere attitude of thinking about her? Afraid that Uncle Xu would misunderstand, she quickly interrupted. Uncle Xu is not that kind of person, let alone. Her voice changed. This is a matter between Uncle Xu and I, do you care? A dog as nosy as a mouse is. Ding Zheng Fifan is in a low mood, his mood value is plus 432. Zheng Fifan froze and felt bitter. Yes, what does it have to do with my own Xiao Wanling? Just a tenant who owed her money. What qualifications do you have to take care of her? Although he had good intentions, he was eventually treated like a donkey liver and lungs. But he didn't blame Xiao Wanling at all for not recognizing good people. In his opinion, Xiao Wanling was confused by Xu Hao. I think back then, he was a mercenary boss who had been struggling in the dark world for more than 10 years. They were all deceived by Xu Hao. This shows that Chen Hao's tricks are to deceive people. It is too easy to deceive a simple and kind girl. He was disappointed, but Xu Hao's voice suddenly sounded. Wan Ling, don't blame Fei Fei, he was doing it for you and was afraid of being deceived by me. Such a good opportunity, it would be a pity not to refresh my emotions. Xu Hao spoke at the right time. Xiao Wanling was afraid that Xu Hao would misunderstand, so she distanced herself from Zheng Fifan. When I heard Xu Hao say this, I couldn't help but feel anxious, thinking that he had misunderstood. Uncle Xu, don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with him. He is just one of my tenants. I rented to him because I thought he was pitiful. Although he is rich, he keeps cheating and not paying rent. After a pause, Xiao Wanling said again. Uncle Xu, please stop speaking for him. He is just a ruffian. If I had known, I would not have rented that house to a beggar even if I had rented it to him. Seeing Uncle Xu still speaking for him, Xiao Wanling felt worthless. Click, click. It was as if a ruthless knife was piercing my heart. Zheng Fifan felt so painful. You also said that you and Xu Hao only have a hands-on teaching relationship. What do you mean by being so anxious to explain? Zheng Fifan had a flash of inspiration. The beautiful landlady has fallen in love with Xu Hao. Why? Xu Hao, how can an old man be favored by a goddess? And he was in his prime, full of energy. Not even willing to take a second look. After the anger, Zheng Fifan realized. Xu Hao is really good at it. Knowing that Xiao Wanling liked tea art, he attracted Xiao Wanling's attention by making tea. Gradually teach step by step. Through long-term physical contact, I slowly gain favor with Xiao Wanling, and finally win the beauty back. Xu Hao. Yes, it's exactly what you think. Ding Zheng Fifan is furious, his mood value is +879. Zheng Fifan was furious. The anger towards Xu Hao was almost uncontrollable. But Xu Hao's voice sounded again. No, Fan, this is your fault. Your father left you billions of assets, so you won't have to rely on other people's rent. Now that the misunderstanding has been explained clearly, I still want to hear you call me Uncle Xu. Zheng Fifan's face darkened. Still want to take advantage of him. You want to fool him into thinking he is a fool again, right? Hearing Xu Hao talk about his father's death, Zheng Fifan suddenly felt murderous intent. At the moment when his murderous intention arose, a figure appeared beside Xu Hao. It was Bai Ling, the personal bodyguard. He was staring at him with a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. Zheng Fifan was shocked. He felt a sense of danger from this woman. Mr. Wei, the martial arts master brought by Father Zhao before, brought him more help. Calm. Now is not the time to become a complete enemy of Xu Hao. Wait until he finds out the truth about his father. If it turns out to be related to Xu Hao, then he will definitely kill this hypocritical and hateful guy with his own hands. Don't be so pretentious. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. Just pray that I can't find out the cause of father's death. Xu Hao looked like he didn't understand. Fifan, what you said is wrong. Brother Zheng and I are good friends. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are my brothers, my beloved relatives and friends. How could I be the one who harmed him? Before the change, Zheng Fifan was deceived by his appearance. I don't know how to be grateful to him. Now, the more he looked at it, the more hypocritical he felt. I clenched my fists and really wanted to go up and beat him up. Oh, but when he saw Bai Ling standing next to Xu Hao, he put this idea out again. The strength is stronger than him, but he is not afraid. Don't even think about hurting Xu Hao. That doesn't make any sense. 133133. Xu Hao's tone was gentle, but Zheng Fifan was unyielding. Xiao Wanling was angry. Get out of here quickly, you are not welcome here. Don't disturb Uncle Xu from teaching me tea art. Click click click. Comma comma. Invisible knives appeared again, stabbing his heart with holes. He gritted his teeth, took a deep look at Xu Hao, turned around and walked out of the villa. Xiao Wanling's vague voice came from behind. Uncle Xu, how did you get to know this kind of person? At first glance, he is not a good person. Uncle Xu, please don't associate with him in the future. Uncle Xu, our teaching just now is not over yet, let's continue. Oh, hold me tight. Just by listening to the sound, Zheng Fifan could already think of the picture. Put on the mask of pain again. Ding Zheng Fifan is in despair, his mood value is +987. Zheng Fifan quickly left the Xu family villa with firm eyes. He had a very strong premonition. Father's death is definitely related to Xu Hao. He must find out the truth as soon as possible. Let everyone recognize Xu Hao's true face. In the courtyard, Xu Hao then finished teaching a set of tea art. Uncle Xu, let's continue. I can feel that the tea art is about to break through. You can practice by yourself for a while, I'll take a break. Xu Hao waved his hand. Think about how to deal with the protagonist next. Xiao Wanling thought he was troubled by something just now, so she stepped forward to hold his arm and shook it gently. I want to bring him full of positive energy. Uncle Xu, please stop thinking about those things. It's all that guy's fault. After scolding Zheng Fifan, she came up with an idea to cure Xu Hao. Uncle Xu, I know you are upset right now. How about I help you calm down? Xu Hao looked at him in surprise. Although it had happened several times, this was the first time Xiao Wanling took the initiative to say it. It seems that we are not far from third base. Noticing Xu Hao's gaze, Xiao Wanling blushed slightly and lowered her head shyly. In order to thank Uncle Xu Hao, she also worked hard. He raised his head suddenly, took Xu Hao's hand, and walked towards the study. In the study room, Xu Hao was enjoying and operating with his mobile phone. Just now, the dead soldiers he sent to the imperial capital came back with news. Father Zhao, the boss of Zhao Media, has been K*LLED. Although Zhao's father has been controlled and is under investigation by relevant departments, he will stay in prison for dozens of years in the future. It can be said that his whole person is ruined and there will be no chance of recovery. Moreover, he may not be able to find out that his son's death is related to him. But Xu Hao was being cautious. In line with the principle of eliminating all threats, we still let people kill him. Putting away the phone, he found Xiao Wanling looking up at him. Xu Hao reached out and touched her head. Late, towards evening, the four sisters of the Xu family came back from shopping, carrying large and small bags. Corpse. 091 Full foot washing service from my daughter's strategy plan. Chapter 91. Full foot washing service from my daughter's strategy plan. The four sisters spent an afternoon shopping and finally managed to get together so much. They bought a bunch of large and small items. Of course there are gifts for Xu Hao and Xiao Wanling. Bought 2 copies of each. Xu Feiyan didn't buy it for Xu Hao. Seeing the 3 sisters claiming credit in front of Xu Hao, Xu Feiyan sneered. I really don't know what means Xu Hao used to fool them into being stupid. Thinking of buying gifts in the afternoon, she didn't buy them for Xu Hao. The 3 sisters said all kinds of good things about Xu Hao in front of her. Xu Feiyan said, beat her to death, die outside, jump from the mountain, and she won't buy it for Xu Hao. Xu Hao glanced at the 5th daughter. It doesn't matter if you don't get close to him now, there will be a day when you chase your father's crematorium. Your 3rd sister is a role model. Several sisters started preparing dinner. When Su Wancho came back, we happened to have dinner together. Just when Xiao Wanling was about to go home, Xu Hao raised his eyebrows and winked at her. The fruit is ripe and it's time to pick. Xiao Wanling was so proactive today, Xu Hao conducted another test. Xiao Wanling couldn't resist, and finally said shyly. I'm a little scared at home, but I want to have a romance tomorrow night. Xu Hao was reminding her not to forget her appointment tomorrow. Xiao Wanling's pretty face turned red, she quickly turned away and ran out of Xu's house shyly. Until she drove home, Xiao Wanling's heart was still pounding. There is no sign of stopping. When she thought about being with Xu Hao tomorrow night, she couldn't help but blush. Before sleep, under the supervision of sisters Xu Shiqing and Xu Wei, Xu Feiyan had to bring a basin of warm water. Prepare to wash Xu Hao's feet. Put the warm water in front of Xu Hao who is sitting on the sofa. Then just stand there. She was destined to be a queen. It's too shameful to wash people's feet or something. And the person who was washing her feet was Xu Hao, whom she had always been angry with. She had never thought about this before. Sure enough, the way of heaven is good for reincarnation. Yesterday, I also laughed at my 3rd sister Xu Hongzhuang and resigned myself to washing Xu Hao's feet. It's her turn today. Who made her make this bet on impulse? The 2 younger sisters stared at her closely, and if she failed to fulfill the agreement, they would put her on the pillar of shame as a cheater. Xu Feiyan was helpless, standing there without making any next move. Xu Wei couldn't bear to look past it and confirmed. What are you doing standing there? Squat down. When you wash someone's feet, do you do it standing up? Xu Feiyan glared at her sister. She said this as if she often washed people's feet. She has never been so humble since she was a child. However, the situation is stronger than the people. She could only squat down reluctantly, staring at the warm water basin. I thought Xu Hao would put his feet into the basin at this time. But she was wrong. Xu Hao made no move. Ding Xu Feiyan feels resentful, her emotional value is +852. Looking at the reluctant 5th daughter in front of him, Xu Hao smiled. The strategy plan for this daughter is to torture her. Completely suppress her arrogance. Seeing her reluctance, she wanted to wash her feet. Don't tell me, it's quite interesting. This is just the beginning. There are still many tricks waiting for this daughter. Do you still want to wash it? It took a long time for Xu Hao to put his feet into the basin, Xu Feiyan frowned. 5th sister, this is your fault. Of course you need to wash your feet in full. Dad has been working hard all day and is too lazy to put his feet in the basin. Don't you know how to help him? Xu Shiqing said while holding back a smile. Xu Huai also made noises. It's just we are like this when we wash dad's feet, and we have enough food and clothing by ourselves. Fifth sister, you can't afford it, can you? Indeed. The corners of Xu Feiyan's mouth twitched. I really believed your nonsense. Eventually, she had to reach out. Take Xu Hao's feet out of the slippers and put them in a basin of warm water. Start washing your feet in a decent way. The poetic and picturesque sisters nearby offered guidance from time to time. Fifth sister, don't be in a daze. Foot washing is also a technical job. Be serious. Fifth sister, your SK*LLS are not good. It seems you need to practice more. Otherwise, how can you make dad feel comfortable? The two sisters chatted non-stop. Xu Feiyan's face became darker and darker. I must teach these two little traitors a lesson later. Let them know what it means to be a sister who cannot be insulted. Finally, under the supervision of the two sisters, Xu Feiyan finished washing Xu Hao's feet. In just 10 minutes. In Xu Feiyan's opinion, it is longer than more than 10 years. Seeing the look of enjoyment on Xu Hao's face, she was so angry that her teeth itched. Do you really treat her like a maid? Whenever I win against him, I will definitely ask him to wash my feet. Thinking of a billionaire CEO, a person admired by countless people, squatting in front of me and washing his feet. Xu Feiyan couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Just when she was feeling lustful, a hand suddenly appeared on her head. It turned out that Xu Hao put his hand on her head and patted the dog's head with a smile. Don't say that. This is your fifth sister's first time washing your feet. It's already very good to be able to do this. Feiyan, keep working hard next time. Being K*LLED by Xu Hao, Xu Yu was confused. After reacting, Xu Hao had already taken it away, gritting his teeth. Early in the morning, because Ji Yunshu's home was far away from the company, he had to get up early and go out. Walking on the way to work, the corners of Li Yunshu's mouth raised from time to time, obviously he was in a particularly good mood. It has been several days since I entered the Xu group. She felt that every day was extremely fulfilling. Li Yunshu feels motivated every time she thinks of Xu Hao's words of encouragement to her. I thought, we must not disappoint Mr. Xu. Everyone in the company is talented and well-spoken. There was no such thing as old people bullying newcomers in the company that she had heard of. Moreover, she also made a friend in the company. Not much older than her, he is already a department manager. In school, others call her the school beauty. But she felt that her friend was no worse than her. There is also a unique temperament about her that she does not have. Yes, that friend of hers is Xia Qingge. Because of her conservative personality, she is not good at communicating with others. At first, she was a little uncomfortable with Xia Qingge talking to her. Until Xia Qingge talked about Xu Hao, President Xu. Li Yunshu immediately became interested. Next, Qingge praised Xu Zhen for 10 times. Li Yunshu nodded frequently and echoed from time to time. In this way the two quickly became good friends. However, she always felt that something was wrong with her good friend. I couldn't tell at the moment. Because when Xia Qingge mentioned Xu Hao, besides admiration, there was something else in his eyes. She couldn't understand. Isn't this our Li University beauty? Li Yunshu was walking and thinking about something, when suddenly there was a pleasant and high-spirited sound of his toes. The voice is familiar. Li Yunshu paused in his steps and looked with a frown. Sure enough, she saw Xu Fangfei walking towards her. Xu Fangfei wore a JK uniform today, fully showing off her curvy figure. Appear youthful and energetic. A flawless melon face was painted with light makeup. After some dressing up, her appearance was no longer inferior to that of Li Yunshu. But at this time, the expression on her face was a little unpleasant. I saw her walking step by step, her face full of arrogance, disdain and ridicule for Li Yunshu. Behind her, a tall, handsome young man followed. The eyes looking at Xu Fangfei were full of love. A loyal dog licker of Xu Fangfei. Chen Dong is actually Xu Fangfei's senior and the president of the student union, and there is no shortage of girls around him to pursue him. But he didn't care about those girls. I think they are too superficial, but in fact they just don't look good. When he first entered college as a freshman, he was immediately fascinated by Xu Fangfei at his first sight. At first glance, I felt that Xu Fangfei was unique and different from other girls, so I vowed to chase her. This is what he thought and what he did. Since my freshman year of college, I have launched a crazy pursuit of Xu Fangfei. Even though Li Yunshu later transferred to another school and became the well-deserved campus beauty of the school, Xu Fangfei's many licking dogs changed their targets. But he never did. He is one of Xu Fangfei's loyal licking dogs. Even many of Xu Fangfei's remarks to discredit and spread rumors about Li Yunshu were posted on school forums through his connections. It's a pity that Lang has no intention of loving his concubine. Xu Fangfei dismissed his crazy pursuit. I spent 3 years in college and 1 year as a graduate student, so I put in a lot of time and energy. Not even a hair of Xu Fangfei was caught. When Xu Fangfei graduated from university, he knelt down at the school gate and begged to confess his love in front of the teachers and students of the school. However, what responded to him was Xu Fangfei's ruthless rejection. I was heartbroken by Xu Fangfei. During this period, he got drunk all day long and lived in a state of confusion. And just when he was about to give up on Xu Fangfei sent him a message saying that she wanted to see him. Chen Dong was refreshed. Could it be that Xu Fangfei is willing to agree to him? Quickly pack up and go out. When he saw Xu Fangfei, he was disappointed. It wasn't that Xu Fangfei agreed to him, but asked him to help with something. Go with her to teach school belle Li Yunshu a lesson. Chen Dong was extremely disappointed, but he still nodded in agreement. What if after helping Xu Fangfei, she would agree to my confession? Although he thinks this possibility is very slim. After all, he had done countless things for Xu Fangfei in 4 years of college, but he still didn't impress her. I noticed that Xu Fangfei's demeanor indicated that the person who came here was evil. Li Yunshu calmed down and asked with a frown. What do you want to do? Why do you still have the nerve to ask me? As if hearing a big joke, Xu Fangfei sneered. It's all your fault. If you hadn't interfered, I would have been the one who entered the Xu group. Obviously we were interviewed together, but you went the wrong way, why should you blame me? Li Yunshu is not good at communicating with others. But it doesn't mean that she is afraid of Xu Fangfei. From childhood to adulthood, she didn't care about other people's opinions and worked hard step by step. After going to college, I entered the company. It shows that her heart is extremely strong. Xu Fangfei snorted coldly. There was mockery in his eyes. If you hadn't pretended to be aggrieved, how could Mr. Xu have driven me in? Don't I know what kind of person you are? Apart from not being able to speak, pretending to be cold, and acting as a vulnerable group, what else can you do? Li Yunshu's pretty face turned red. I wasn't pretending. This Xu Fangfei is simply acting rogue. It was clear that she had colluded with the interviewer, and the quota had been reserved long ago. This is inherently unfair. She made a reluctant sound. But Xu Fangfei said it was a disguise. Li Yunshu was very angry. Haha, are you blushing or feeling guilty? Explanation is cover up is fact. Xu Fangfei sneered disdainfully. Li Yunshu gradually regained his composure. This Xu Fangfei is sick. No matter what she says, the other party will have another excuse. The image in a person's mind has been fixed, and it makes no sense to explain anything. Her expression returned to normal and she spoke calmly. What exactly do you want to do? Of course it's revenge. A sneer appeared at the corner of Xu Fangfei's mouth. You took away my job, so I give you a good beating. Isn't that too much? Li Yunshu panicked and couldn't help but take a step back. Don't act recklessly. This is a society governed by law. It is illegal to hit someone. It's illegal, right? It's simple. If I beat you, then you can call the police, right? It's not like I won't let you call the police. Xu Fangfei looked disdainful. Immediately, she looked at Chen Dong not far away and gave instructions. Chen Dong, slap her, I want to see red handprints. Let's see what kind of sensation she will create when she goes to the company with a slap in her face. Xu Fangfei's vicious words made Ji Yunshu's expression change drastically. I can't help but think of the scene when I arrived at the company with a bright red palm print. It will definitely attract countless people to talk about it. Maybe there will be rumors of being abandoned by others and being put on a few boats. Li Yunshu started to panic. What are you doing standing there in a daze, Wang Nuos? Why don't you take action quickly? You don't even listen to what I say. Seeing Chen Dong frozen in place, unable to react, Xu Fangfei's voice became louder and her tone was dissatisfied. Chen Dong came back to his senses and smiled bitterly in his heart. In school, he is truly a good young man. Since falling in love with Xu Fangfei, she has done many wrong things. discredit and spread rumors about others. Now he is asked to hit a woman again. Chen Dong didn't want to see Xu Fengfei angry, so he could only do as he was told. Walking towards Li Yunshu step by step. Li Yunshu's face turned pale and he couldn't help but retreat. What are you doing here? Just when Li Yunshu was panicking, a familiar voice sounded. The voice was like a spring breeze, washing through Li Yunshu's soul. I suddenly felt so scared. Turning around, I saw Xu Hao walking this way. Mr. Xu. As if he saw the savior, Li Yunshu ran over quickly. There were tears in his eyes. At that moment, she almost thought she was going to be beaten. Then when he went to the company, everyone laughed at him. Fortunately, Xu Hao appeared at this time. No need to worry now. Somehow, the moment Xu Hao appeared, she felt a deep sense of security. If it weren't for the respect for Xu Hao in my heart. At this time, she had already thrown herself into his arms. What happened? Xu Hao's face darkened. Li Yunshu told the story in detail. Xu Hao reached out and touched her head. Don't be afraid, I'm here and I'll help you. 014005516 Filu 113,041,181. As an employee of Xu Group, not everyone can be bullied. Xu Hao showed a warm smile. Then he calmly took Li Yunshu's hand and walked towards Xu Fengfei. Li Yunshu was completely confused. Still haven't recovered from Xu Hao's head-butting attack. The feeling of being touched by Mr. Xu on the head was so warm. Immediately afterwards, she noticed that her little hand was being held by Xu Hao, and her face turned red. 092 Gay. The heroine burst into tears of gratitude. It's fun to be good friends. Chapter 92. Gay. The heroine bursts into tears with gratitude. It's fun to be a good best friend. Chen Dong just walked halfway and saw what Li Yunshu said in front of a handsome uncle. Then he walked toward them menacingly. Chen Dong's expression changed. He quickly turned around and stood in front of Xu Fengfei. What are you going to do? If you have something to say, please tell me. Xu Hao ignored him, raised his hand and slapped him. Chen Dong was beaten around several times and fell down. Li Yunshu, who was following behind, was stunned and inexplicably moved. This was the guy who wanted to hit me just now. Xu Hao said he wanted to seek justice for her, but he slapped her with his backhand. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao, a tens of billions CEO, has such a fierce side. Not only was she not afraid, but she felt warm in her heart. Because the object of protection is yourself. Ding Li Yunshu was deeply moved, his emotional value plus 654. Xu Hao led Li Yunshu to Xu Fengfei and questioned him coldly. Why are you bullying Yunshu? 14,143. Xu Fengfei almost opened her mouth and spat out the word dad. Fortunately, he stopped his mouth in time and spoke timidly. She lowered her head, looking like a primary school student who had done something wrong and was willing to be punished. I don't care what grievances you had before. Now Yunshu is an employee of my company. If I find you trouble Yunshu again, don't blame me for being rude to you. I know it, and I will never do it again. Xu Fengfei replied fearfully. Why don't you apologize to Yunshu quickly? If you can't get her forgiveness, I still won't let you go. Xu Hao's face was expressionless. In front of Xu Hao, Xu Fengfei behaved very well. Bowed to Li Yunshu. Classmate Li, I'm sorry. It was my fault in the past. I will never trouble you 850 inches again. Please forgive me this time. Li Yunshu's eyes widened. What a proud person Xu Fengfei is. The school is very popular. Wearing designer clothes, driving a luxury car, as proud as a peacock. In front of himself, he always looks aloof. Now he actually bent down and bowed to apologize to her. Li Yunshu couldn't believe this was true, and looked at Xu Hao for help. Ding Li Yunshu was extremely shocked, his emotional value plus 567. Xu Shi gave her a smile. It depends on how you handle it. If you don't forgive her, then beat her. How could kind-hearted Li Yunshu hit someone? Go away, just pretend it never happened this time, and don't do it again in the future. Xu Fengfei looked at Xu Hao eagerly. Xu Hao frowned. What do you want me to do? Since Yunshu is kind enough not to pursue the issue, then get out of here. Xu Fengfei seems to have been granted amnesty. A person left in a hurry. As for Chen Dong, who was slapped on the ground, she didn't even look at him. It took Chen Dong a while to recover from that slap. When the goddess left, he quickly got up to follow her. Only Xu Hao and Li Yunshu were left in the same place. Li Yunshu was still in a trance. Sincere thanks to Xu Hao. Mr. Xu, thank you. If it hadn't been for Mr. Xu today, I would have been in trouble. Thank you. You are my employee. Isn't it the right thing for a boss to protect his employees? Seeing the smile on Xu Hao's face, Li Yunshu's heart beat faster. By the way, young Xu, let's add a contact information. If you encounter similar troubles again in the future, just call me and let me know. Xu Hao took out his mobile phone and said with concern. Okay. Li Yunshu hurriedly took out his cell phone. After adding each other's contact information, she couldn't hide her excitement. He actually had the contact information of the famous CEO of Xu Group. The most important thing is, Mr. Xu exchanged contact information with her because he was afraid that she would encounter similar dangerous situations and wanted to protect her. What kind of magical boss is this? Isn't it too good for her? Mr. Xu, thank you, you are so kind. Li Yunshu was moved to tears. Apart from her parents, Xu Hao is the first person to be so kind to her. Xu Hao smiled and touched the dog's head. Don't call me Mr. Xu, Mr. Xu. My daughter is about the same age as you, so just call me uncle. Ah, how can that be done? Li Yunshu was startled and shook his head repeatedly. The boss of a company with a market capitalization of tens of billions is still her immediate boss. It's too shameful to call him uncle. Xu Hao's face was stern and Guan Zuo was angry. What's wrong? You can still call me Mr. Xu in public, and just call me uncle in private. Qing Jie also called me that. Qingge. Li Yunshu was stunned. She is also in the company and is now the manager of the financial department. Her name is Sha Qingge. It turns out that Qing Jie also called Uncle Xu that way. In the company, she is the most familiar with Sha Qingge. When Ji Yunshu heard that Sha Qingge also called him this, he immediately changed his mind. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. You know Qing Jie? Li Yunshu nodded, with gratitude in his eyes. I didn't understand a lot of things when I entered the company, but Qingge taught me. That's pretty good. You are about the same age, have common topics, and get along well. Xu Hao added in his mind. It's best to get along and become best friends. It will be more interesting when the two of them are together. Noon. Xu Fengfei stood at the crossroads, looking left and right from time to time, as if waiting for someone. Next to him, a young man with a swollen face and palm prints was carefully accompanying him. Fengfei, what do you want to eat for lunch? Can I treat you to McDonald's? Xu Fengfei was impatient. I'm going to eat with Dad later. Ah, do you want to go with Uncle? Then I won't disturb you if I follow you, right? Chen Dong was a little embarrassed. Are you annoyed? I said it's none of your business, so hurry up and leave. Why are you following me? Xu Fengfei frowned slightly, with a look of displeasure on her face. Chen Dong's expression froze and he said awkwardly. Fengfei, you know my feelings, I like. How many times have I told you that it's impossible between us? Are you still finished? Fengfei, can you give me a chance? I swear I will be good to you. Not good. Xu Fengfei's merciless rejection made Chen Dong's heart throb and he felt so uncomfortable that he almost suffocated. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. But Xu Fengfei seemed to be waiting for someone and ran quickly towards a luxury car on the other side of the road. Chen Dong just wanted to follow, but stopped after taking a few steps. His face was dull. Xu Fengfei quickly got into the luxury car. Through the blurred car window, he vaguely saw the two of them together. Chen Dong felt like his heart was broken. It turns out that the dad Xu Fengfei was talking about was not a father, but an intimate term. How sweet does it have to be called such a person? The goddess who was out of reach in his eyes was actually someone else's plaything. The violent blow made his eyes go black. Why? Why just when he wanted to forget about Xu Fengfei and Tian Kixin's new life? Xu Fengfei found him and brought hope. Now he was struck in the head again, knocking him into the abyss. Only deep despair remained. In the car, Xu Fengfei didn't let go of Xu Hao until she was out of breath. Dad, how did I do this morning? It turned out that she was causing trouble for Li Yunshu this morning. It's just a play. In order to create opportunities for Xu Hao to conquer Li Yunshu. Xu Hao stroked her ponytail and smiled. It's okay. I'll take you to whatever you want to eat, and I'll treat it as a reward. Xu Fengfei rolled her eyes and glanced shyly. Then let's eat KFC. Can this thing be enough to fill you up? Xu Hao was confused. If you're not full, just eat a few more items. Xu Hao sighed with emotion. What a good guy, he is indeed a vicious female supporting character. Really good at playing. It seems that it would be good to subdue this vicious female partner. Not only can he be his assist, he is also very good at playing and has many tricks. Excellent learning ability. I definitely practiced a lot after I got back. Evening. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the earth, reflecting the red clouds. People come and go on the bustling street. Now is the peak eating period, and every restaurant is very busy. Li Xiao walked on the street, looking around for a suitable restaurant. Originally, as the villain Chu Shaoshan's follower, he had to be by his side all the time. Today, Chu Shaoshan and his father went to the company to learn business management experience. He made an excuse and ran out. Following that idiot Chu Shaoshan every day, he felt that his IQ had dropped. While he was looking for a suitable restaurant to eat, he suddenly heard a noise from the crowd in front of him. Li Xiao walked over curiously. I saw a noble lady in fashionable clothes, beautiful face and elegant temperament standing at the door of a Western restaurant. She just stood there, with a 100% turnaround rate. The crowd marveled. What a beautiful and elegant young lady. I thought it was some celebrity coming to our magical city. Nonsense, how many celebrities in the entertainment industry today are as beautiful as this beauty? She's so good looking. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. I'm so envious. If I had a girlfriend like this who promised not to get out of bed every day, I would live 20 years shorter. Haha, you don't take a piss and take pictures of yourself, and you still want to find such a beautiful girlfriend. Go home and take a shower. Ignore everyone's comments. When Li Xiao saw this mature lady, his pupils shrank slightly. He recognized Sister Yu's identity. Xiao Wanling is the beautiful landlady of the Protagonist fan. After traveling through time, he wanted to investigate all the female protagonists and went to the neighborhood where the protagonist was to take a look. At that time, I happened to see Xiao Wanling looking for the protagonist Zheng Fifan to pay for the rent. Main character. Don't give anything if you cheat. Li Xiao knows. Even though the protagonist looks great and upright, he is actually very sinister in his heart. I want to have more contact with the heroine by defaulting on my debt. I really don't know what these heroines are thinking. If you don't pay the rent, you'll be kicked out. You have to talk to the protagonist. Of course, this is all his inner complaints. He didn't dare to fight with the protagonist. At least not now. He doesn't have that strength yet. Just be your own villain follower. When the strength improves, kill the protagonist and let him be the protagonist. Anyway, there is plenty of time. The protagonist will not fall in love with the heroine at the end, he is not anxious at all. Therefore, he left after taking one look at it that time. I didn't expect to meet the beautiful landlady here again. This is a little rich woman in the book. Not to mention the tens of millions of inheritance left by his parents, he also has 10 houses in his hands, adding up to tens of millions. If you can take her down, you can eat this bowl of soft rice. With the information he possesses, he can definitely turn the tens of millions in the heroine's hands hundreds or thousands of times. Li Xiao's heartbeat started to speed up and he looked around. Very good, no trace of the protagonist Zheng Fifan was found. Go up and strike up a conversation first and see if you can get your contact information. In this wave, is it possible that he just steals the house while the protagonist is not around? He shook his hair and showed the most charming smile. Walking towards Xiao Wanling. Is this landlord Xiao? Coming closer, Ji Xiao asked politely. He is not the kind of brainless protagonist. I thought I had some strength, so I pulled him as hard as 250,000 to 80,000 yuan. No one pays attention to it. Day, earth, air. He feels that all beautiful women belong to him. This is pure stupidity. Xiao Wanling raised her head and looked at a stranger standing in front of her, whom she didn't recognize. Asked doubtfully. I saw you on the rental listing. Li Xiao, you smiled politely. I've been thinking about moving recently, and I think the house in your name is good. When can I have a look at the house? What is a professional pickup routine? This is. Like other people who think someone is beautiful, they go up and ask for their contact information. Will they give it to you? What's more, she's the heroine. I don't care about you at all. This reflects the benefit of his foresight. Xiao Wanling showed a look of surprise. It turned out that I was renting a house. After thinking about it, she apologized. Sorry, I have no plans to rent a house recently. You can look at other houses. She rents a house just as a hobby. Live your life to the fullest. Now, she stays with Xu Hao every day, so her life shouldn't be too happy, right? I believe you will also feel extremely fulfilled. How can you even bother with renting a house? When you have that time, wouldn't it be nice to ask Xu Hao to a duo about tea art? Li Xiao's smile froze. What the fuck? What the hell? Is it the wrong way to open it? His plan was to look at the house as an excuse. Xiao Wanling would definitely not take him to look at the house at such a late hour, right? 3.6. Then add your contact information first. Then, through his understanding of Xiao Wanling's character, he will continue to conquer. Damn it. What's the matter with Xiao Wanling not renting a house anymore? Obviously in the plot of the novel, it is clearly stated that Xiao Wanling is keen on becoming a housewife in order to enrich her life. The plot changed again, and Li Xiao's mentality collapsed. Adjust your mood quickly. Li Xiao asked with a smile again. Can you add your contact information? If I don't find the right one, I'll still wait for landlord Xiao's house. What if you want to rent it sometime? When Xiao Wanling heard about the request for contact information, she became wary and frowned. Sorry, you should find another house. I will never rent a house again. From now on, she will be with Uncle Xu every day. I won't bother with that. The corners of Li Xiao's mouth twitched and he opened his mouth. Before he could say anything, Xiao Wanling gave him no chance. When she saw the person who appeared, she greeted him with a smile on her face. Li Xiao was confused. This was the first time he smiled when he met the heroine. He followed the line of sight and looked over, his eyes focused. The person who came was Xu Hao. Uncle Xu, why did you come here? There's a traffic jam on the road. We're late, let's go. Afterwards, the two walked to the western restaurant of the shop while chatting and laughing. He completely regarded Li Xiao beside him as nothing. Xu Hao. Why is it him again? Li Xiao stared at the backs of the two people closely. The fists in his hands were clenched violently. The last time he was at the Chu family, his beautiful sister-in-law Yao Xinrui was bullied by him. Now he is hanging out with another heroine. Seeing that the relationship between the two was quite close, this made him suspicious. The two plot changes are all related to Xu Hao. 093 Free the hostess's device is broken, the ring holds you tight. Chapter 93. Free of charge, the hostess's trap is broken, the ring is trapping you. Ding. Li Xiao is filled with resentment, his emotional value is +753. Of course Xu Hao was aware of the protagonist Li Xiao, but just ignored it deliberately. Today is a happy day for him and the hostess. Concentrate on enjoying the tender love with the little heroine and let the protagonist go for the time being. I'll clean it up later. Xu Hao had no intention of causing trouble for Li Xiao. But Li Xiao followed unwillingly. Both plot changes are related to Xu Hao, and he must investigate clearly. By the way, let's take a look at how far the relationship between the two has developed. Hope we haven't reached the final step yet. It can be seen from Xu Hao's threats to his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui that he is not a good person. If the landlord's little rich woman is also deceived by Xu Hao. Li Xiao felt heartbroken when he thought of the heroine being pinned down by a 50-year-old man. If the two of them haven't had that kind of relationship yet, he must stand up and stop it. You can't just watch a heroine jump into a pit of fire. Today's dinner was arranged by Xiao Wanling. Now that you have decided to hand yourself over, you must prepare a romantic ceremony. So a candlelight dinner was arranged. Get ready to spend a romantic night with Uncle Xu. Booked a quieter window seat. Xiao Wanling did not choose a private room, feeling that the atmosphere in the lobby was better. Xu Hao was led to a table, with candles lit and flowers placed around it. Full of romantic atmosphere. Uncle Xu, how do you feel? Xiao Wanling asked curiously because she was afraid that he would understand the romance of young people. I didn't expect you to like this tune. Girls like this now. Xiao Wanling smiled and rolled her eyes. In Uncle Xu's eyes, what do girls like? Xu Hao pretended to think about it. Oh, don't say that. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanling quickly blocked Xu Hao's mouth with her hands to prevent him from continuing to speak. I looked around and let go only when no one noticed. What a shame. If she said it and others heard it, she would be shameless as a human being. Although she was indeed more attentive and serious at that time, and she really liked it. But this person is liked by someone else. Sensing the smile in Xu Hao's eyes, Xiao Wanling immediately knew that Uncle Xu had no intention of saying it. I was joking with her 16 on purpose. Xiao Wanling rolled her eyes nicely. Uncle, you are so bad. I have something worse. Xu Hao suddenly came closer, almost cheek to cheek. Feeling the masculine aura rushing towards her face, Xiao Wanling's heartbeat accelerated. I really want to fall into the warm embrace in front of me. He forcibly suppressed his inner excitement. It's still early, so you think it's all for nothing. There is also a candlelight dinner. I'm sorry, I'm already hungry. Let's eat. Xiao Wanling's eyes averted and she sat down with a blushing face. Ding Li Xiao gritted his teeth, his emotional value plus 741. Li Xiao, who followed up and saw this scene, was heartbroken. Xiao Wanling actually brought Xu Hao to a place like this for a candlelight dinner. Just now we were kissing each other cheek to cheek. He didn't see the anger of being harassed on Xiao Wanling's face. And the fear of being threatened. Just the shyness of a girl. This shows what? Xiao Wanling was not bullied by Xu Hao, nor was she intimidated or threatened, but was teased. He couldn't figure it out. Although Xu Hao looks young and attractive, he is 50 years old after all. How could she, a girl in her 20s, like someone with such a big age gap? Has a problem. There is definitely a problem. Xu Hao is such a sinister villain. Even if threats are not used, there must be other ways. If it were anyone else, they might choose to be together shamelessly because Xu Hao is rich and powerful. But he knows what the heroine's character is. Every heroine in the book is kind-hearted and resolute, and will not give up for 5 buckets of rice. What's more, Xiao Wanling herself is a little rich woman, and she is not short of money. What a cool little life. What made Li Xiao breathe a sigh of relief was, judging from Xiao Wanling's shyness, Xu Hao has not yet completely captured her. You can also rescue it. Li Xiao pretended to be a guest, sat down at a seat not far away, and pretended to be a normal person to eat. He was going to keep an eye on the two of them. When you find an opportunity, go up and expose Xu Hao's true face and destroy the relationship between the two. Li Xiao observed secretly. Seeing Xu Hao and Xiao Wanling sweetly together is more uncomfortable than being single. The more uncomfortable things are yet to come. I saw Xiao Wanling cutting a piece of steak and looking at Xu Hao. Uncle, the steak here is good, you can try it. Xiao Wanling said, about to put the cow into Xu Hao's bowl. But Xu Hao dodged it. Looked confused. Xu Hao opened his mouth, and the meaning was self-evident. Xiao Wanling understood. Uncle Xu actually wanted to feed him himself. I couldn't help but feel happy. I thought Uncle Xu was old and didn't understand romance. It always made her little heart beat wildly. Looking around, there were very few guests on the 3rd floor, and no one paid attention to them. Xiao Wanling handed the steak to Xu Hao's mouth. Xu Hao chewed. Give her an appreciative look. The needle does not poke. Next, Xiao Wanling fed Xu Hao some other dishes, all of which were fed. For convenience, the two of them were sitting opposite each other. Gradually, Xiao Wanling sat next to Xu Hao, almost touching each other. Li Xiao, who was quietly peeping, had his pupils widened, his eyes dull, and his face full of confusion. Is this the mature, gentle, noble and virtuous charter wife he knows? He actually fed an old man food into his mouth himself. So humble. The character is broken. Ding Li Xiao is so angry that his villain value is plus 952. Ding Li Xiao's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 963. Xiao Wanling took out a bottle of red wine. Uncle Xu, do you drink red wine? Wan Ling, you think I'm too out of step with the times, right? What kind of wine have I never drunk? As Xu Hao spoke, he stretched out his hand and touched a piece of silk. Xiao Wanling just froze for a moment, pretending that nothing happened. A big smile on his face. Then let's drink some wine too. Candlelight dinner goes better with red wine. It's okay to drink some wine, but don't drink too much. Why? I don't want you to get drunk, it would be a lot less fun. Xiao Wanling was at a loss. Thinking of what is about to happen at night, I can't help but blush. I haven't drank yet, but I'm already as drunk as a red apple. The two of them had a candlelight dinner and drank red wine. There is an air of ambiguity in the air. Ambiguity is only for two people. For Li Xiao, it was more uncomfortable than eating shit. From his angle, he could just see Xu Hao's hand resting on Xiao Wanling's leg. This is a really old batch. I really don't understand that at such an old age, I still like to tease other girls. He felt that his eldest brother Chu Shang was not very good either. But compared to Xu Hao, a hypocritical scumbag, I don't know how much better he is. I wonder how they are still friends. After thinking about it, he could only think that the reason Xu Hao made friends with Chu Shang was because Chu Shang had a beautiful wife. Ding Li Xiao is so angry and furious, the villain value is plus 987. Li Xiao finished his personal meal. Xu Hao's table is not over yet. Still feeling the silky smoothness of my thighs. Li Xiao watched quietly. In order not to be kicked out of the restaurant, I tried my best to look like I was chewing slowly. Li Xiao gritted his teeth. Anger burned. As everyone knows, this is all intentional by Xu Hao. Xu was happy looking at the prompts that came out of the system. Just for this meal alone, the protagonist named Li Xiao contributed tens of thousands of emotional points to him. It wasn't until he finally couldn't get it out that Chen Hao ended his dinner with Xiao Wanling with unsatisfied intentions. After leaving the restaurant, the two of them walked on the street and chatted. Li Xiao followed behind in confusion. Aren't these two people separated? At least go to the bathroom. The two of them were always together, and he had no chance to get close to Xiao Wanling. Xu Hao and the heroine were walking in front. The protagonist follows behind and eats dog food. More than an hour passed. Xu Hao counted the time and saw a love hotel not far away. He paused in his steps. He looked at Xiao Wanling and said, "Wanling, if you invite me to dinner, I also have a gift for you." "What?" Xiao Wanling asked with some surprise. Uncle Xu still understands girls quite well. It will also create surprises. Before I give you a gift, I'll do a magic trick for you. Magic. Xiao Wanling's eyes suddenly lit up. She also has the mentality of a little girl. When Xu Hao said there was a gift, she was very surprised. There is also a small game in front of the gift, which makes me look forward to it even more. This is all for the case where Xu Hao has an affair with her. Try being an ordinary passerby instead. No matter how shocking the surprise is for you, she always has an elegant and cool attitude. Watch it. Xu Hao stretched out a hand. Nothing. Xiao Wanling grabbed the hand, inspected it carefully, and nodded. His eyes showed doubt. Xu Hao smiled slightly, and with a thought, he took out an exquisite ceremonial lamp from his pocket. He did not let anyone see that the gift box appeared out of thin air and made a gesture of turning his wrist. He won't tell anyone the secrets of the system. He would not allow any risk of exposure. And when he flipped his wrist, it was like magic. Xiao Wanling looked at the exquisite gift box in Xu Hao's palm and exclaimed, her face full of shock. Sha Tian was wearing short sleeves. She checked it carefully again to make sure there was nothing. How did this box appear? Uncle Xu is too awesome, right? Not only can he know calligraphy, piano, and tea art, he can also do magic. For a time, my heart was filled with admiration for Xu Hao. Then she looked carefully at the exquisite gift box. Uncle, is this for me? If not, Xiao Wanling happily took the box and couldn't wait to open it. A delicate and small ring lay quietly in the box. Needless to say, the hand carving of the ring is definitely the work of a famous master. The gems inlaid on it are shimmering and beautiful. Xiao Wanling covered her mouth in disbelief. She is worth tens of millions and has 10 houses under her name. She is barely considered an upper-class person. I still know a lot about some luxury goods. And this ring is the supreme model launched by Cartier, worth more than 18 million. Oh my god, Uncle Xu gave me such an expensive gift. Xiao Wanling looked at Xu Hao in shock. Like it? Xiao Wanling nodded blankly. She said quickly after reacting. Uncle, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. You told me not to accept a gift specially given to you. That would make me sad. It's not that I won't accept it, it's just that it's too expensive. Xiao Wanling wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Xu Hao. Give it to me and I'll put it on for you. Xiao Wanling handed over the ring involuntarily. Xu Hao took the ring, took her hand, and put it on her green jade finger. Xiao Wanling's hands are beautiful, as crystal clear as jade. After putting on the ring, a sense of nobility hits your face, making you appear more dignified and elegant. This wave, let's call the ring to trap you. After putting on the ring, Xiao Wanling finally had no choice but to accept it. I couldn't be more moved. It's not because the ring is valuable. It was Xu Hao who gave her such an expensive gift, which proved his status in Uncle Xu's heart. 700. This was what touched her the most. Looking at Xu Hao smiling at her in front of her, her emotions could no longer be suppressed and she couldn't help but throw herself into Xu Hao's arms. Raise your head and then. A smile flashed in Xu Hao's eyes. That's it for tonight. Xiao Wanling herself is a little rich woman. If you give some ordinary gifts, you will definitely be moved, but it will not achieve this effect. Such a proactive heroine is exactly what he wants to see. Presumably the performance will not be bad later. To him, spending $10 or $20 million, which is not money to him, to conquer a female protagonist is definitely worth it. Don't let your mouth end. Xiao Wanling's face was flushed and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Xu Hao. I wish I could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Wasn't it too crazy that I just wasn't it? So shameless. Hungry like something. Will Uncle Xu think I'm too casual? Ding Xiao Wanling's heart is beating wildly, her emotional value is plus 888. Wanling, let me take you to a place. Xiao Wanling raised her head, doubts in her eyes. Where to go? She soon found out. I saw Xu Hao holding her hand and heading away to the Love Hotel not far away. Xiao Wanling could hear the sound of her own heartbeat. Full of anxiety, but not resisting. Let Xu Hao pull him forward. Li Xiao on the side suddenly came back to his senses. When I saw Xu Hao taking Xiao Wanling to a love hotel, I immediately knew what they were going to do. Why did he wait for an opportunity to tell Xiao Wanling? He immediately wanted to go up and expose Xu Hao's true face. If she doesn't follow, Xiao Wanling will be eaten up and wiped clean. It will be too late. He secretly hated himself for being distracted just now, he should have gone up to stop them long ago. I saw Xu Hao put a ring on Xiao Wanling, and then Xiao Wanling threw herself into his arms and kissed her. Everyone in Li Xiao was dumbfounded. That's the heroine, a young rich woman with an elegant and dignified temperament. Just give it away for free. A sad group. He was still thinking. Anyway, the protagonist will not do anything to the heroine. He will come to the heroine after he improves his strength. This was intercepted in advance. Li Xiao was furious. I immediately wanted to catch up and tell Xiao Wanling clearly. It doesn't matter whether it offends Xu Hao or not. So what if I'm offended? If he dared to deal with him, he would tell Chu Shang about him and his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui. Xu Hao threatened his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui, and then he threatened Xu Hao. However, Li Xiao stopped moving after taking a few steps. A woman with a cold temperament and an expressionless face stood in front of him. The aura emanating from his body made him tremble with fear. I had seen this woman before, she was Xu Hao's driver, but I didn't expect her to be so strong. In the blink of an eye, Xu Hao and Xiao Wanling had already entered the hotel. Being stopped in place, it was impossible for him to follow him, so he could only act violently. 094 The protagonist who can't argue, the heroine can't stand it at all. Chapter 94 The protagonist who can't argue, the heroine can't stand it at all. Xu Hao had already booked a room in the hotel. Take Xiao Wanling straight to the presidential suite. Everything falls into place. Ding Xiao Wanling is feeling uneasy, her mood value is plus 123. Ding Xiao Wanling's heartbeat speeds up, her emotional value plus 456. Ding Xiao Wanling is very excited, her emotional value is plus 789. In front of Xiao Wanling's house, a figure stood for a long time. After get off work today, Zheng Fifan has been waiting at the door. I want to tell Xiao Wanling again about Xu Hao's insidiousness. However, after waiting for several hours, Xiao Wanling did not come back. Zheng Fifan's heart kept sinking. He has also lived in Xiao Wanling's rental house for a long time, and he pays attention to the beautiful landlord every day. Xiao Wanling has always been self-disciplined. I never don't go home at night. Even when she was with her best friend Xu Hongzhuang at the Xu family, she would come back at night. And what happened today? After waiting for Xiao Wanling for a long time, he couldn't help but think of Xiao Wanling and Xu Hao. An idea emerged uncontrollably. Could it be that they? Zheng Fifan's heart suddenly felt empty, as if something was missing. Outside the Love Hotel, Li Xiao wanted to rush in and rescue Xiao Wanling. But Bai Ling stopped in front of him and stared at him coldly. Li Xiao did not dare to act rashly. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than an hour. Li Xiao sighed dejectedly, suppressed his sadness, turned around and left. I have been riding a horse for so long, I don't know how many postures I have unlocked. There is no point in him looking for Xiao Wanling again. What's more, look at the woman who has been guarding outside. Even if it was dawn, he couldn't even walk into the hotel. Might as well go home and wash up and sleep. Look for opportunities later. The heroine is the heroine, with stunning appearance, top-notch figure and unique temperament. Don't say she has lost her virginity. Even if you are a taker, there are countless people who are willing to. When Li Xiao returned home, the family was still awake, sitting on the sofa watching TV. When they saw him coming back, the family pretended not to see him and didn't even say hello. This son really disappointed them. Li Xiao also expressed his understanding. The predecessor was really not doing well. Even though he was appreciated by the big boss Chu Shang, he never mentioned it to his family. Nothing to worry about. After he earns his first capital, he will start a company through some of the money-making methods he knows. The whole family will be impressed by him. At this time, his eyes narrowed and his ears moved slightly. I heard Mother Li curiously ask her daughter Li Yunshu. Yunshu, what happy thing happened? The smile on your face has never stopped since you came back. Father Li also looked at his daughter. Although her daughter was very excited to join the Xu group, she was not as happy as today. It was about his beautiful and gentle sister. Li Xiao couldn't help but pricked up his ears. Li Yunshu's expression froze when her mother noticed her thoughts. After thinking about it, it wasn't anything shameful, and it wouldn't matter if I told my parents. This morning, on my way to work I met a classmate who wanted to bully me, but Mr. Xu showed up and saved me. Abba, Jilly Gulu. Li Yunshu talked about what happened this morning. She had never told her parents anything like this happened before. When she was bullied by Xu Fangfei in school, she suffered silently alone. I'm afraid that telling my parents will make them worried. Now I don't have that worry anymore. With Uncle Xu's warning, Xu Fangfei also apologized and promised that he would never trouble her again. There is no need to hide it anymore. Hearing that his daughter said she was being bullied, Father Li's expression changed and her face turned ugly. That vicious girl actually asked someone to slap her daughter. Father Li and Mother Li's hearts were in their throats. Mother Li even sat next to her daughter. Seeing that there were no injuries, the leader let out a sigh of relief. Next, I heard from my daughter that at the last moment, Xu Hao happened to be passing by and saw her and rescued her. And asked that vicious girl to apologize to her. And promised not to bully her in the future. Father Li and Mother Li almost cried with joy. Mr. Xu is really as good as the rumors say. Yun Shu, you must thank Mr. Xu. If he hadn't appeared in time, I can't imagine the consequences. That girl is too vicious. Fortunately, Mr. Xu gave me a warning. I don't think she will dare to bully you again in the future. Father Li and Mother Li both lamented Xu Hao's character and complained about Xu Fangfei's ruthlessness. After hearing what their daughter said later, both two and two were stunned. What? Yun Shu, you actually added Mr. Shu's contact information. The reason is that he is afraid that you will be bullied like this again, so he asked you to call him for help. You can just call him Uncle Shu in private. Mr. Shu is so nice, isn't he? Yun Shu, Mr. Shu is so kind to you, you must work hard and don't live up to his expectations. It's whatever Mr. Shu says. Calling uncle can also bring you closer to Mr. Xu. Whenever we invite him to our house for a meal, we also want to thank him. Li Yunshu nodded secretly. Needless to say, my parents have to work hard to live up to Uncle Xu's expectations. Li Xiao, who was standing nearby and eavesdropping, felt more and more strange. Think about it carefully. Isn't this just a routine of a hero saving a beauty? My sister happened to be blocked by someone on her way to work. Just when the gangster was about to commit the crime, Xu Hao happened to appear again. What a coincidence, right? In fact, if it were another person, he wouldn't think of it in this regard. It was really that Xu Hao gave him the impression of being too hypocritical, too insidious and cunning. He had no doubts about doing such a thing. Seeing my parents' faces filled with gratitude and my sister's moved and adoring look. He knew that Chen Hao's goal had been achieved. First, gain favor by saving the beauty as a hero, and then make the next contact. Finally, I took down my sister. Li Xiao suddenly thought about how the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling was seduced by Xu Hao. Thinking that the heroine is in the love hotel with Xu Hao at this time. Gradually, Xiao Wanling's figure turned into her sister Li Yunshu. Li Xiao shuddered fiercely. No, this must not be allowed to happen. There was no room left on the sofa, so he took out a chair and sat down, coughing and saying, "Don't you think it's a coincidence?" Buru. Hearing Li Xiao's inappropriate voice, several people looked over. Xiao Xiao, what do you mean? Father Li frowned. You think about it, why Xu Hao didn't show up earlier or later, but he showed up when my sister was in danger. Li Xiao began to follow the instructions. The family has no doubts about Xu Hao's good character. He could only subtly change their impression of Xu Hao. Mother Li suddenly said displeased. Xiao, what do you mean? Instead of showing up when your sister is in danger, is it reasonable to wait until your sister is in danger? Father Li's face turned ugly. Li Yunshu's face was as gloomy as water. Last time, this mentally ill brother suspected Uncle Xu of being unkind. This time he actually directly suspected that Uncle Xu had an ulterior motive. Do you have delusions of being persecuted? In the past, this younger brother often hung out outside, so she didn't say much. Anyway, the relationship was even. At this moment, Li Yunshu, who had always been good-tempered, was angered. The look he looked at Li Xiao was extremely cold. I didn't mean that. Li Xiao quickly denied it. Why would he want something to happen to his sister? Then he continued to speak. I have a guess. Do you think it's possible that everything that happened to my sister was planned? Li Yunshu smiled instead of getting angry. Are you saying that Uncle Xu designed the reason why I am in danger? Specially to show up to save me at the critical moment. Father Li and Mother Li noticed that their daughter's tone was wrong. This is completely angry. He immediately blamed his unfulfilled son. Li Xiao, how can you say that to Mr. Xu? Mr. Xu is so kind to your sister. Mother Li was very dissatisfied. You little bastard, you hang out with those bastards every day, and your brain is going crazy, right? Starting from today, you will find a class for me. If you go out and fool around again, I will break your legs. Father Li was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. This son only knows how to fool around outside and has no ability at all. My daughter not only found a good job, but also had a good boss who appreciated her. The whole family is happy for their daughter. But my son is here making sarcastic remarks and being suspicious. Seeing his parents' reaction, Li Xiao was speechless. It seems that there is still a long way to go to change the family's view of Xu Hao. He touched his nose, shrugged, and smiled bitterly. I didn't say that. Although he didn't say it, you could tell from his demeanor that that's what he meant. Li Yunshu spoke again, with cold eyes. By the way, one more thing, the day I go for the interview. There was another person with me at the time. The other person colluded with the interviewer to remove me. It was also at that time that Uncle Xu came out to help me get justice, drove my competitor out of the company, and also encouraged and comforted me. According to what you said, it was also arranged at that time. Li Xiao frowned deeply and his eyes flickered. Thoughts raced through my mind. Xu Hao is a scumbag. I have a wife and so many daughters, so big. He also attacked other beauties. Definitely a pervert. Imagine putting yourself in the shoes of Xu Hao, **X fiend. Suddenly there was such a beautiful woman in the company, and she took the initiative to send her to the door for an interview. Deliberately arrange an accident, and then stand up to gain favor. This possibility is very high. So, he nodded to his sister Li Yunshu. According to what you said, it is indeed very possible that Xu Hao is the kind of pervert who deliberately makes you feel grateful to him, and then attacks you. Shut up. Li Yunshu couldn't stand listening and felt cold. Leng interrupted. Then can you explain to me that Uncle Xu not only drove away my opponent at that time? The interviewer was also fired, and the director of the Human Resources Department was hired to demote him to deputy director. The parents were shocked when they heard this. To be honest, they just listened to what Li Xiao said. It did give rise to a trace of distrust of Xu Hao. But after listening to their daughter Li Yunshu's words, they dispelled the trace of distrust. Fire an interviewer and demote a senior executive. Just to act in front of a girl. They also recognize the beauty of their daughters, but there are not always those who are more beautiful than their daughters. With Xu Hao's tens of billions of net worth, he has access to more. Xu Hao's reputation is there, he only has one wife, and even his secretary is a man. Known as the most affectionate person. And Xu Hao is 50 years old, right? My daughter is only in her 20s, so there is such a big difference. With Xu Hao's reputation as a character, how could he be interested in their daughter? Pure nonsense. This. Li Xiao hesitated. In order to act in front of Li Yunshu, he fired employees and demoted senior officials. Even he would not think that Xu Hao would do such a mindless thing. He didn't know that Xu Hao would really do this if there were conditions. If you can conquer a female protagonist, get emotional V*lens rewards every day, and let others die. Li Xiao naturally changed his tone. Even if it was an accident this time, there must be something wrong with what happened to you this morning. You just go to work, and suddenly someone comes to trouble you, and Xu Hao happens to show up to save you. Ood. Li Yunshu sneered. One thing I may not have made clear about what happened this morning is that the girl who bullied me was actually my classmate. When I was in school, I would often find trouble, slander and suppress me. The opponent I was interviewing with was her. She thought I had taken her position and was retaliating against me. Is there any problem? Father Li and Mother Li heard that the vicious girl who bullied their daughter was her classmate and she often bullied her daughter in school. Mother Li quickly checked whether there were any injuries on her daughter's body. Have you ever experienced V*lens at school? After some inspection, it was fine. I couldn't help complaining that my daughter was being bullied at school, but I didn't tell them. Mom and Dad, don't worry, Uncle Xu has already warned that classmate and he will never bully me again. That's good, that's good. The old couple felt grateful to Xu Hao again. Li Xiao was still thinking about what his sister Li Yunshu said. Explained why the vicious girl came to bully her sister. Reasonable and well-founded, logically closed loop. It all made sense. Wang Qian's. But Li Xiao always felt that something was wrong. After racking his brains, his eyes lit up. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Yunshu. Sister, tell me, could it be that Xu Hao colluded with that girl to act in front of you? Don't call me sister, it sounds harsh to my ears. Li Yunshu is a good-tempered girl. Even when she was bullied by Xu Fengfei at school, she didn't say a word. This time, Li Xiao's words had touched her bottom line. Doubting this and that about her savior. Li Yunshu was very disgusted. Indeed, the possibility mentioned by Li Xiao cannot be ruled out. But Li Yunshu has a clear understanding of himself. She is just an ordinary girl. What is there that Uncle Xu, a billionaire, should spend his time coveting? I was too lazy to look at Li Xiao's silly face. Li Yunshu turned around and returned to his bedroom, and the door slammed shut. Locked. Father Li and Mother Li once again educate their useless son. Xiao Wanling slept until the afternoon and didn't get up until the afternoon. When I opened my somewhat dazed eyes, I felt like the sky was dark. When I played with several sisters from the Xu family before, I heard them talk about how powerful Chen Hao was. Their stepmother's voice is so sultry. She still didn't believe it at the time. Su Wanchou looks dignified and elegant, and has always maintained the image of a loving mother in front of her daughters. Why didn't she cover her mouth when she knew her daughters were at home? Now, she finally realized that Su Wanling couldn't help herself. Can't stand it. Totally unbearable. Can't stand a little bit of valley. As her blank eyes regained focus. Suddenly, she found that Xu Hao opposite her was looking at her playfully. Xiao Wanling's face immediately turned red. She was so shy that she wanted to hide, but was pulled out by a hand. 095 The posture is up, no mercy at all, kicked out of the house. Chapter 95. I'm so proud, no mercy, drive me out of the house. But after a wave of harvesting, while Xiao Wanling was sleeping, Xu Hao checked the harvest over the past few days. The emotional value reached as much as 130,000. What are you waiting for? Lottery draw. Although he is protected by his personal bodyguard Bai Ling, the protagonist cannot do anything to him. But it's not absolutely safe. What Xu Hao wants is total control. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward Lucky +1. I haven't seen this attribute on the panel. What's the use of luck? Improve luck. Hope it works. I don't ask for anything else, just a few more female leads. Ding, congratulations to the host, you will be awarded 9 points of free attributes. Oops, not bad. 9 attribute points is considered very high. I don't know if it's the effect of Lucky +1. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize item, 10 sets of QQ clothes and pants. Xu Hao looked at the 10 sets of hollow lace patterned clothes in his hand and fell into deep thought. To be honest, it was a bit boring for one night and he really wanted to experience something new. What do you want? Is this luck? Well done, don't come again next time. Don't I know where to buy it? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward character, a dead warrior at the peak of Mingli. Brush. Xu Hao's eyes flashed. Ming Jin's peak dead warrior appeared. Very good, I have another strong combat experience under my command. The safety factor has been improved again. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 8 points of free attributes. Not bad. Keep rushing. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward item, 10 marrow cleansing pills. Xu Hao's eyes lit up. Marrow cleansing pill is a good thing. It cleanses the marrow, removes impurities, and enhances charm. He has used it once and can no longer use it. He can give it to his women. If they are more beautiful, they can have a better experience, right? It's very nice. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize character, 2 dead men in the late Minggu period 1. Good, good. The more the merrier. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward SK*LL, Assassination Master level. As the system voice fell, memories of Japanese stocks flooded into my mind. All kinds of assassination knowledge, including sneaking, hiding, and assassinating people invisible. And through a series of information, all kinds of accidents are created, and no homicide can be found at all. Xu Hao's brows jumped. This SK*LL is good. He doesn't need to engage in assassinations. He can just leave such dirty work to his subordinates. But he took a fancy to the concealment and escape capabilities inside. If he encounters a powerful protagonist and cannot beat him, he can temporarily become the best. Add another layer of insurance to his life. It's a pity that it's a master level SK*LL. God level is best, but Grandmaster level is also fine. Suddenly, he thought of something. Checking the panel again, I saw a master level SK*LL improvement card. Just in time to come in handy. Perfect. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward character, the dead man in the early stage of Minglu opens 1. Incredible. 10 came out at once. A lot of dead soldiers have been drawn. His intelligence organization can also be slowly established. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize 8 points of free attributes. This lottery is not a loss. The attribute points are not lower than 8 points. Keep it up. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize item, a limited edition Maybach. It has been parked in the host's home warehouse. Looking at the car model, it is low-key yet luxurious. It fits his temperament, but if he wanted it, wouldn't he know how to buy it? It's too wasteful to use it as a reward. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize 5 dead soldiers in the middle stage of Mingjin. Very good. The strength of the dead soldiers is getting higher and higher. It seems that the security level around my daughters needs to be upgraded. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward SK*LL, 108 style demon subduing stick technique. This. After checking the knowledge information in his mind, Xu Hao looked strange. It sounds like an unfair SK*LL at first glance. It's really not serious. I thought that I had already explored the flowers and knew this posture well, but I didn't expect that there were so many postures that I had not yet unlocked. It's really exciting. Not bad, at least better than Durex. Except for a few women with character, they can definitely play a role in conquering. The draw is over. Xu Hao started to add more points. This time I drew a total of 25 points of free attributes. Xu Hao looked thoughtful. Add it all to strength, and it may be upgraded to dark strength. But his physique can't keep up, and his strength can't be used much. After thinking about it, he decided to develop comprehensively. Strength and constitution are increased by 10 points each, and spirit is increased by 5 points. A familiar warmth emerged. Then came the assassination SK*LLS. Xu Hao directly used the master level SK*LL upgrade card to upgrade to the master level. After finishing everything, Xu Hao's eyes flashed. View properties. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, controller of Xu Group. Charm, 93, full value 100. Strength, 90, late stage of Ming Jin. Physique, 56, 10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 40, 10 for ordinary people. SK*LLS. Close Combat Grandmaster Level Painting Grandmaster Level Calligraphy God Level Piano Grandmaster Level Music Master Level T-Art God Level Firearms Master Level 18 General Martial Arts Grandmaster Level Assassination Grandmaster Level. Items: Desert Eagle, Marrow Cleansing Pill 10 pieces Small Leather Whip. Special: Portable Space 1 cubic meter Teleportation Chinese Taixian. Emotional Value, 2893. Free Attribute, 0. After a long night of activity, I was feeling a little hungry. Xu Hao ordered food from the hotel. He asked Xiao Wanling to get up just to fill her stomach. Of course, a little incident is inevitable during the meal. More than an hour passed again. The two packed up and walked out of the hotel. Xu Hao had to go to the company after receiving a call, so Xiao Wanling had no choice but to go home by herself. Anyway, with the dead men he arranged to watch, nothing will happen. Before going to the company, Xu Hao went to see a dozen newly drawn dead soldiers. A dozen women knelt before him. All of them had expressionless faces, as if they were born K***lers, and their bodies were full of energy. Xu Hao couldn't help but feel proud. It feels like the entire demon city is being trampled underfoot. As long as he continues to improve, he will eventually conquer the entire world. Calm. Xu Hao calmed down. This strength is still far from enough. Not to mention the invincible villain 2.5 years later, these protagonists who appear are not easy to deal with. Still can't float. Steady development. Get up. Send away these dead soldiers. I'll leave it to my bodyguard Bai Ling to make arrangements later. Then Bai Ling drove and took him to the company. Xiao Wanling drove her silver BMW home. As soon as she arrived at the door of her house, she saw a beggar-like figure. Who else could it be if it wasn't Zheng Fifan? Zheng Fifan did not wait for Xiao Wanling to come back last night. I waited at the door all night. I thought Xiao Wanling would come back in the morning, but he didn't even go to class, so he just waited. This wait lasted until the afternoon. He was mentally exhausted after not sleeping all night, with 2 dark circles under his eyes and saggy skin. Plus he was wearing tattered clothes. No different than a beggar on the roadside. Xiao Wanling parked the car and got out of the car. She frowned slightly because it was too big. He moved cautiously towards the door of his house. When Zheng Fifan saw Xiao Wanling, he immediately wanted to greet her. But when I saw her moving slowly, and the charming charm between the eyebrows, Zheng Fifan suddenly froze, as if he was struck by lightning, and thunder was rolling in his mind. Last night's suspicion came true. Xiao Wanling didn't come back all night, and she was indeed outside with a man. Who is that man? He couldn't think of anyone else except Xu Hao. A suffocating feeling of heartache came. Why does Xiao Wanling not cherish herself so much? I handed myself over to a ruthless and deeply hidden hypocrite. If Xiao Wanling didn't know Xu Hao's character, it would be somewhat understandable. He obviously told her Xu Hao's true identity. Xiao Wanling noticed Zheng Fifan at the door and frowned. He didn't mean to pay attention and just planned to pass by. Zheng Fifan couldn't help but stood in front of her, opened his red eyes and hissed. Sister Wanling, where did you go last night? Why didn't you come back all night? What does it have to do with you where I go? As if a heavy hammer hit his heart, Zheng Fifan's heart suddenly twitched and he smiled bitterly. I'm also worried about you. I'm afraid that you will be in danger and be deceived by bad people. There was something in the words, and Xiao Wanling raised her eyebrows. You are the bad guy, and your whole family is bad. She didn't know why Uncle Xu had a good attitude towards this guy, but she wasn't used to it. Zheng Fifan did not refute and asked cautiously. Sister Wanling, were you with that Xu Hao last night? Didn't I tell you that Xu Hao is hypocritical? Hypocritical? Xiao Wanling squinted at him. She didn't feel that Xu Hao was weak at all, but that he was extremely strong. How is Uncle Xu's character? She has been staying at Xu's house for so many days. Still can't feel it. Whether it is for himself or for his daughters, he is sincere. Is not it? Zheng Fifan was very angry. Look at you like this. He has no sympathy for you at all. He won't accompany you even if you can't walk. Please give me flowers. Xiao Wanling was stunned. Thinking back to last night. One scene, Xu Hao really didn't pity her at all. All night long. Do you know how she came here in one night? As for not coming to accompany her, it is understandable. Uncle Xu received a call that something happened in the company and needed to be dealt with. But he said he would come over to stay with her in the evening. Thinking of being able to be with Xu Hao again in the evening, Xiao Wanling's face bloomed with a smile. Zheng Fifan looked at the smile on her face, felt heartbroken, and asked unwillingly. Xu Hao, how could he do this to you? There is such a big age difference between you, did he force you? Seeing his chattering attitude, Xiao Wanling suddenly became impatient. Are you still finished? Aren't you guessing about the relationship between me and Uncle Xu? That's right, I'm with Uncle Xu. He didn't force me, didn't threaten me, and didn't lie to me. I took the initiative to be with him. I took the initiative last night, are you satisfied now? Zhang Fifan felt thunder rolling from the sky and thunderbolts from the blue, and he stood stunned on the spot. The last trace of luck in his heart disappeared. Xiao Wanling was indeed with Xu Hao last night, and it was she who took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Incredible. In his eyes, the beautiful landlady is noble, elegant and gentle. He actually took the initiative to stick it on an old man. Xiao Wanling raised her eyebrows. Zhang Fifan looked shocked, as if there was some kind of relationship between the two of them. Xiao Wanling was furious. Uncle Xu is not the kind of person you say. If you dare to slander Uncle Xu, don't blame me for being rude to you. Her attitude was resolute, as if she said something bad about Xu again, she would definitely greet him with a kick. Zhang Fifan suddenly felt helpless. Xiao Wanling's trust in Xu Hao has reached a very high level. If she didn't provide evidence, Xiao Wanling would not believe it no matter what she said. Zhang Fifan's eyes flashed with a ruthless look. Some evidence of Xu Hao's evildoing must be found as soon as possible. Just like he targeted Zhao's media, he brought down Xu's group. He didn't believe it. For that hypocritical guy to build such a huge group, he did not do any illegal things. Take a deep breath, some in a solemn tone. Sister Wanling, I know now that you won't believe anything I say. Just wait, I will definitely find evidence to expose Xu Hao's hypocrisy. After saying that, Zhang Fifan endured his heartache and turned around to leave. Quote, but at this moment, Xiao Wanling called out to him. Zhang Fifan was overjoyed. Could it be that Xiao Wanling believed what he said? He quickly turned his head back. But she heard Xiao Wanling's cold words without any emotion. I'll give you 3 days to clean up the house and move out. During the period of time I rented to you, I will treat it as a poverty alleviation. Get out of here quickly, get away from me, I don't want to see you again. When I rented it to Zhang Fifan, it was just out of good intentions. I didn't even have time to print the contract. Later, because Zhang Fifan did not pay the rent, he was too lazy to get a contract. If Zhang Fifan didn't move out, she could call the police. Charge him with illegally breaking into someone else's house. Xiao Wanling is not the kind of person who cares about everything. If Zhang Fifan didn't pay the rent, she wouldn't evict him. But this guy actually slandered Uncle Xu, which she couldn't bear anymore. Whether it was the ring that Uncle Xu gave her, or the experience of one night. They all made her unforgettable and deeply obsessed with this man. Absolutely no one is allowed to slander. Besides, that person is still his tenant. Xiao Wanling wished she could drive him away immediately, out of sight but out of mind. Seeing Xiao Wanling's serious face and knowing that she was serious, Zhang Fifan panicked a little. This really wants to drive him away. Sister Wanling, there's no need to be like this, right? I'm not discussing with you, I'm informing you. Xiao Wanling's eyes were cold. Sister Wanling, I was wrong. I was wrong for not paying the rent before. I will pay the rent now. What do you think? Haha, no need, I will pay you some rent. Now I don't want the rent, I just want you to disappear in front of me. Sister Wanling, that's not the case. Can I pay double the rent? 10 times or 100 times? Zhang Fifan said quickly. He doesn't want to move away. How nice it would be to see Xiao Wanling, a beautiful woman, here from time to time. And who knows what that hypocritical scumbag Xu Hao will do to her. He must stay and protect her. Zhang Fifan never thought about giving up Xiao Wanling. Although it has been picked, he still does not dislike it. Xiao Wanling was too lazy to talk nonsense to him anymore. We will come to collect the house in 3 days. If you haven't moved out yet, I will call the police. Click. She walked to the door and opened it. The moment she closed the door, Xiao Wanling ruthlessly dropped a word. Small. 096 The protagonist incompetent rage. The lights were on all night. First heroine. Chapter 96. The protagonist incompetent rage. The lights were on all night. The first heroine. Zhang Fifan returned home in despair. I made myself a meal first, then took a bath and came out. It was almost dusk. Zhang Fifan came to the balcony, intending to take one last look at Xiao Wanling's house in the distance, and then go to catch up on his sleep. In fact, with his physique, he has no problem staying up all day and night. Mainly due to psychological fatigue. The psychological suffering while waiting for Xiao Wanling to come back. However, when he opened his eyes and took a look, he was shocked. I saw Xiao Wanling standing at the door waiting for someone. Not long after, a car came slowly. After Xu Hao got off the bus, she immediately ran over and threw herself into his arms. Xu Hao. Zhang Fifan gritted his teeth and spit out 2 words. He clenched his fists with 5 fingers, and his nails pierced into the flesh without even noticing. Ding. Zhang Fifan is furious, his mood value is +839. After noticing the prompt appearing in the system, Chen Hao felt the hatred in his eyes. What a coincidence. After all the emotional points were used up, the protagonist came to the door again. The corners of Xu Hao's mouth raised slightly. He patted Xiao Wanling's fleshy place. Baby, did you miss me? Xiao Wanling said Ying Si, and hurriedly got off Xu Hao. After looking around, she felt slightly relieved when she found that no one was around. Xu Hao gave Xu Hao an angry look. Uncle Xu, you are annoying. You have no mercy at all. I am still in pain. It's all my fault. Is it still hurting now? Come on, I'll rub it for you. Xu Hao smiled and stepped forward to catch her. Xiao Wanling quickly backed away. Don't come over. But it's okay to come over. Then tell me, do you miss me? Xu Hao looked amused. Xiao Wanling nodded. Isn't it okay to miss you? I've been thinking about you since I came back. Xiao Wanling quickly compromised and spoke her truth. Xu Hao refused to give up. Then what do you tell me again? The 2 of them entered Xiao Wanling's house playfully, leaving Zhang Fifan in the distance, incompetent and furious. Ding. Zhang Fifan is so angry and furious, his mood value is +986. After entering the house, Xu Hao smelled the aroma of food. It turned out that Xiao Wanling knew that Xu Hao was coming and she was seriously injured, so she specially prepared the dinner. This rich little heroine is also good in the hall and in the kitchen. Uncle, I made this with my own hands, I don't know if you like it or not. Xiao Wanling looked at Xu Hao with some anxiety and some expectancy. Wanling made it, how could I not like it? Uncle Xu, please stop comforting me and give it a try. Xiao Wanling led Xu Hao to sit down at the dining table. They served Xu Hao rice, vegetables, and finally a bowl of chicken soup. It is said that after hard work, you need to take a big tonic. But Xu Hao looks full of energy, does he need any supplements? It's her who should make up for it. Xu Hao took a sip of chicken soup and found it was pretty good. On the same level as several daughters. Xu Hao drank the chicken soup, and Xiao Wanling stared straight at him, her eyes full of expectation. She was not disappointed and Xu Hao expressed his appreciation for her cooking *LLS. Xiao Wanling was happy when her sweetheart recognized her. It's delicious. Uncle Xu, please eat more. She served Xu Hao another bowl of chicken soup and kept adding vegetables to Xu Hao's bowl. Seeing Xu Hao eat everything, Xiao Wanling was very happy and full of sense of accomplishment. After the heartwarming dinner, the 2 of them were affectionate for a while. It's time to sleep. Walking into Xiao Wanling's boudoir, you can see the intellectual and elegant style. There is a bookshelf in the room filled with books. There is also a set of tea sets specially designed for making tea. One look and you know how to enjoy life. Entering the bedroom with Xu Hao and closing the door, Xiao Wanling was filled with anxiety. There is no way not to worry. If it happens again like last night, she won't be able to bear it. Xu Hao looked around her bedroom, and then her eyes fell on herself. Xiao Wanling couldn't help but tremble. Uncle, I haven't recovered yet, please spare me. Xu Hao saw her awkward posture and knew that he was too cruel last night. It will be dawn without warning. Look at the scared look on this little heroine. In fact, it's not a big deal. He just happened to get the marrow cleansing pill in a lottery, and he can be resurrected with full blood as long as he eats it. I wanted to give it to her when we were at the hotel in the afternoon. But at that time, I saw her brows were slightly furrowed and she looked pitiful, which was very charming. Later, I thought that it would be good to let Xiao Wanling experience it. After all, it is an experience that all women have. Experience is complete. It's almost time now, it's time for him to need it again. There is no need to continue. Turning his wrist, a marrow cleansing pill appeared in the distance. He stretched out his hand in front of Xiao Wanling. Looking at the pills with a faint medicinal fragrance in front of her, Xiao Wanling was a little surprised and asked curiously. Uncle, what is this? Something that will bring you back to your peak. Xiao Wanling's pretty face turned red. It seems that if it is not resolved today, Uncle Xu will not give up. I was scared but also a little happy at the same time. Doesn't this prove your own charm? Xiao Wanling was curious. Is this thing really so magical? She is in severe pain now and can walk with a wrinkled brow. Can a little pill cure it? Although suspicious, Xiao Wanling took the pill out of trust in Xu Hao. He opened his mouth and swallowed it without hesitation. The marrow-cleansing pill melts immediately in the mouth, turning into streams of warm currents that spread throughout the limbs and bones. Xiao Wanling felt that her whole body was filled with warmth, as if she was about to float. It's almost time to be with Uncle Xu. While she was indulging in it, Xu Hao's voice came. Are you sure you don't want to go to the bathroom to clean yourself? Xiao Wanling was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that she was sticky. Looking down, she saw a layer of dirt oozing out of her fair and flawless skin. Along with it, there is an unpleasant smell. Xiao Wanling exclaimed, turned around and ran towards the bathroom. With a bang sound, the door was slammed shut. The ugliest side was seen by Uncle Xu, and she felt ashamed. Xiao Wanling stayed in the bathroom for more than half an hour. Wanling stopped after cleaning thoroughly. Unintentionally, she saw herself in the mirror and was shocked. I saw that her skin now is fairer, more delicate and smooth than before, and has a faint luster. Her hair is black and smooth, and her overall charm has been raised to a new level. Not only that, she also felt that her body was full of strength and rejuvenated. The most important thing is that she doesn't feel pain anymore. Isn't this amazing? Xiao Wanling looked surprised. He ran out of the bathroom quickly and said, I can't wait to tell Huang this good news. Looking at Xiao Wanling, whose charm has indeed improved a lot, Xu Hao sighed in his heart. Marrow cleansing pill is indeed a panacea in the urban world, which can make people reborn. Xiao Wanling was still looking in the mirror excitedly. Xu Hao is also happy for her. The heroine becomes more beautiful, and the experience she brings to him will also increase to a higher level. Thinking about such a beautiful heroine, a goddess in the eyes of the world, kneeling in front of him. Full sense of accomplishment. A rental house not too far away. Under the cover of night, a pair of scarlet eyes flashed. Zheng Fifan didn't sleep all day and night. Originally he wanted to catch up on his sleep. I accidentally saw Xu Hao at Xiao Wanling's door. He perked up instantly. He didn't feel at ease when he didn't see Xu Hao leave, so he kept staring like this. Time passes slowly. He saw the light in Xiao Wanling's living room went out. Then, the bedroom lights came on. Because of the distance and the angle, he couldn't see the front of the bedroom. But I can notice the bright lights. Well, before Xu Hao didn't leave Xiao Wanling's house, he didn't go to bed. Now he won't sleep until the lights are turned off. The night passed in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until the morning glow began to rise that Zheng Fifan saw the lights go out. Zheng Fifan, who hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights, has a pair of extremely fine eyes. The face is distorted and the expression is ferocious. Clenching his fists, his nails dug into his flesh, leaving traces of blood. One night, all night long, it was simply the birth of an animal. Thinking of seeing Xiao Wanling this afternoon, Xu Hao came unexpectedly. It's absolutely crazy. That was the goddess he liked. He was afraid of melting when he put it in his mouth, and he was afraid of falling when he held it in his hand. He was willing to fight to the death to protect her. Xu Hao showed no pity to her. It hurts, because it hurts. The early morning brought a bit of chill, but Zheng Fifan didn't feel cold at all at this moment. Burning with a burning rage. Except for the angry hatred towards Xu Hao. More importantly, I feel worthless for the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling. Such a man who doesn't cherish her, only tortures her and loves her body. Why did Xiao Wanling throw herself into his arms regardless of her own safety? I only wanted to do her best, but I didn't appreciate it at all. Also kick him out of the house. The strong contrast made him hold his breath in his heart, almost suffocating. Ding Zheng Fifan is angry, his mood value is +321. Ding Zheng Fifan is going crazy, his mood value is +654. Ding Zheng Fifan's mentality exploded, his emotional value +98. 1 p.m. The weather is calm and sunny. Brother Li, come with me today to discuss cooperation and take you to meet my goddess, who is a famous iceberg beauty in the Magic City. Chu Shaoshan hugged Li Xiao's neck, and she was filled with excitement at the thought of meeting the goddess. Li Xiao agreed on the surface, but slandered in his heart. What about cooperation? It's just Chu Shaoshan's wishful thinking. When you say it's cooperation, who doesn't know what you have in mind? This guy was obsessed with Lin Chuqing as soon as he saw her, and expressed his love in various ways. As a result, without exception, they were all rejected without hesitation. But Chu Shaoshan didn't give up. This time, I thought of a way to cooperate and wanted to get close to Lin Chuqing through a cooperative relationship. Li Xiao remembered that this was a big plot. The villain Xu Shaoshan went to discuss cooperation but was rejected. He was beaten violently by the security guard of Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited, the protagonist Zhu Fan. The son was beaten into disgrace, which made his elder brother Chu Shang feel heartbroken. Immediately activate the energy of the Chu family to attack the heroine's company and business. The influence of the Chu family's tens of billions of assets is revealed. Many partners of Lin Chuqing's company severed cooperation as a result. For a time, Lin Chuqing was surrounded by enemies on all sides. Just when she had no other choice, the protagonist Zheng Fifan happens to meet a big boss who he saved in the dark world. Through his connections, he broke the blockade of the Chu family, the company that saved the heroine. From then on, his image in Lin Chuqing's heart changed. Li Xiao was considering whether to follow the plot, or break the plot and persuade Xu Shaoshan not to go to Lin Chuqing. Reversing the plot, without looking for the heroine, you will not be the enemy of the protagonist. He can lie down with peace of mind and have more time to develop. Think about it and forget it. Breaking the plot privately, not knowing what will happen. Li Xiao didn't like the feeling of detached control. According to the plot, the heroine Lin Chuqing was suppressed by the Chu family. And he knows how to lift the suppression. You can tell Lin Chuqing and gain a wave of goodwill. The protagonist's enmity with the Chu family can also give him a sense of urgency. Help him improve quickly. Sister Li Yunshu was targeted by Xu Hao. If he doesn't work hard, there is no guarantee that one day his sister will end up like the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling. Roll onto the same bed as Xu Hao. He needs pressure to push himself to improve. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiao decided to follow the plot. Anyway, it was Xu Shaoshan who was beaten up by the protagonist, and it was not him, so he didn't panic at all. 170. Later, Li Xiao drove and took Xu Shaoshan to Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited. As expected, they were stopped by the security guards. Do you know who I am? Do you dare to block my way? Xu Shaoshan pointed at a security guard angrily and said in a long voice. Of course we know young Master Chu, and we don't dare to block young Master Chu's way. But this is an order issued by our president, and we have no choice. I hope Mr. Chu can understand. Several security guards laughed and explained. Xu Shaoshan waved his hand impatiently. Okay, let's quickly inform your president that I'm here to discuss cooperation with her. Young Master Chu, please don't embarrass us. The security guard smiled wryly. These young men have various reasons for meeting their president. They had been sternly warned long ago that if they dared to let these rich second generations in, they would just pack up and leave. You don't understand what our Mr. Chu is saying, do you? Just go ahead and inform your president. How can there be so much nonsense? What? You are afraid of your president, but you are not afraid of us, Mr. Chu, right? Li Xiao stood up swaggeringly. He said bossily to several security guards. Li Xiao didn't feel any guilt for his younger brother who scolded these protagonists. On the contrary, it feels great. This is the joy of being a little brother to a big brother. This is also the reason why he is willing to be the villain's little brother, so that he can bully others. If you get into trouble, your elder brother will be on your side. Even if you have finished building it yourself. Seeing his younger brother standing up to speak for him, Xu Shaoshan looked very proud. The security guards looked livid. He was full of contempt for the guy in front of him. Aren't you just a dog? Why are you barking here? But even if it was a dog belonging to the young master of the Chu family, they did not dare to offend him, so they lowered their heads and remained silent. At this moment, one of the security guards' eyes lit up. I saw Zheng Fifan walking in a security uniform. On the day Zheng Fifan joined the company, he beat all their security guards to the ground. I remember that their security chief was dissatisfied and wanted to teach this new guy a lesson. As a result, he was admitted to the hospital and has not been released yet. After a beating, they were subdued. Zheng Fifan naturally became their new security chief. What's the situation? Sensing something was wrong in the atmosphere, Zheng Fifan frowned and his voice became hoarse. He was holding a fire in his heart. He didn't sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. He couldn't sleep even if he wanted to, so he simply came to the company to take a look. Brother Zheng, it's like this, they want to see the president. The security guard told exactly what happened just now. Zheng Fifan looked at Xu Shaoshan and Li Xiao with somewhat red eyes. Xu Shaoshan looked disdainful. He was just a security guard and he didn't take it to heart at all. Li Xiao's pupils shrank, finally faced the protagonist head-on. Just as several people were confronting each other, a white Maserati Quattroporte drove up. The first heroine Lin Chuqing appears. 097 bringing humiliation to oneself President Iceberg Xu Feiyan's JK uniform. Chapter 97, Humiliating Yourself President Bingshan Xu Feiyan's JK uniform. You want to see our president, do you have an appointment? Zheng Fifan was in a bad mood now. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress his mania. Asked step by step, are you blind when riding a horse? As if he was insulted, Li Xiao immediately jumped out, pointed at Zheng Fifan's nose and cursed. I wonder who our Master Chu is. Do we still need to make an appointment? Be careful what you say. Do you believe that we will let your CEO fire you? There's no point keeping something that doesn't look good anyway. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiao dealt a blow to the protagonist. I suddenly felt refreshed. When he first read the novel, he had long been unhappy with the protagonist. If Mada can't be the heroine, why don't you pretend to be naughty? I scolded you a lot today and I felt very relieved. While he was satisfied with the scolding, he did not forget to put the responsibility on Xu Shaoshan. When the protagonist gets angry, just look for Xu Shaoshan. He won't go up and fight the protagonist like in the novel. When the time comes, if he is watching the show and doesn't shout 666, he will be considered kind. Xu Shaoshan held his head proudly and glanced at Li Xiao appreciatively. This guy is very sensible. Gradually, Fan's face became more and more gloomy. Get out of here without an appointment. If you dare to cause trouble here, don't blame me for being rude. Several security guards behind him were shocked when they heard this. Thumbs up in admiration. Big brother is indeed a big brother. Fierce as a yuppie. So what if he is the eldest son of the Chu family? I'm still scolding you like crazy. Xu Shaoshan's face froze, and he felt a little embarrassed. Where did this bastard come from? He already revealed his identity, and yet he didn't even give him any face. Seeing that the protagonist was getting angry, Li Xiao unknowingly came behind the villain Xu Shaoshan. Once the fight started, he would hide away. At this moment, a Maserati Quattroporte slowly approached. The car stopped not far from everyone. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful figure got out of the car. This is a very beautiful royal sister. Exquisite facial features, deep and clear outlines. Those dazzling eyes sparkled like gems and attracted attention. Her shiny black hair falls on her shoulders, light and elegant. She is slim and tall, with graceful curves and fair and delicate skin. Wearing a CEO's professional attire, his face was cold and unruffled, with a unique cold temperament. She is indeed the #1 heroine in the book. She has nothing to say about her looks and figure, but her temperament is too cold. This was the first time Li Xiao saw Lin Chuqing. He stared at it without blinking, amazed. Both in terms of figure and appearance, she is taller than other girls. As for temperament, I feel relieved when I think of Lin Chuqing's title as president of Bingshan. This is also a reflection of her charm, isn't it? Thinking about her cold temperament and her status as CEO, she gives people a sense of conquest. Just think about having this iceberg CEO pinned down. Absolutely awesome. Even though Xu Shaoshan had seen Lin Chuqing many times, he was still fascinated every time he saw her. Take in the expressions of both of them. Zheng Fifan looked ugly. My heart tightened, and my anger surged again. The appearance of the two of them reminded him of the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling who was robbed. I have lost a woman I was destined to have in the future. He would never allow anyone to take advantage of Lin Chuqing again. These two guys have a way to die. What happened? Lin Chuqing saw this group of people crowded at the door of her company, frowned and went down to check the situation. A security guard came up and explained the reason. Lin Chuqing's cold gaze fell on Xu Shaoshan. Are you looking for me? Xu Shaoshan came back to his senses and quickly laughed with him. Chu Qing, I'm here to cooperate with you. I heard that you recently developed a new energy battery. I want to place a large order. It sounds like cooperation, but in fact it is just giving money in disguise. Lin Chuqing's new energy battery technology has not been completely perfected, and not many people are cooperating with it. As the saying goes, the one who is near the water and the tower first gets the moon. Xu Shaoshan wanted to get closer to Lin Chuqing through cooperation. Since it is a cooperative relationship, it is normal to meet and have a meal, right? When the time comes, send flowers and create a surprise, maybe you can impress this iceberg CEO. Thinking of the scene in the future where the beauty will be embraced in his arms, Xiao Shaoshan couldn't help but feel proud of his own wit. Lin Chuqing's frown deepened. She knew exactly what Xu Shaoshan was planning. What the hell is going on with this guy? I've slapped it many times, and it's very annoying to keep sticking it up. She really didn't want to get entangled with these second-generation dudes. The other party wanted to cooperate and wanted to give her money, but she still refused to accept it. Because, as long as her product is developed, it will surely be destroyed. It may even change the current market of mainstream fuel vehicles and affect the entire industry. There will definitely be no shortage of collaborators by then. I'm sorry, my company's new products have not been successfully developed yet, and we will not cooperate with others for the time being. Lin Chuqing politely declined. Xu Shaoshan refused to give up, and when he thought of something, his eyes lit up. Chuqing, haven't you been raising money recently to develop new technologies? How about how much money you were short of and I pay it as a stock investment? Li Xiao secretly shook his head beside him. Is there something wrong with this villain's brain that he can't even hear an obvious rejection? After all, he is the eldest son of a dignified family worth tens of billions, and his IQ is so anxious. I have to say that the protagonist's intellectual aura is so awesome. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Zhu Fan, who was watching with cold eyes. If Xu Shaoshan continues to pester, the protagonist will become angry. I have to hide far away when the time comes. As expected, Lin Chuqing still refused. Sorry, my company's new battery technology has reached a critical stage of development and does not require investment from others. Xu Shaoshan thought the same thing. Other people's technologies are about to be invented, so if you invest just now, aren't you getting something for nothing? Are people willing? Are you trying to get closer to Lin Chuqing, but have you failed? He finally thought of such a way. Chuqing, I remember you were clearing out inventory recently, right? In order to develop new technologies. Xu Shaoshan thought of another way, patted his chest and said. I want all the inventory you have. Enough. Lin Chuqing really couldn't listen anymore and interrupted. Is this guy really stupid or fake? Can't you hear your rejection so clearly? She had to be more direct. Mr. Chu, please come back, I won't cooperate with you. Don't bother me anymore, it's impossible between us. Lin Chuqing's tone was firm. After saying that, Lin Chuqing stopped talking to Xu Shaoshan and drove into the company. Xu Shaoshan froze on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. Ever since he met Lin Chuqing by chance, he fell in love with her at first sight. From then on, a crazy pursuit began. What I got was rejection again and again. But he still didn't give up. I wonder if it would be better to gradually develop into friends by becoming partners and then initiate pursuit. Today he came with high expectations, but Lin Chuqing knocked him into the abyss. Don't talk about pursuing each other. Not even a chance to cooperate. I don't want to have anything to do with him at all. Haha, do you have to humiliate yourself? Why bother? Zheng Fifan's disdainful voice sounded next to him. Now that you have seen our president, can you leave? Cool. This brother's fiancée is domineering. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel relieved, given Lin Chuqing's cold personality. Even that hypocritical hypocrite Xu Hao could never deceive her. Xu Shaoshan's mentality collapsed. As soon as I heard someone say something sarcastic, I immediately exploded. When he turned around, he saw that it was Zheng Fifan who had not given him face before, and new and old hatreds added up. Who are you? A stinky security guard who looks like garbage. What do you call me a dog here? At first glance, your father is a loser. He gave birth to a useless thing like you. Hearing Xu Shaoshan talk about his father, Zheng Fifan couldn't help but think that his father might have been K*LLED by Xu Hao. The eyes become sharp and dangerous. Li Xiao saw this scene and quietly moved back. I have to sigh. This villain is really capable of seeking death. He cannot be implicated. Xu Shaoshan obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, so he continued to talk disdainfully. Haha, are you angry? Why you still want to hit me? Come on, hit me in the face, hit me if you feel like it. Seeing Zheng Fifan clenching his fists with a murderous look on his face, Shaoshan smiled. Take the initiative to move your head forward. When Zheng Fifan saw this, the corners of his mouth turned up. You said this. I have never heard such a request in my life. He slapped Xu Shaoshan hard on the face. What the fuck? Several security guards behind Zhang Fifan were stunned. Xu Shaoshan is the eldest son of the Chu family with a market value of tens of billions. Brother, you dare to fight me? Isn't it too brave? Snapped. A slap on the face. Xu Shaoshan was beaten and spun around in circles, his head buzzing. There was a burning pain in my cheek, and there was also some numbness, and it was obviously swollen. When he came to his senses, he was angry. This is the first time I have been beaten since I was a child. His father was reluctant to beat him. Still slapped in public, completely losing face. Xu Shaoshan's face was ferocious, and he rushed forward to fight back. You dare to hit me? I want you to die. However, with his reckless efforts, how could he be the opponent of Zhang Fifan, who has been practicing in the dark world for many years? Seeing Xu Shaoshan approaching, Zhang Fifan punched him fiercely. In an instant, the bridge of his nose collapsed and blood flew everywhere. Zhang Fifan was also angry. I didn't sleep for 2 days and 2 nights, and my spirit was already in a tense state. In addition, I saw the beautiful landlady I liked together with Xu Hao. I want to drive him out of the house, and I feel a fire in my heart. At this time, Xu Shaoshan was completely ignited. Now that we have taken action, we must teach this rich second generation a profound lesson. Save yourself the trouble of having to trouble him later. He took a few steps forward and punched and kicked Xu Shaoshan. He was still measured and did not kill anyone. But how powerful is a dark master? Even if Zhang Fifan stayed, Xu Shaoshan was beaten into a pig's head. He fell to the ground as angry as a thread. After dealing with Xu Shaoshan, Zhang Fifan's anger had not yet been vented and he looked at Li Xiao who was already hiding far away. He rushed over with a lunge. This guy just pointed at his nose and scolded him very happily. What the fuck? Seeing the villain Xu Shaoshan being beaten so miserably, Li Xiao mourned silently in his heart. When he saw Zhang Fifan rushing towards him, he was dumbfounded. Damn it! I've run so far, why don't you come and hit me? Li Xiao eventually couldn't escape a severe beating. In the high-end ward of the hospital, there was a person lying on each of the 2 hospital beds. Both men were covered in bandages. Li Xiao regretted that he had known that the protagonist was so unreasonable. He would rather change the plot and convince Xu Shaoshan than come to Lin Chuqing. This fucking beating was too harsh. My whole body ached and I felt like I was about to die. He has the strength, which is better. Xu Shaoshan next door is even worse and is still unconscious. Xu Shang came to the hospital and saw that his son, whom he was reluctant to beat, was beaten so miserably. His life-saver was also seriously injured. Xu Shang was angry and immediately mobilized the Chu family to boycott and suppress Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited. Xu family. Xu Hao is sitting on the sofa drinking tea. He held his mobile phone in his hand, scrolling through the messages from his subordinates. That's exactly what happened at the door of Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited. I have a deeper understanding of the protagonist hitting someone if he disagrees with me. If you don't like it, just do it. Now, the heroine Lin Chuqing faces off against the Chu family. And the protagonist is definitely on the heroine's side. This time, can he be a fisherman again? Xu Hao looked thoughtful. Consider how to profit from it. It would be best if the Chu group could be eaten in one bite. Not far from him, Xu Feiyan was wearing a JK uniform. After Xu Hao put down the teacup, she picked up the teapot and filled Xu Hao. The eyes looking at Xu Hao were filled with resentment. That's right, she lost again today in the competition with Xu Hao. This time Xu Hao won in an upright manner and did not use dirty tricks as before. The two fought for a long time, and Xu Hao finally won by a narrow margin. Although he indeed lost, Xu Feiyan was very dissatisfied. If Xu Hao was much better than her, what would she say? But he's just a little better than her. The result of losing the competition was to make her wear a JK uniform. Pour tea and water for Xu Hao. Seeing herself wearing this student outfit, Xu Feiyan wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. It's so shameful. She is destined to become the queen. Wearing a JK uniform would seem too lively. What she wanted was dignity. Do you understand the majesty of the queen? Speaking of this, Chen Zuyan became angry. It was my sister Xu Wei who proposed the lottery competition. She didn't agree at the time, so Xu Wei provoked her there. Then Xu Hao also said, if you don't agree, let's not compare. Xu Hao has been teasing her for so many days, what's the point of no longer competing? Must win it back. Go back and take revenge. So, Xu Feiyan agreed. This time, it was about her reputation, so she was very energetic. No interference from Xu Hao. Xu Hao was also a little more serious and narrowly defeated her. Give her a little hope so that she can have the motivation to continue fighting with herself. Only then can he continue to abuse this daughter. Until her pride is shattered. Xu Feiyan lost and fulfilled the agreement. But there was no JK uniform at all, and she had never worn one. Xu Huayi then bought a few sets in person. Xu Fei's smoke exploded. This quirky little sister is becoming more and more disobedient. When she comes back from school, be sure to open her flowers. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling 014005516 Filu 113,061,201. Just when Xu Feiyan was thinking about how to get revenge on her sister, a bell rang. Xu Feiyan took out her phone and took a look. It's a group video call. Xu Feiyan was about to answer the call when she suddenly stopped. I thought of my JK uniform, my lively and cute look. Is it okay if a few sisters see this? Move your fingers without hesitation. 098 Xu Huayi's plan to sow discord. Good daughter calls daddy. Chapter 98. Xu Huayi's plan to sow discord. The good daughter calls her daddy. A group of 4 sisters who love each other. Traditional Chinese medicine. YYDS. Just want to make money. Science is the primary productive force. Wu Mei, what's going on with you? Why don't you answer the video call? Xu Feiyan quickly typed a reply. Please call me your lady queen. I am a little inconvenient outside. Chinese medicine doctor. YYDS. Haha, what's the inconvenience? I'm afraid someone is rebelling and is embarrassed to face us, right? All you want to do is make money. 5th sister, you have disappointed us so much. Technology is the primary productive force. I knew it, I knew it. When you said you would never forgive Xu Hao until death, I had an ominous premonition. Isn't it really delicious now? Question mark. Looking at the messages from his sisters, Xu Yin made a question mark. What's the meaning? Why did she rebel? Please call me queen. Did you make a mistake somewhere? Why did I betray the organization? Chinese medicine. YYDS. Haha, 5th sister, stop pretending, there are pictures and the truth picture. JPG. Xu Feiyan clicked on the picture, and suddenly her vision went dark, and she almost fainted. In the picture, she was wearing a JK uniform and pouring tea for Xu Hao. The shooting angle is very tricky, and it vividly captures a well-behaved daughter obeying her father. Technology is the primary productive force. I didn't expect that you are such a 5th sister, but you often talk about the queen, and you are so obedient in serving tea and water to others. The person who pours the tea is still that ruthless man. They only want to make money. You should quit the group. Xu Feiyan came to her senses and immediately knew the sinister intentions. Deliberately taking pictures and sending them to several sisters to sow discord between members of their organization. The thoughts are too vicious. Please call me queen. It's not what you think. Please listen to my explanation. Xu Feiyan immediately told what happened on the day she came back, when she saw her 2 younger sisters and her 3rd sister acting well behaved, and wanted to avenge them and teach Xu Hao a lesson, but ended up losing the bet. Technology is the primary productive force. Zundu is fake. Are you trying to deceive us? Chinese medicine doctor. YYDS. 5th sister, just admit it. I have seen you crush stones with one hand before, and your strength has reached Mingjin. More powerful than those special forces. Who would believe that Xu Hao, a mortal who has never practiced martial arts, defeated you? Did you lose on purpose? She studied medicine in the mountains. Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts have not been separated from each other. Her master is a very powerful being. She has now reached the middle stage of Mingjin. It was precisely because her strength reached Mingjin that she knew how strong it was. So I don't believe what my sister said. Ever since she graduated from school and left home, Xu Hao has been busy developing companies and has never practiced martial arts. How could he beat his sister who was so powerful? Seeing that the sisters didn't believe it, Xu Feiyan wanted to cry but had no tears. I have some experience with the feeling of being doubted by the previous sisters when they posted messages in the group. Please call me queen. You believe me, I really lost the bet. Xu Huayi, that little traitor, wants to sow discord between us. Chinese medicine. YYDS. Doubt. JPG. Technology is the primary productive force. are you trying to sneak into our group to find out confidential information? I just want to make money, I'll give you another chance. If I find out that you betrayed the organization, see how I deal with you when I come back. Put down the phone. Xu Feiyan smiled helplessly. Don't her sisters distrust her too much? Will she forgive Xu Hao? He glanced at Xu Hao, who had a leisurely look on his face. How can you forgive him when he often bullies himself and calls his own attention whenever he has nothing to do? Then the anger kept rising. Xu Huai even secretly took photos and sent them to several sisters in order to sow discord between them. His heart can be K*LLED. With a glance, the two heads peeping outside the door quickly retracted. Xu Feiyan sneered, put down the teacup and walked outside. The expressions of the two sisters Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai are very wonderful. It was Xu Huai's idea to take photos of fifth sister Xu Feiyan and send them to several sisters. Both sisters knew that several sisters had created another group in order to fight against Xu Hao. She wanted to use this method to drive a wedge between her sisters. Seeing Xu Feiyan's face, they knew they had succeeded. Xu Shiqing glanced inside and was immediately startled. Fifth sister, she is coming towards us. Xu Huai was shocked. Then what are you waiting for? Run quickly. For a time, a chase drama took place in the villa. After dinner in the evening, Xu Hao brought Su Wancho and several daughters together. I have been out on errands for the past 2 days and got a good thing that I want to give to you. Several daughters were confused. Xu Hao was not at home these 2 days, and no one taught them painting, calligraphy, or piano. I feel very uncomfortable. I don't know what good things Xu Hao got outside. Xu Hao took out 5 marrow cleansing pills. They are all used by the heroine Xiao Wanling, and of course the women in the family are also indispensable. As for the daughters becoming more beautiful, will it benefit others? Non-existent. His daughters can only follow him for the rest of their lives. As soon as the marrow cleansing pill came out, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the hall. The daughters and Su Wancho smelled the medicinal fragrance and felt refreshed. Xu Huai came over curiously, stared at a few pills, and asked doubtfully. Dad, what is this? You'll know after you eat it. Xu Huai did not hesitate, decisively picked up one and put it in his mouth. Xu Hao's heart was so big that Xu Hao didn't even have time to explain the efficacy of the medicine. Soon, a layer of impurities appeared on Xu Huai's body. After being reminded by Su Wancho, Xu Huai quickly ran to the bathroom to clean herself. Half an hour later, Xu Huai, who had changed her clothes, rushed out. Looking at Xu Huai, whose skin is white and crystal clear, faintly glowing, and even more beautiful. Several women were shocked. Xu Huai was very excited. When he came over, he hugged Xu Hao, stood on tiptoes and took a sip. Dad, you are so good, I love you so much. No wonder she was so excited. Heart of beauty in everyone. What's more, she's a girl. Although they are already very beautiful, they have been called school beauties since they were young. But who doesn't want to be more beautiful? Not only is she more beautiful now, she also feels that her physique has been strengthened. It's not a problem to go to school and win the 100-meter championship right away. Ding Xu Huai is full of passion, and his emotional value is +789. Seeing her sister making such an intimate move, Xu Feiyan frowned slightly. Is this too outrageous? How can a daughter be so old and still be so close to her father? However, she could understand the changes in Xu Huai's body at this time. Xu Shiqing, Xu Hongzhuang, and Su Wancho didn't think much about it. In their opinion, although their sister's actions were close, they were still acceptable. When Xu Hao taught them painting and piano before, she still held them in her arms. Seeing Xu Huai's changes, they were no longer calm. He immediately stepped forward and took the pills from Xu Hao's hand. Xu Shiqing took it and wanted to leave, but thought of her sister's grateful gesture just now. Isn't it bad to just take it and leave like this? So, she turned around again and imitated her sister to express her gratitude to Xu Hao. Turned around and ran to the bathroom. She just saw the effect of her sister taking the pills. I don't want to make a fool of myself in front of my sisters. My sister thanked Xu Hao. When Xu Hongzhuang took the pills, she also expressed her gratitude to Xu Hao. Then he ran away with a slight blush. She has now completely forgiven Xu Hao. I am not so repelled by those intimate actions. Next is Su Wancho. She didn't have any worries at all, and directly gave her a sweet kiss. And the last one, it's for daughter Xu Feiyan. Although he has not conquered this daughter yet, she certainly cannot escape from his grasp. Just think of it as giving it to her in advance, and you can still gain a wave of favor. I saw sixth sister and third sister both holding pills and running into the bathroom. Xu Feiyan was very moved. That's a pill that can make you more beautiful. However, this pill was given by Xu Hao. Only in the afternoon did she vow in the group that she would never forgive Xu Hao. How could you accept Xu Hao's things? Looking at the pill in Xu Hao's hand, Xu Feiyan resisted the urge to take it and turned away. Xu Huai suppressed her excitement and came out of Xu Hao's arms. Seeing that he still had a pill in his hand, he looked at the fifth sister Xu Feiyan who was not far away, and asked curiously. Fifth sister, Dad still has one in his hand, don't you want it? Xu Feiyan swallowed her saliva and snorted firmly. I won't accept his stuff. That's great. Xu Huai looked surprised and looked at the smell eagerly. Dad, if fifth sister doesn't want it, just give it to me. I want to become even more beautiful. Xu Feiyan gritted her teeth in anger. Although she didn't intend to accept what Xu Hao had to offer, she still felt uncomfortable hearing what her sister said. Xu Hao shook his head at her. One pill is enough for one person. It's useless to eat too much. Xu Huai was a little disappointed, but recovered quickly. Now she is very satisfied and cannot be too greedy. Since it's useless if you take too much, I'd better leave this pill to fifth sister. What should I do if the fifth sister doesn't accept it? Xu Huai thought for a while, rolled his eyes, and spoke excitedly. Talking about the benefits of taking pills. Dad, what's the name of this pill of yours? I feel like I'm rejuvenated after taking it. Not only has my skin gotten better, but my hair has also become smoother. My slightly short-sighted eyes have healed instantly. I feel my vision has reached 5.5 now. Moreover, my memory is even deeper. I can remember when I was 2 or 3 years old. Xu Hao noticed Xu Huai's eyes and knew what she meant. Immediately cooperate and explain the effect of Zisui Dan. That's called the marrow cleansing pill. The effect is to remove impurities from one's own body and improve one's physical constitution. Please give me flowers 0. Xu Huai asked deliberately after hearing this. Is it improving my bone constitution? No wonder I feel full of strength and my memory is getting better and better. Wouldn't that be better for martial arts training? The eyesight would be better, and the opponent would be able to see more clearly. The flaw in the hand. My memory is better, I can learn everything quickly, and with my improved bones, I might be able to become a martial arts master in no time. Xu Feiyan didn't care at first. Later, when she heard the father and daughter talking non-stop, her heart beat faster and her breathing became faster. Improve physical health and bones. Doesn't that mean that if she eats it and then practices martial arts, she will get twice the result with half the effort? Listening to her sister describing the various benefits of the marrow cleansing pill, Xu Feiyan became more and more excited. I don't know if it's an illusion. The medicinal fragrance emanates from the pill in Xu Hao's hand. She felt that her Ming Jin initial strength, which had been stagnant for a long time, actually had the urge to break through. Xu Hao's current strength is only slightly stronger than himself. If you break through yourself and then compete with him, wouldn't it be easy to win? At this time, she also roughly understood the reason why Xu Hao became so powerful in just a year or two after not seeing him. It must be because of taking the marrow cleansing pill. Otherwise, why would he become so much younger all of a sudden? The effect of the marrow cleansing pill is incredible. Not only can it make people younger and more energetic, but it can also improve their strength and enhance their memory. Xu Hao saw that the time was ripe and looked at Xu Feiyan. Feiyan, just keep it. This medicine will be very helpful for improving your strength. Xu Feiyan was already very excited. Hearing Xu Hao say this, I almost reached out to get it. But she still maintained the last trace of reserve. Pretending to be cool. How much does your medicine cost? I bought it. Poof. It turned out that Xu Huai laughed out loud. Fifth sister, are you kidding me? You actually use money to measure the value of the marrow cleansing pill. Do you know how incredible the effect of the marrow cleansing pill is? It is not an exaggeration to say it is a miracle elixir. If you take it to the auction house and auction it, it will cost you at least tens of billions. If necessary, hundreds of billions are not impossible. The most important thing is, which idiot will be auctioned at the auction house? Isn't it useful for me? Dad gave it to us because he loves us so much. Don't even think about it. This is why Xu Huai was so excited just now that she couldn't help herself and threw herself into her arms. My heart was so moved. Xu Hao cast an admiring look at the little daughter. What a divine assist. Xu Feiyan blushed at the words. She also knew that what her sister said was true. She actually wanted to buy such a priceless treasure with money. I can't even afford to sell her. Seeing that Xu Feiyan was silent, Xu Hao spoke. We are all a family. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. I'm also very happy that you have become better. Take it. I looked at Xu Hao's innocent smile. Then looking at the marrow cleansing pill in his hand that smelled like medicine, Xu Feiyan couldn't resist the temptation. Xu Feiyan decided to be shameless. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward and took the marrow cleansing pill. At worst, if I win Xu Hao's competition later, I just don't let him wash my feet. Xu Hua noticed that she was about to run away with the marrow cleansing pill, so she stopped immediately. Immediately stopped in front of Xu Feiyan. Fifth sister, are you too unreasonable? My elder sister, third sister, and sus mother all expressed their gratitude for receiving dad's gift. It doesn't make sense for you to just take it and leave, right? Xu Feiyan's expression froze with excitement. It was really bad for her to accept Xu Hao's gift without saying anything. But she couldn't do it if she wanted to express the same gratitude as her sisters and mother Su. In that case, she would rather not use the marrow cleansing pill. Just when Xu Feiyan was in embarrassment, Xu Huai spoke next. I don't want you to be like us. Just say, thank you dad. That's not too much, right? Not excessive. Just say a few words and you can get a priceless treasure like the marrow cleansing pill. It's not a great deal. But Xu Feiyan was a little hesitant. So you have to call me dad. She promised her sisters that she would not betray them. Then I thought about it, this is not considered a betrayal, right? It is a temporary surrender in order to receive a gift. Yes, that's it. Seeing her hesitant expression, Xu Huai revealed a smile and quietly took out her phone. Press the recording function. Xu Hao spoke at this time. Huai is just joking. Just eat the Feiyan. The whole family says thank you. Xu Huai couldn't help but cast a resentful look at Xu Hao. Xu Hao knew what she meant. My daughter, you are still too young. Do you know what it means to retreat to advance? Sure enough, after hearing Xu Hao's words, Xu Feiyan felt that it would be outrageous to leave. So he turned around, took a deep breath, and said to Xu Hao. Thank you dad. After saying that, he ran to the bathroom of his bedroom upstairs in despair. At the same time, Xu Huai pressed the recording pause button, with a successful smile on her lips. 099 My daughter became a maid contrast with the queen breakfast. Chapter 99 My daughter became a maid comparison with the queen breakfast. Half an hour later, Su Wancho and her daughters came out of the bathroom one after another. Everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. They all really felt the changes in themselves. Xu Xiqing likes to draw, and some knowledge and sk*lls that she had almost forgotten emerged clearly before her eyes. I suddenly found that I could understand some of the things I didn't understand when I was taught by Xu Hao. Su Wancho feels that her physique has strengthened and she should be able to persist for a longer period of time. I just don't know if I can suppress myself from making any noise. The girls expressed their gratitude to Xu Hao again. A group of warblers and swallows surround you. Xu Hao, don't be too happy. Ding Xu Xiqing cheered for joy, her mood value plus 777. Ding Xu Hongzhuang was so moved, her emotional value plus 888. Ding Su Wancho's heartbeat is racing, and her mood value is plus 999. Not long after, Xu Feiyan also came out. The smile on her lips could not be suppressed. Because, just after she took the marrow cleansing pill, she easily broke through the state she had been stuck in for a long time. The breakthrough reached the middle stage of Mingjin. Not only that, some of the fighting sk*lls taught to her by the eldest sister emerged clearly in her mind again. And understand something. Xu Feiyan felt confident. These days, she has been losing to Xu Hao, and her spirit is almost gone. The rain stopped and the sky cleared, and she felt like she could do it again. Xu Feiyan can't wait to discuss with Xu Hao again. Thinking that my strength was achieved because of Xu Hao's marrow cleansing pill. If he were defeated, it would be unjustifiable. I saw a group of warblers and swallows surrounding Xu Hao. She felt that if she proposed a competition, she would be scolded by several sisters. After much thought, Xu Feiyan gave up the idea of competing immediately and would meet Xu Hao tomorrow. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. Xu Wancho changed into a stewardess uniform today. Xu Hao became the captain and flew the plane. Facts have proved that Xu Wancho's physical improvement lasted longer. But it's hard to do without making a sound. Ding. Xu Wancho couldn't help being embarrassed. Her mood value was plus 96316. The master bedroom is not peaceful. The boudoir of several sisters was also very lively. Xu Wei edited a message and combined it with Xu Feiyan's "Thank you Dad" recording. I was sent the group of 7 fairies with flowery faces and moon faces. The little girl selling nuclear bombs. Eldest sister, second sister, fourth sister, don't hold on anymore, come back and reunite with us quickly, fifth sister has joined our camp, audio. When several sisters saw the message, their eyes froze and they clicked on the audio one after another. Thank you Dad. That's what Xu Feiyan said to Xu Hao. At that time, I thought that Xu Hao was willing to give her the marrow cleansing pill unconditionally, and I was really touched, so my tone was very sincere. Several sisters exploded when they heard this. TCMYYDS. Haha, I knew it, fifth sister, you not only betrayed the organization, but also wanted to stay in the group as an undercover agent. Technology is the primary productive force, is that Xu Hao poisonous? We were obviously in the same camp before, but you all rebelled one after another. All I want to do is make money, and please call me queen, what else do you have to explain? Xu Feiyan is happy that she has improved her strength. I picked up my phone and saw someone at myself. Clicking in, she was dumbfounded. Suddenly my teeth started to itch with anger. Damn Xu Wei, when did you record the audio? This little traitor will not stop until he provokes the sisters. Please call me queen, please listen to my explanation. Xu Wei misinterpreted the meaning and wanted to destroy the relationship between our sisters. Chinese medicine Dr. YYDS, really? Fifth sister, do you dare to say that it's not your voice in it? I haven't read much, so don't lie to me. Technology is the primary productive force. The word, Dad, is so affectionate. She is such a good daughter. All they want to do is make money, just keep making it up, we'll listen. Little girl selling nuclear bombs. Fifth sister, the matter is now over, there is no need to pretend it anymore, because sister and the others have seen through it. It's useless even if you go in undercover, they've probably already created another group. Please call me your lady queen. At little girl selling nuclear bombs, shut up. Don't listen to Xu Wei's nonsense. This is what happened. Xu Feiyan immediately told what happened that night. Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS, is it true? After taking that marrow cleansing pill, not only can the skin become better, but the hair can also be made smooth. The 5 senses are sharper, the memory is better, and it can also enhance physical fitness. Is there such a magical medicine? I studied medicine in the mountains for 2 years, how come I have never heard of it? Technology is the primary productive force. Wu Mei, you have changed and we don't even recognize you anymore. In order to deceive us, you actually made up such a lie. You are treating us as fools. All you want to do is make money. It's really outrageous, so just because of the pill Xu Hao gave you, you gave in and called you daddy. Where is your queenly integrity? Seeing that several sisters did not believe in herself, Xu Feiyan was about to cry but had no tears. Draw a circle and curse you. I can prove it to fifth sister by uploading 2 pictures. The 2 pictures are before and after taking marrow cleansing pill. They were all taken in the bathroom. It turned out that when Xu Shiqing went to the bathroom, she thought of the changes in her sister after taking the pills, and decided to take a photo of herself before and after. The effect is stunning. The comparison results are clearly displayed, and the charm has indeed been raised to a new level. I'm really not a big star, I can also prove it for my fifth sister by uploading 2 pictures. It turns out that Xu Hongzhuang also took photos. Xu Feiyan is depressed because her sisters don't believe in her. Suddenly at this time, 6th sister and 3rd sister stood up to speak for themselves. Why did they feel a little touched? Tell a joke. A sister of an alliance does not believe in herself, and an enemy is an organization that proves itself. I'm really not a big star. Eldest sister, 2nd sister, 4th sister, come back. If dad can take out 5 marrow cleansing pills at once, there must be more. You can become just like us. Chinese medicine YYDS. Haha, those 2 little traitors often brag about Xu Hao. Why did you, 3rd sister, join in? Technology is the primary productive force. You are really going to any lengths to trick us into going back. You who never use beauty, you actually use beauty. I just want to make money. I'm tired, let's go. The whole group fell into silence. Xu Feiyan sent a message in another group, but there was no response. She knew that several sisters did not believe her and were angry. Thinking that Xu Huai had started all this, she became angry. He got up and went to Xu Huai's bedroom. A burst of wailing sounded. The next day, Xu Feiyan approached Xu Hao again. It's time for the decisive battle between the two. Because of your elixir last night, my strength has improved now. If I feel that I am not my opponent, I have the right to give up. For the sake of improving my strength, I will not come back in revenge for the humiliation you did to me before. Xu Huai couldn't stand it and immediately stood up and said, "Fifth sister, are you too shameless? It's because of Dad's marrow cleansing pill that you have improved your strength, and you still want to challenge Dad." Xu Feiyan glared at her sister. "Didn't I say it? He can refuse." Xu Huai wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Xu Hao. "Since Feiyan wants to compete, then I will accept the challenge." Xu Feiyan's eyes flashed with joy. Although she decided not to let Xu Hao accept punishment. "But I still want to win from Xu Hao once. After all, she has been losing since the day she came back. My self-confidence is almost gone. But the lottery cannot be missing." Xu Hao suddenly added. Xu Huai looked at Xu Hao, as if she understood something, and her heart moved. "Let's see, it's me who decides the lottery. If the fifth sister loses, she will be Daddy's maid for a day, in a maid outfit." Maid outfit? Xu Feiyan was stunned. His eyes fell on Xu Hao, with a strange look on his face. Xu Huai knew what she was thinking and added. "Didn't you just say that you won't take revenge on Dad even if you win? So this punishment is specially set for you. Just say whether you agree or not." "Ah." Xu Feiyan hesitated. She wants to become a queen. How can you be a maid? The maid and the queen are completely two extremes. Imagine her wearing women's clothing, serving Xu Hao tea and water, and beating her legs for massage. She couldn't help but tremble. As soon as he said the rejection, he was interrupted by Xu Huai. "What? Aren't the fifth sisters very confident? Don't you dare now. I think you should go back and practice more, and then come to Dad to compete." "Who said I dare not?" Xu Feiyan immediately became angry. She also just remembered that her strength had improved, which was far from what it was yesterday. "Xu Hao was slightly better than me yesterday, and I can definitely beat him today. To avenge previous shame, that's how the bet was settled." The two sisters, Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai, are still the referees. The competition begins. Xu Hao followed the old routine, fighting and retreating with Xu Feiyan, and finally retreated to the border line. Xu Feiyan raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Want to use the previous trick to surprise you again? She won't be fooled." Immediately burst out with all his strength, using Ming Jin's midterm strength and improved fighting SK*LLS. But the next moment, the world is spinning. Xu Feiyan was thrown away again. He fell to the ground in confusion. She didn't know what was happening yet. His blank eyes returned to focus, and he saw Xu Hao looking at her with a smile. "Feiyan, you are underestimating the enemy. You think you will be able to defeat me if you break through in strength. Don't you know that a lion can fight a rabbit with all his strength? No matter how strong you are, you can't underestimate your enemy." Listening to Xu Hao's teaching words, Xu Feiyan was still a little puzzled. Did you just underestimate the enemy? She obviously took action with all her strength. Could it be that he had exposed his flaws in a moment of complacency? Of course not. It's just that Xu Hao showed a little more strength and took her down easily. Play in the palm of your hand. Fifth sister, you lost again. Xu Huai ran over with a smile and looked at her for a while. The fifth sister, who has always claimed to be a queen, would look like wearing a maid outfit. Really looking forward to it. Xu Shiqing is also interested in this. Exuberant, he said to his sister intentionally or unintentionally. How can you make such a fortune? There is no maid uniform at home. It doesn't matter if we don't have it at home. Can't we just go out and buy it? It seems that we can't go out and buy it every day. We need to buy a few more and keep them at home for later use. Xu Huai's eyes shone. Xu Feiyan's mouth twitched when she heard this. You are really my good sisters. In order to see her wearing a maid outfit, I didn't hesitate to go out and buy it. Wait, what do you mean by buying more for her? Do you think she will keep losing? So angry. Xu Hao was very pleased. She is indeed his good daughter. Xu Huai followed her sister Xu Shiqing and soon bought the maid outfit. Not only the maid outfit, but also many other things. Don't know what's inside. A rabbit ear can be vaguely seen. Xu Feiyan gritted her teeth. My sister is so hateful. It seems that the lesson learned last night was not enough. Let's continue tonight. Under the supervision of his two younger sisters, Xu Feiyan was helpless. Finally put on a maid outfit. Looking at the fifth daughter who looked like a little maid, the heroic look between her brows was in sharp contrast to her current submissiveness. Ahem, I feel a little sore in my back recently. The little maid is here to give me a massage. Xu Hao smiled playfully. Do you also know about back pain? It would be strange if I don't have backache if I sleep so late every night. Xu Feiyan hummed twice. It was because of my own carelessness that I let him down. What's there to be proud of? He also ordered himself to massage and return to evil. I have no choice but to accept defeat. Xu Feiyan came behind Xu Hao and started massaging. Ding Xu Feiyan is filled with hatred, her emotional value is plus 888. Ding Xu 073 Feiyan gritted his teeth, emotional value plus 99. Comfortable. Xu Hao sighed. Not only does it have a maid to call upon, but it also allows you to increase your mood points, which is really cool. And just when their father was kind and their daughter was filial. In a hidden corner, the sound of a mobile phone clicking to take pictures sounded. Xu Huai took back her phone and looked at it. After looking at the photos inside, she expressed satisfaction. He glanced at Xu Feiyan, who was massaging Xu Hao, and smiled proudly. Now let me see how you can continue to be in the same camp as eldest sister and the others. Xu Huai immediately added a picture, edited a message, and sent it to the Seven Sisters group. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, the fifth sister is so disgusting. In order to please her father, she even put on a maid outfit and gave him a massage. These days, being a daughter is so introverted. Picture.jpg. Several sisters clicked on the picture to view it and were instantly furious. 4 sisters who loved each other suddenly became 3 sisters who loved each other. Night. After giving Xu Hao a massage for a day, Zai Yuan finally had time to pick up his phone. I was a little confused when I saw the message in the group that the number was 99 plus. Click to view. It was my sister Xu Huai who caused trouble again. A photo was taken of her wearing a maid outfit and being massaged by Xu Hao. I saw the denunciation of her by the eldest sister, the second sister, and the fourth sister. Xu Feiyan had a bad feeling and quickly opened another group. I wanted to send a message to explain, but a red exclamation mark popped up. You have been removed from the group chat. Xu Feiyan was depressed. Does this count as being forced to go to Langshan? She really didn't betray the organization. Immediately explained to the Seven Sisters group. But no matter how she explained, several sisters didn't believe her. Xu Feiyan used to be so proud, determined to be a queen and take charge of thousands of younger brothers. Now that he's wearing a maid uniform, doesn't that mean anything? Next day, Xu Hao came to Xiao Wanling's house. The 3-day deadline has come and it is time for Zheng Fifan to hand over the house. Xiao Wanling didn't want to face Zheng Fifan alone, so she called Xu Hao over. Xiao Wanling was having breakfast, looked at the time, and then looked at Xu Hao. Surprised. Uncle Xu, why are you here so early? It's getting late, the time is just right. Xu Hao looked confused. Xiao Wanling was stunned for a moment, thinking she had read the wrong time, so she looked again. That's right. There is still more than an hour before the agreed 10 o'clock. Now that Uncle Xu is here, he can just accompany her, so he said. Uncle Xu, have you had breakfast? Not yet. Uncle Xu, come over and have something to eat together. Okay. Uncle Xu, I'm still having breakfast. It's okay, you eat yours and I'll eat mine. We finished breakfast together and it was almost 1 o'clock. After cleaning up, the two walked side by side to the rental house of the protagonist Zheng Fifan. 100 Fall Take the Beautiful Teacher into the Woods White Day Announcement. Chapter 100, Fall Take the Beautiful Teacher into the Woods by Rishuan. Zheng Fifan missed work again. Pack things at home. Yesterday, he received a warning from Xiao Wanling, telling him to pack his things today and come to check out at 10 o'clock. If you find that he is still hanging around, call him and warn him of illegal trespassing. Zheng Fifan had no choice but to move out as required. But he rented another one not far away. He still retained the last trace of his thoughts. I hope to find Xu Hao's criminal evidence as soon as possible, expose his hypocrisy, and Xiao Wanling can leave Xu Hao. Then he will have a chance. Zhang Fifan waited at home with complicated emotions. Seeing time passing by, it was past 10 o'clock. There was a knock on the door. When he opened the door and saw Xiao Wanling, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. As a few days passed, Xiao Wanling became more and more beautiful, and her charm improved a lot. Now on par with his brother's fiancée. However, when he thought about the reason for Xiao Wanling's change, Zhang Fifan was so angry that he vomited blood. Reason? What other reasons? It was after following Xu Hao that Ling had this change. It must be moisturized. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Fifan's pupils shrank and he realized that Xiao Wanling did not come alone. There was also a handsome uncle accompanying him. If not Xu Hao, who else? The two walked side by side, so close that they were almost touching. Combined with this, Xiao Wanling's eyes are moist and her cheeks are slightly red. It's not hard to imagine what the two of them just did. He actually did this thing early in the morning, every day. Is this still the elegant and dignified beautiful landlady he knew? No, certainly not. How could Xiao Wanling sink to this level? It was definitely forced by Xu Hao. Hateful. Ding Zhang Fifan's hatred is overwhelming, his mood value is +852. Facing Zhang Fifan's hateful gaze, Xu Hao showed a kind smile. My dear nephew, I see that you don't look very good. My uncle would like to remind you that even a young man should cherish his health and stay up late at night. The corners of Zhang Fifan's mouth twitched, and his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Xu Hao wanted to take advantage of himself again. He couldn't help but think of the time when he called the other person an uncle, a typical example of treating a thief as a father. Why do you think I have insomnia? Isn't it because of you? Stop being so hypocritical. Have you always been this hypocritical? Aren't you tired of pretending? Xu Hao pretended to sigh. I know you are sad because of your father's death, but seeing you like this makes me, an uncle, worried. Brush. Zhang Fifan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He has been investigating the cause of his father's death these days. I visited and investigated the shareholders who were previously in the Xu group with my father. He was already 99% sure that it was Xu Hao's hand. Xu Hao initially purchased shares from major shareholders at double the price. There are only 3 shareholders left who are unwilling to sell their shares. As a result, not long after, in addition to the father, the other 2 shareholders got into trouble one after another. The son of one of the shareholders was kidnapped for ransom. As a result, she had to sell her shares in exchange for ransom to keep her son safe. The other is that the company was running well, but a lot of black material was exposed inexplicably. In order to reduce the risk of jail time, he sold his shares in Xu Group. After that, his father went to Xu Group and transferred the shares to Xu Hao. There was a car accident on the way back. What a coincidence. After refusing Xu Hao's purchase of shares, accidents occurred one after another among the 3 major shareholders. In the end, the shares were transferred to Xu Hao. As for his father, nothing happened and he still transferred the shares. Zhang Fifan guessed that his father must have discovered something. Afraid of retaliation by Xu Hao, he had to transfer. But he underestimated Xu Hao's ruthlessness. In order to prevent him from leaking the matter, he still chose to kill and silence him. Through a series of clues and various reviews, Zhang Fifan has roughly restored the truth. Although it has been determined that Xu Hao was responsible for his father's death. But he had no evidence and couldn't do anything to Xu Hao. Xu Hao did it flawlessly, but it was difficult to investigate. In a dark world, he doesn't care about any evidence. As long as there is suspicion, it is enough for him to be murderous. But this is Kyushu, where murder is illegal and people must pay for their lives. I don't want to flee abroad again because of K**ling Xu Hao. Moreover, he was entrusted by his brother on his deathbed to protect his fiancée. Zhang Fifan cannot break the promise. Back in the city, he also saw so many beauties. I don't want to go back to the old days of fighting and K**ling. Of course, there is also the presence of the bodyguard around Xu Hao. Although he is not afraid of the other party, he still can't kill Xu Hao. Therefore, if he wants to deal with Xu Hao, he must first find evidence of Xu Hao's illegal crimes. Pull him down from the altar and make him reviled by everyone. Send him to jail, or wait until Xu Hao no longer has the influence he currently has, then you can make your own decisions. Taking a deep breath to calm down the murderous intention in his heart, Zhang Fifan looked at Xu Hao coldly. Xu Hao, instead of worrying about me, worry about yourself. If you walk too much at night, you will encounter ghosts sooner or later. Upon hearing his strange words, Xiao Wanling frowned. She let this guy stay for free for so many days. How dare she be rude to her beloved Uncle Xu? I was very annoyed. Stop being so weird to me, talk to Uncle Xu, and show me some respect. Zheng Fifan was stunned. When he talked to Xu Hao, he was very restrained because of Xiao Wanling's presence. Otherwise, the scolding will be even worse. Even so, Xiao Wanling still blamed him. Zheng Fifan was so depressed that he vomited blood. What are you doing standing around here? Why don't you show us whether the house has been cleaned up? If I find something missing from the house, don't blame me for calling the police. In and out of words, Zheng Fifan was directly regarded as a thief with dirty hands and feet. Zheng Fifan was helpless. How good Xiao Wanling is to Xu Hao is how bad her attitude is towards herself. Completely two extremes. I can't help but hate Xu Hao even deeper. Zheng Fifan stepped aside and allowed the two of them to come in. Xiao Wanling was about to take a step when her foot suddenly stumbled and she exclaimed "Ah!" The pain was involved, and the whole person fell to one side uncontrollably. Xu Hao, with quick eyes and quick hands, stretched out his hand to support her. Slow down, you are too careless. Xu Hao was somewhat reproachful. Xiao Wanling couldn't help but roll her eyes. Isn't this all because of you? Who can resist coming here so early in the morning? Your foot is injured. If you fall down, I won't help you. Xu Hao just supported Xiao Wanling into the house. Xiao Wanling's face turned red. It's okay to be supported by Xu Hao. After all, the two of them have never done anything before. However, when we were intimate before, it was always two people. 014005516 Filu 113,071,161. Now that there are outsiders watching, she feels a little embarrassed. But then I thought about it. Is it Zheng Fifan? That's okay. Just think of it as air. Having a panoramic view of this scene, Zheng Fifan's brows couldn't help but beat, and his forehead was covered with veins. He had already discovered that the two men must have done something before they came, but he did not expect Xu Hao to be so ruthless. Not pity at all. I got someone sprained again. Xiao Wanling, what a good girl. If it were me, I would definitely hold it in my hands and love it. How could he be like Xu Hao, who only knew how to ask for things and didn't care about Xiao Wanling's body at all? What made him sad and angry was that even if Xu Hao treated her like this, Xiaoling would never leave her. Ding Zheng Fifan is furious, his mood value is +741. Ding Zheng Fifan is heartbroken, his emotional value is +963. Next it's house viewing time. Zheng Fifan cleaned the room and restored it to its original state. Finally, Xiao Wanling took back the key. Drive Zheng Fifan out of the house. Along the way, Xu Hao hugged Xiao Wanling. Zheng Fifan followed depressedly. The emotional value keeps refreshing. Xu Hao smiled. Didn't he come so early and have breakfast with Xiao Wanling just to increase his mood points? I made a lot of money this time. Watching Xu Hao hugging Xiao Wanling and leaving, Zheng Fifan gritted his teeth. Xu Hao, wait for me, wait until I find the evidence, and see how I deal with you. The sun sets in the west. Night gradually fell over. At Shanghai University, the lights are still on in an office. Wang Zuying, known as the most beautiful teacher, is busy at her desk. Burby. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Wang Zuying was a little confused. Who would come to see her at this time? Get up and go to the door to open the door. Xu Hao's figure came into view. Drive Xu. Wang Zuying was a little surprised. And when she saw Xu Hao handing a bouquet of flowers to her, she was even more surprised. Thanks. Wang Zuying happily took the flowers and asked doubtfully. Director Xu, how did you know I was at school? You are just a workaholic. In order to teach better, you prepare lessons until very late every day. You will know it as soon as you guess. Xu Hao smiled. Of course, I wouldn't say that it was the bodyguard who secretly protected Wang Zuying who revealed the information to him. Xu Hao walked into the office and took Wang Zuying into his arms. Beautiful teacher, don't you think I am missing? Feeling the warmth in Xu Hao's arms and the masculine breath coming from lying on his face. Wang Zuying's heartbeat began to accelerate. Although I have been with Xu Hao for several days. But every time she was asked about such a shy topic, she still didn't know how to speak. She didn't need to speak anymore. Because one mouth has been blocked. After a while, Wang Zuying left with some shortness of breath. He looked outside the door in panic, only to feel relieved when he saw no one there. Mr. Xu, don't be like this is the office. After saying something shyly, Wang Zuying couldn't help but look at Xu Hao suspiciously. Xu Hao hasn't come to see him for several days. Could it be that that's why he came here today? It is inevitable to feel a little disappointed in my heart. Seems like he knows what she's thinking. Xu Hao smiled slightly. See, you've been busy working all day, don't make yourself sick by yourself. Occasionally, you should go out for a walk, relax, and pay attention to your physical and mental health. Let's go walk around the campus at night. I haven't seen what it's like at night, so I'll just treat you as my companion. Wang Zuying was right. What else could he do if he wasn't here? I have tried it in the office, and today Xu Hao plans to change places. Grove. Today, Friday, is a special time for him. On Friday, most of the students would go out to rent apartments for the holidays, so there would be fewer people wandering into the woods. Wang Zuying blushed with embarrassment and secretly blamed herself. Wang Zuying, how could you think so? It was obviously Director Xu who cared about him. He saw that he was too lonely, so he came over to accompany him. How could I miss him so much? It's really inappropriate. I think it's you who thought about it yourself. $7,389. Wang Zuying responded hesitantly. Afterwards, Wang Zuying closed her office and walked on campus with Xu Hao. Because it was the weekend and it was evening, there were not many students staying in school. This provided a quiet environment for the two of them. Both are celebrities. Wang Shuiyan is known as the most beautiful teacher, and there are very few people in the school who don't know her. Xu Hao is a little better. As the president of Xu Group, he is not on the same level as these students. Not usually accessible. As a school director, he has not been to the school a few times, and not many students know him. The two of them chatted while walking. How's your mom doing lately? Mentioning her mother, Wang Shui suddenly became energetic. I'm in good health. I went to the hospital for a checkup and all my physical signs are slowly recovering. She expressed her gratitude to Xu Hao again. It was all because Xu Hao hired experts and professors to treat her mother that she recovered so quickly. Xu Hao also paid a heavy price for this because it was a favor from the director of Kai No. One hospital. Xu Hao smiled nonchalantly. When a relationship gets better, doesn't it start with owing favors? Although he doesn't care about these relationships at all. But it can't be without. After talking about Wang Zuying's mother, Xu Hao shifted the topic to his two daughters, poetry and painting. Asked them how they are doing in school. Walking and stopping along the way, under Xu Hao's deliberate guidance, the two came to the grove. Looking at the dim woods in front of her, Wang Zuying felt nervous. Why did you come here suddenly? The last time I came here was in the morning. I don't know what it will be like at night. Zuying, let's go in and have a look. No need, there's nothing to see in there. Wang Zuying was filled with anxiety. Thinking that Xu Hao didn't know what was going on inside, she gritted her teeth and said. Director Xu, do you know what is going on here? Xu Hao asked, pretending to be surprised. Do what? Even in the dim light, he could clearly see Wang Zuying's pretty blushing face. It's a place for couples to go on a date. I know, it's really weird for young people to fall in love these days. Why do they have to go into the woods? Oh, that's not the case. Nowadays, young people are very open to dating and often do some outrageous things in the woods. Wang Zuying was so anxious that she stamped her feet. Wang Zuying didn't notice the ridicule in Xu Hao's tone and said with a heartbeat. That's what we did last time at home, in the office, and one night. While talking, Wang Zuying noticed the smile at the corner of Xu Hao's mouth and suddenly realized that she had been fooled. I was so ashamed and angry that I wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. When you say that, I want to go in and take a look even more. Seeing that Xu Hao was determined to go, Wang Zuying couldn't stop him and decided to wait outside. I don't know the way. Zuying, please come with me. I won't go in. Wang Zuying's heartbeat accelerated rapidly and she stammered. At the same time there was some doubt. The road is just ahead, how could Xu Hao not know? Besides, I've been there before. I couldn't help but begin to suspect that Xu had ulterior motives. You go in with me, take a look and come out, I promise not to do anything. That's okay then. Wang Zuying couldn't defeat Xu Hao, so she led the way. Director Xu, didn't you promise not to do anything? I'll just say nothing and promise not to do anything else. Xu, you said yes. Just brushing aside, I promise. Xu Hao had already asked his men to check that there was no one in the woods. It's just the two of them now. He also ordered a few bodyguards to guard the surroundings so that no one would disturb him. In the dim woods, there were waves of crisp and sweet bird calls. Chapter 101. Attack the heroine. Best friend as jealous niece reports to work. While talking, Wang Zuying noticed the smile at the corner of Xu Hao's mouth and suddenly realized that she had been fooled. I was so ashamed and angry that I wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. When you say that, I want to go in and take a look even more. Seeing that Xu Hao was determined to go, Wang Zuying couldn't stop him and decided to wait outside. I don't know the way. Zuying, please come with me. I won't go in. Wang Zuying's heartbeat accelerated rapidly and she stammered. At the same time there was some doubt. The road is just ahead, how could Xu Hao not know? Besides, I've been there before. I couldn't help but begin to suspect that Xu had ulterior motives. You go in with me, take a look and come out, I promise not to do anything. That's okay then. Wang Zuying couldn't defeat Xu Hao, so she led the way. Director Xu, didn't you promise not to do anything? I'll just say nothing and promise not to do anything else. Xu, you said yes. Just brushing aside, I promise. Xu Hao had already asked his men to check that there was no one in the woods. It's just the two of them now. He also ordered a few bodyguards to guard the surroundings so that no one would disturb him. In the dim woods, there were waves of crisp and sweet bird calls. 101. Attack the heroine. My bestie is jealous niece reports on work. Chapter 101. Attack the heroine. Best friend is jealous niece reports to work. I don't agree even if you kill me. You just want to send us away with that little money. You are dreaming. HMPH, old man, don't be so shameless. It was another pleasant day at work, and Ji Yunshu went home happily. As she approached the door of her home, she paused. I heard my parents arguing. Problem occurs. An idea comes to mind. Li Yunshu ran home anxiously. After running a few steps, the scene at the door of my home appeared. I saw a group of gangsters blocking the door, and her parents were surrounded in the middle. The mother was holding a broom and the father was holding a stick, confronting a group of gangsters. Li Yunshu ran over quickly. Mom and Dad, are you okay? What's going on? After some inspection. Fortunately, the parents were not injured and did not fight. Li Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief, stood in front of his parents, and looked stubbornly at a group of murderous gangsters. A group of 7 or 8 young people were all brightened when they saw the innocent girl who suddenly appeared. What the hell? What a pretty girl. I've never seen such a pretty girl. To be honest, this is at least 100 times more beautiful than Xiaohui, who I often go to the foot-washing city. I didn't expect these 2 old guys to give birth to such a beautiful daughter. Brother, why don't we mention it to President Zhang and give them a slight increase in subsidies? What are the conditions? Hee hee. The eyes of a group of bastards shone brightly, and they were chatting with each other so loudly that they almost cried out. The leader was a young man with a green algae head. He has a tattoo of 2 dragons playing with pearls on his body, and he looks very cool. Look at your worthless looks. You can't tell the difference between east and west when you see a woman. The green algae head cut it with disdain. Immediately, he shook the green hair on his head and showed a smile that he thought was charming. Little sister, how old are you this year? How about making friends? As long as we become good friends, we won't embarrass your parents. Seeing the eldest brother acting like a dog, all the younger brothers curled their lips. You're the only one who can make a difference. Seeing his daughter being teased, Li's father became angry and picked up a stick to block his daughter's face. What do you want to do? If you dare to attack Yunshu, I will fight you to the death. Desperately. Just because you are a half-dead old thing. The green algae head smiled disdainfully. The younger brothers behind him also laughed. According to the demolition fee given before, move it out as soon as possible after agreeing to it, so as to save us from having to come to you every day to bring bad luck. Green algae said proudly. Impossible, your demolition fee is just for begging, and we will never agree to it. Father Li's face was full of anger, and he glared at several K***lers with a firm attitude. The K***lers immediately stopped and started shouting. Damn it, old dog, don't be ignorant of praise. It's good to have demolition fee, but it's not too little. Don't be shameless, old man. If it continues to be delayed and the construction period is delayed, do you believe that our excavator will level your house? Hurry up and press your fingerprints to save our brothers from running around every day. Wouldn't it be nice to have this time to pick up girls? As I said, as long as your daughter is willing to have a meal with us, we can help you negotiate a price increase with the boss. A group of gangsters sneered and spoke with sarcasm and disdain in their tone. How can you do this? Is there any royal law? Is there any law? Father Li pointed at the crowd angrily, his whole body throbbing with anger. You have gone too far. I will call the police and arrest you. Mother Li was so angry that she was out of breath. Li Yunshu quickly patted his mother's back slowly. At the same time, I also understood what was going on. It turns out that this group of people was brought in by the developer. Afraid of a troublemaker, I hired a group of gangsters to deal with it. She knew that her home was going to be demolished. We have been talking about price these days. It seems like they haven't reached an agreement. Not only did they not reach an agreement, Li's father and Li's mother were almost furious. These people are so disgusting. We live in an old house now. If it is demolished at the normal price, of course there will be no problem. They also want to live in a new house. But these people are obviously not here to demolish it properly. It was clearly forced buying, selling and demolition. They were given a subsidy of hundreds of thousands of yuan for a house, like a beggar. What can hundreds of thousands of demons do? If I really agree, I'm afraid I won't even have a place to live in the future. Law. Ha 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 ha, I'm not afraid to tell you that in this land, we are more effective than the law. You want to call the police? Just go ahead and see if you can do anything to us. The green algae head sneered. A group of gangsters behind him also burst into laughter. Li Yunshu was worried. Seeing my parents out of breath with anger, I was afraid that they would be angry. How to do? Call the police. This group of gangsters also said that they seemed not to be afraid of calling the police at all. They just harassed me and didn't do anything. Even calling the police didn't work. Just when she didn't know what to do, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Xu Hao. Xu Hao helped her many times, but always appeared when she was helpless, and she had become dependent on him. At this dangerous moment, I couldn't help but think of him. He pursed his lips. She didn't want to trouble Xu Hao when it was okay, but now she had to. What if we don't deal with these gangsters and they will cause trouble at home every day? What if the parents get angry? Mom and Dad, I have an idea. I can contact Uncle Xu. Auru. Father Li and Mother Li were stunned when they heard this. Then I remembered who my daughter was talking about, Uncle Xu. That was the president of Xu Group. The two of them couldn't help but let go of the mention, and their eyes lit up. How could they forget this great man? That person cared about his daughter very much and asked her to call her uncle in private. If the family encounters such trouble, he will definitely help. Yes, Yun Shu, give Mr. Xu a call. He will definitely be able to uphold justice for us. Mother Li seemed to have found a savior and spoke excitedly. Father Li also said, that's right, although some of us don't want to disturb Mr. Xu, we really have no choice but to repay Mr. Xu well in the future. Li Yunshu nodded. Take out your cell phone and dial the pinned number. Xu Group. Xu Hao is sitting on the office chair, and Xia Qingge is reporting work with her head bowed in front of her. A phone rang. Xu Hao knew what was going on. Because it was his order to attack the Li family. He didn't answer the call immediately. He waited for a while before taking the phone. Iftit. Is it Yun Shu? What's the matter? Xu Hao asked, pretending to be confused while touching Xia Qingge's head. Xia Qingge slowly stopped reporting to avoid being heard by the other party on the phone. At the same time, I couldn't help but be curious. By calling him, she already knew who was on the other side. Li Yunshu, her new good friend in the company. I don't know why Li Yunshu came to see Uncle Xu. Uncle Xu, it's like this. Li Yunshu immediately explained the matter. After saying that, she asked expectantly and anxiously. Uncle Xu, can you help me in any way? I will definitely repay you one. What? There is such a thing. Xu Hao made an angry tone. Yun Shu, tell me your home address and I'll come right away. Is there any more Wang Fa? Li Yunshu felt happy and quickly reported his address. After hanging up the phone, Li Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief. Yunshu, how are you? Mr. Xu, is he willing to help? Li Yunshu smiled at them. Uncle Xu said he would come right away. X-73. Father Li and Mother Li were overjoyed. It seems that my daughter has a very high status in Mr. Xu's heart. It was just a matter of Xu Hao's words, but he actually had to come over in person. In the president's office, Sha Qingge looked at Xu Hao and asked curiously. Uncle Xu, who was on the phone with you just now? Li Yunshu, her family is in trouble, and she asked me to help solve it. Xu Hao didn't shy away from it. The strategy for this little heroine is almost complete. You can try to get her to accept the existence of other comrades. Uncle Xu, are you interested in her? Sha Qingge was a little unhappy. No way, it's enough for me to have little baby Qing. HMPHC how hard I report my work, so that you have no intention of looking for someone else. Igog. A group of gangsters were a little confused watching the Li family's operations. What the hell? Is this please help? In this land, it's not what they said, it won't work if anyone is invited. Haha, I'm not afraid to tell you, it's no use whoever you ask for today. These two old guys still haven't given up. It seems they have to teach you a lesson. Little sister, don't waste your efforts calling people. Make friends with me and make sure nothing happens to your family. Seeing the disgusting faces of the gangsters, Mother Li was furious and sneered. Don't be too arrogant. Mr. Xu will be here soon. It's not too late to leave now. Who? Several gangsters looked at each other. Seeing their confused faces, they obviously didn't know who the CEO of Xu Group was. This is normal. These people have been hanging around at the bottom all year round. How can they get in touch with big bosses like Mr. Xu? Mother Li wanted to scare them and explain. Xu Hao, the boss of my daughter's company, Xu Group. Green Algae, headed by the gangster, was startled. Of course they have heard of Xu Hao's name. But, would such a big shot personally come to settle such a trivial matter? Are you kidding me? Who are you trying to scare by riding on a horse? Are you able to persuade a big shot like Mr. Xu? If you really knew Mr. Xu, you would still live in this inhospitable place. The younger brothers laughed and echoed. Mother Li's face turned blue. I thought that saying Xu Hao's name would scare away these people, but I didn't believe it at all. I snorted in my heart, a bunch of ignorant hooligans. Rogue. Suddenly, the old couple remembered that they had a son who often fooled around outside. Recently, I got into a fight and was hospitalized. What's the difference between you and these gangsters? I couldn't help but decide in my heart that after Li Xiao recovered, I would correct him even if I broke his leg. Several people were silent, and Green Algae Head became impatient. I'm too lazy to talk to you, so hurry up and sign it for me, and then let my little sister accompany us. Can you say that again? Before he finished speaking, a cold voice sounded from behind. Buiaiau. A group of bastards looked at it. They saw a guy with bruises all over his body, limping towards them. Where did this sick number come from? The Li family also saw it and frowned. If not Li Xiao, who else is coming? This son was beaten so badly. If he doesn't recuperate in the hospital, why would he come back? At this time, Li Xiao was so angry that he exploded. His eyes were full of anger. After staying in the hospital for a few days, he was almost recovered. It looks miserable, but it's actually just skin injuries, nothing serious. I have to say that the protagonist Zheng Fifan is still measured in his actions. Li Xiao completed the discharge procedures and was ready to go home for a visit. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the door of his house, he saw a group of gangsters blocking the door and bullying his family. Can you endure this horse riding? Xiao Xiao, why are you back? Your injury hasn't healed yet. Get back to the hospital quickly. Don't worry about things at home. We will take care of them and come back to me right away to recuperate. Father Li and Mother Li spoke one after another. Although I hate my son so much, I don't want my son to fight with these gangsters and get hurt again. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. Li Xiao twitched his lips at the old couple. Solving these stinky fish and rotten shrimps takes only a matter of minutes. Oh, you are quite arrogant, don't you think that you can scare me with your stupidity? The Green Algae Head glanced sideways at him with disdain on his face. Get out before I can suppress you. Li Xiao stood in front of his family and said coldly to a group of gangsters. Fuck, this kid is too arrogant, he must be taught a lesson. Who gave you the courage to show off like this in front of us? Liang Jingru. You don't even know how bad you are, I can beat you with one hand until you call me daddy. Isn't it amazing that you just came out of the hospital? You thought we didn't call you sick, right? Quote. A group of young people who lled mad were angry. They are used to being arrogant, so how can they tolerate others showing off in front of them? Boy, do you know who we are? Seeing how brave Li Xiao was, Green Algae became interested and his tone was playful. Does Xiao Dao know? There are thousands of brothers who are the leaders of this area of Qinglong Road. There are people from us in the bureau. Do you know that we are powerful? I'll give you a chance to speak to Qian Zhao again. The green algae head sneered. Speaking of the backstage gang, he wanted to see this guy kneel down and beg for mercy. The Xiaodao Society is just an extremely small force. Now the entire underground forces in Nanchang are captured by the Blood Slaughter Society. One can imagine the forces that even the Blood Slaughter Society look down on. I've never heard of any bullshit knife SK*LLS. The predecessor often fooled around outside, so of course he knew this situation. But I didn't take it to heart. Just a bunch of stinky fish and rotten shrimps. A single Ming Jin can take care of them. You're looking for death. Green Algae's breath was stagnant and his face looked ugly. Since you want to die, don't blame us, brothers. The eldest brother ordered, and the younger brothers each picked up weapons, swinging sticks, machetes and walked towards Li Xiao with a sneer. Xiao, you can't beat them. Leave quickly. They can't do anything to us. Father Li and Mother Li were very worried. Your sister has asked Mr. Xu for help. He will be here soon and he will be able to easily solve the problem by then. Li Xiao frowned. Why are you related to Xu Hao again? Thinking of Xu Hao's character, he was disgusted and instinctively thought about bad things. He shook his head and saw a group of gangsters approaching, so he didn't think about it for the time being. Mom and Dad, don't worry, we can easily deal with these little minions. Li Xiao looked at his parents and sister and showed a confident smile. Father Li and Mother Li were anxious. Why is this stupid son so stupid at this time? Isn't this a joke? There were 7 or 8 people, and they still had weapons in their hands. How can you alone be an opponent? Just came back from the hospital. You don't know what the hell you were beaten into. Mom and Dad, it's not me you should worry about, it's them. Li Xiao is very confident. This. Father Li and Mother Li were speechless. I wonder if this son has a mental problem. 102 Play with the chess pieces in the palm of your hand. Pi from Heaven Heroine Worship. Chapter 102. Playing with the chess pieces in the palm of your hand. Pi from the Sky Worship of the Heroine. It seems that we need to deal with this group of bastards before we can draw out the person behind the scenes. Li Xiao faced a group of gangsters with cold eyes. He glanced at a Mercedes-Benz not far away. You can vaguely see a person in the car, looking here with an expression like watching a show. Seeing a group of gangsters approaching, Li Xiao rushed straight towards the crowd. He wouldn't let these guys hurt his family. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, Ji rushes forward and kills in all directions. Although he looks miserable now, he has all superficial injuries and his strength is still there. Don't take it easy when dealing with these guys. He had no mercy whatsoever on these gangsters who were causing trouble for his family. Every time a punch was thrown, one person screamed and lost combat experience. Exactly 1 minute has passed. The originally aggressive gangsters lay down together, wailing. No, there is another person standing in the field. That is the green algae head. At this time, his whole body was shaking and his face was filled with shock. He held a swinging stick in his hand very pretentiously, but it did not bring him any sense of security. Look at those of his men, they are still carrying machetes, aren't they still going to live or die? The green algae head was dumbfounded. Is this guy sure he just came out of the hospital? Why is it so fierce? 1 against 10 is just like a joke, and they all have weapons. Father Li and Mother Li were also shocked. They knew that this son often fooled around outside, and they didn't know what he was doing. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Several gangsters were taken care of, and the old couple couldn't help but worry again. The good-for-nothing son beats people up so badly. They won't call the police to arrest people, right? Li Yunshu was only slightly surprised and looked back. In her opinion, solving this trouble will not just rely on K*Ling. If you defeat these people, there are gangs and police officers behind them. We still have to wait for Uncle Xu to arrive. Call out the people behind you. Nothing will happen next without your small role. Li Xiao glanced at him lightly. Green algae's expression changed. This guy is too strong. He is no match for him, so he can only ask the vice president to take action. No need to shout, I'm coming. 17. Just when green algae looked confused and was considering calling someone, a voice came from behind. A stout, dignified middle-aged man walked over. President Zhang. The green algae head greeted respectfully. This person is the boss of their gang, and the person he said has connections in the bureau is this person's brother. Let brothers stand down. The middle-aged man known as President Zhang waved his hand and said. Then, he looked at Li Xiao and introduced himself. 193 I am the vice president of the Little Knife Association and the person in charge of taking over the demolition task. Li Xiao frowned. From this guy, he seemed to see the same hypocrisy as Xu Hao. He immediately sneered. Since it's demolition, we won't say anything based on the normal price, but you're squeezing it too hard, right? Haha, we don't need you to teach us how to do things. You should just worry about yourself. President Zhang suddenly changed his tone. I don't want to waste my time with this guy. Now that we have become an enemy, we must fight to the end. What's the meaning? Li Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he had a bad premonition. There was a fight and serious injuries. I have called the police. They must be here soon. President Zhang was smiling. Li Xiao was stunned. They were the ones who made the move first. I was just defending myself. What's the use of calling the police? Haha, my brother is from the bureau. If you say you hurt someone in a fight, you will hurt someone in a fight. President Zhang changed his hypocritical appearance and became arrogant and domineering. Li Xiao was very angry. I didn't expect this guy to confuse right and wrong. But he didn't panic at all. Don't forget his identity, the follower of the villain brother. The Chu family is no worse than the Xu family, the same tens of billions group. Relying on his identity to save Chu Shang. Don't say it was just self-defense. Even if you deliberately beat someone to death or maim him, you can't do anything to him. Father Li and Mother Li's heart sank. What they worried about happened. Not knowing Li Xiao's background, his worries were revealed to the surface. Father Li took a step forward and asked angrily. How could you do this? You were obviously the one who beat me first, so why should you blame my son for cheating? Li Xiao was moved when he saw this. Although his parents often scold him for not living up to expectations, they still care about him. Secretly swear, you are my predecessor's parents, and you are also my parents. I will never let you get hurt. Hey, you'd better explain it to my brother. President Zhang sneered disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a siren sound. After a while, a police car stopped at the door and several police officers stepped out. Elder brother. Seeing the middle-aged man in the lead, President Zhang stepped forward with a smile. Tell you not to cause trouble for me. After glaring at this brother who often caused trouble for him and wiping his butt, the police officer said in a deep voice. Where is that guy? That's him, he's very good at fighting, 7 or 8 brothers were knocked down by him. President Zhang stretched out his hand and pointed at Li Xiao. Good at fighting. Is there any point in using a gun these days? He dares to act arrogant in front of me, let him know the power of the gun. Officer Zhang spoke disdainfully. Then he walked towards the Li family. Times have changed. Nowadays, guns are used to speak. It is true that they are not effective just because they can shoot. You are suspected of fighting. Come with us. Arriving in front of Li Xiao, Officer Zhang said calmly. Why did you arrest him as soon as you came up? Didn't you ask why? My son was acting in self-defense. Father Li stood in front of Li Xiao. There are so many people lying on the ground, do you think I'm blind? Officer Zhang frowned. Don't stop us from handling the case, get out of the way quickly, or we will be arrested together. Dad, don't worry, it's okay. What if I go with them? They can't do anything to me. Li Xiao stopped his father who was still about to argue, and looked at the few with a smile. He didn't panic at all. Solving this problem is just a phone call away from him. But he didn't call his eldest brother Chu Shang immediately. How dare these people cause trouble for his family? A profound lesson must be taught. Put handcuffs on him. Once you put it on, it's not so easy to take it off. Catch him. Officer Zhang waved his hand. Seeing this, several subordinates took out handcuffs and stepped forward, preparing to take Li Xiao away. Father Li and Mother Li were anxious for a while, but there was nothing they could do. They are all hard-working ordinary people who don't know what to do when faced with this kind of situation. His son was taken to the police station. However, being recorded in a file will have a great impact on future job hunting. How to prevent my son from being taken away? Suddenly, Mother Li saw her daughter Li Yunshu looking around. As soon as I slapped my forehead, I forgot that Mr. Xu came over immediately. We must delay time and wait for Mr. Xu to arrive. Xu Hao, the president of Xu Group, is coming soon. Let me see who of you dares to take away my son. A police officer holding handcuffs paused. He looked at Officer Zhang, not knowing what to do next, and asked for instructions. Officer Zhang's face was full of astonishment. Who? Mr. Xu is coming. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Mother Li added again. My daughter works in the Xu Group and is deeply favored by Mr. Xu. She even added her contact information. Those gangsters just now didn't know Mr. Xu, but the new police officer must know. Officer Zhang couldn't help but look to the side. Li Yunshu, who was very beautiful and well-behaved. He had noticed this beautiful girl for a long time. I thought it was the new target of this useless younger brother. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be someone from Xu's head office. Is what she said true? Officer Zhang's eyes fell on his younger brother, surprised and uncertain. President Zhang also looked confused. Officer, don't listen to her nonsense. How can they possibly know Mr. Xu when they look so poor? The green algae head jumped out. Yeah. The next moment, a playful voice came. It's quite lively here. The voice was as gentle as jade, making people feel like a spring breeze, making them look back involuntarily. I saw a handsome man with a handsome face and a majestic temperament walking towards him with a smile. It was Xu Hao who came here. Do you really know each other? Officer Zhang froze and glared at his brother fiercely. Don't start without investigating the target. Did you hit the iron wall now? When Li Yunshu saw this, a smile broke out on his face and he trotted forward to meet him. Itete. Li's father and Li's mother were overjoyed when they heard this. I felt relieved. Mr. Xu's arrival means that their son will not be arrested. It's just that Mr. Xu looks too BGFG young, right? Li Xiao looked ugly. If I had known earlier, it would be better to call Chushang directly. He doesn't want Xu Hao's help. Seeing his sister Li Yunshu getting close to Xu Hao made him feel very uncomfortable. What's going on now? Xu Hao asked Li Yunshu. Li Yunshu explained quickly. Mr. Xu, our house is going to be demolished recently, but the demolition fee is too small and we don't agree, so they want to force us out. Mother Li also came forward. Mr. Xu, you are finally here. You must help us make the decision. These people wanted to beat my son. My son was in self-defense, and they even called the police to arrest him. After complaining, he didn't want Li Xiao to be taken away. Don't worry, Yunshu is my employee, and I will definitely uphold justice for you when encountering such a big matter. Xu Hao smiled. He glanced at Li Xiao not far away, as if absent-mindedly. Officer Zhang came up to Xu Hao and said respectfully. Tell me, what's going on? Xu Haofeng asked calmly. Officer Zhang told the reason without hiding anything. He also confessed his brother. In front of a big man like Xu Hao, he always admits his mistakes when he makes them. There is no point in quibbling. Mr. Xu, we were wrong. We didn't know their relationship with you. Finished explaining, Officer Zhang apologized to Xu Hao. You mean, if they have nothing to do with me, you can do whatever you want. T-Tex. You are pretending to be a public servant and doing whatever you want for your own benefit. Why don't you dare? Officer Zhang opened his mouth, but finally said nothing. I was so anxious that I was sweating all over. At this moment, President Zhang stood up tremblingly, his teeth chattering. He also knew that he had offended a big shot. I was pounding in my heart, wondering what would happen if I offended Xu Hao. You're the one who forced people to move. Xu Hao's tone was incomprehensible. Although there was a smile on his face, President Zhang felt a chill. President Zhang still wanted to quibble and explain. Xu Shi glanced at him, and he shuddered. The words came to my lips but I couldn't say them out. At this moment, Officer Zhang glared at him with hatred. This brother is really stupid. Didn't you see him admitting his mistake obediently? Do you still want to fool me? The facts are in front of him. Xu Hao doesn't listen to the sophistry at all, he can only admit his mistake and ask for forgiveness. Mr. Xu, it's my fault, I deserve to die, I shouldn't have done something worse than a pig or a dog out of greed. You sir have a lot, so just treat me like a fart and let it go. President Zhang's tone was pleading. Then he raised his hand, gritted his teeth, and slapped himself hard. It makes a crisp sound. In the quiet environment at this moment, it seems particularly clear. A group of gangsters from the Little Knife Club were frightened and looked at Xu Hao with awe. With just one word, their vice president slapped himself in the face. That was so awesome. It's not up to me whether I let you go or not. Xu Hao said meaningfully. This knife club was hinted by Lao Mo. Become a pawn in his hand to conquer the heroine. Because they are not his subordinates, there is no need to give him any face. President Zhang was stunned. Chew carefully the meaning of Xu Hao's words. Suddenly, he understood. Xu Hao came here this time to stand up for the family, which meant to obtain their forgiveness. Although I don't know why Xu Hao cares so much about his next employee. But Xu Hao just did what he wanted. His thoughts were spinning rapidly, thinking about how the Li family could forgive him. Unintentionally, when he saw the old house of the Li family, his eyes lit up and he said, "Sister, I'm really sorry just now. I'm blind. I shouldn't have forced you." He came to Mother Li and bowed sincerely to apologize with a sincere tone. "Aren't you going to demolish the house? What do you think of this deal? I'll ask the developer to replace the eldest sister with a villa. If you're not satisfied, you can exchange it for phone charges. This is our compensation to your family and my apology for doing something wrong." After finishing speaking, President Zhang couldn't help but praise his wit. Isn't this family thinking about demolition? Then why not use this name to give them a house? In this way, not only can conflicts be resolved, but it may also be able to please Mr. Xu. As for how many millions the villa was worth, he didn't take it seriously. Presumably the president knows about this and will not object. If I can get Xu Hao's support, these will be nothing. When Mother Li heard this, her heartbeat skipped half a beat and her breathing became slightly rapid. She knew that the cheapest villa cost several million, so she just gave it to them. "What you said is true?" Mother Li asked blankly. "Of course, Mr. Xu is here, how dare I lie to my eldest sister?" President Zhang smiled bitterly and then said with an expectant look on his face, "I will have the villa decorated by then, and we will take care of this small matter. Sister will move in directly when the time comes. Sister, just accept my apology. If you don't agree again, I will." After saying that, he made a gesture to kneel down. Mother Li's heart was beating wildly. "I thought I was in trouble, but it turned out that pie fell from the sky." Seeing him kneeling down, she quickly stopped him. "Sister, do you mean you agree?" President Zhang's eyes lit up. Mother Li cast a glance at her family and Xu Hao. Father Li and Li Yunshu were both at a loss. They asked Xu Hao for help, so why did they give them such a big gift? That's right. In their opinion, President Zhang said he was apologizing, but actually he gave it to Xu Hao for his sake. Otherwise, I would have wanted to arrest them just now, but my attitude suddenly turned 180 degrees. If their house is demolished, they will be compensated at most 1 million yuan. That's a multi-million-dollar villa. Several people felt as if they were in a dream. 103 The heroine sheds tears of gratitude. Tool hero. Neither do you. Chapter 103. The heroine sheds tears of gratitude. The tool man. Protagonist. Neither do you. Everyone in the Li family felt confused, but Li Xiao remained awake. It's just a villa, what's so big about it? Once he has accumulated his first pot of gold, he will start a business based on the information he knows. Hundreds of billions of assets in the future is not a problem. So, although he doesn't have money yet, he has confidence. Millions are not considered at all. Li Xiao didn't want his parents to accept Xu Hao's kindness. The family is already grateful to Xu Hao and has received rave reviews. If they accept Xu Hao's benefits again, is a danger signal. Xu Hao is still thinking about her sister. Maybe out of gratitude to Xu Hao, he threw himself into his arms. And he always felt that something was wrong. He kept winking at Mother Li, asking her to refuse. However, Mother Li didn't care about his opinion at all. It's still a bit sincere, so I agreed. Now that Xu Hao has spoken, Mother Li took a deep breath and said, "Okay then, I promise." President Zhang's face was full of surprise and he breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was finally resolved. I thought to myself, you must do a detailed investigation next time, otherwise like today, you will be cold after kicking the iron plate. No, there will be no next time. I want to be a good person. Mom, what are you doing? That's a villa worth millions. How can we accept it? President Zhang just breathed a sigh of relief when a pleasant voice sounded, which immediately made him feel reassured. After taking a closer look, Li Yunshu came over and looked at his mother with a look of complaint. This pretty girl is the key figure. An employee of Xu's head office, Mr. Xu is here because of her. If Li Yunshu disagrees, then his efforts will be in vain. President Zhang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, but he didn't know how to speak. Afraid of saying the wrong thing and causing resentment. Fortunately, at this moment, Mother Li spoke. "Oh Yunshu, what does it matter if you accept it? He actually gave this to us for Mr. Xu's sake. Not only do we not owe him. And you are Mr. Xu's employee. Just repay Mr. Xu well in the future. I won't forgive you if you are slacking off in the head office. Besides, Mr. Xu has helped us so much, and now we are embarrassed to invite Mr. Xu to our house for dinner." Mother Li looked at her daughter displeased and said. There was still something left in her mind. Although they say they are useless sons, they are still a family. You will definitely get married in the future, and a villa can make the woman take a high look, right? Obviously, in Li's mother's opinion, Li Xiao was fooling around outside without achieving anything famous. "Mom, how could you do this?" What his mother said made sense, but Li Yunshu didn't know how to refute it. "When my mother sees money, she stamps her feet in a hurry." "That's right. Yunshu, please don't refuse. It's really time for your family to change." Xu Hao's eyes flashed and Min said. With Li Xiao's strength and his status in Chu Shang's heart, it was only a matter of time before he changed his house. Anyway, the house is someone else's favor to him. He did nothing but let the Li family and Li Yunshu be grateful to him. Why not? Li Yunshu glanced at Xu Hao, finally lowered his head and said nothing. "Okay, let's go. I'll ask someone to make arrangements immediately. I guarantee that we can move in within a few days." When Xu Hao spoke, it meant that the matter had come to an end, and President Zhang was very excited. Just when hello, everyone, an inappropriate voice sounded. "I reject. Bab." Everyone couldn't help but be stunned and looked towards the direction where the sound came from in confusion. Li Xiao finally couldn't bear it any longer, ignored everyone's shocked gazes, and stepped forward and said. "I disagree." He didn't want his parents to accept Xu Hao's favor. It's just a villa. It's not like he can't afford it. He has to wait a few more months. Xiao, don't talk nonsense." Mother Li was displeased when she saw that her son was a good-for-nothing. "If you were more ambitious, why would I be so worried about you not being able to find a partner and not being able to buy a house? What's causing trouble at this time? Mom, we don't need anyone to send us. If you like the villa, Mom, I will buy it for you in a few months." Li Xiao said confidently. Xu Hao looked at this scene with a half-smile. Is it true that the character he created and helped Li Yunshu several times had no effect at all? Sure enough, Mother Li spoke. Xiao, how can you say that? How can Mr. Xu be considered an outsider? Xu Hao is her daughter's boss. He takes great care of his daughter. Ever since they told others that their daughter had joined the Xu group and received attention from their boss, Mr. Xu, they were all extremely envious. The attitude towards the old couple has improved a lot. When the relatives who had reduced contact with each other got the news, they also called to praise and fawn over. Recently, the old couple has been very proud of themselves. All of this is because of Mr. Xu. Now the good-for-nothing son says that Xu Hao is an outsider and Li's mother quits. Xiao, shut up. Mr. Xu is Yunshu's boss. Do you think you can talk like that? Mr. Xu has helped Yunshu many times. He heard that our family was in trouble and even came here in person. How can we say he is an outsider? Li Xiao opened his mouth to refute his mother, but Li's father came over with an unhappy look on his face. Li Xiao looked at his parents blankly. He only said a few words, and then he was attacked by a group of people. Unexpectedly, the family's protection of Xu Hao has reached this level. Damn it! He stared at Xu Hao with anger. Ding Li Xiao is furious, his mood value is +963. Li Xiao. Little brother Li, long time no see. Xu Hao smiled slightly. Li Xiao's teeth itched with hatred. Seeing Xu Hao's calm look made me angry. It is this kind of disguise that has deceived many ignorant girls. You two know each other? Mother Li asked in surprise. I met him once. Xu Hao smiled. Mother Li didn't ask any more questions. She must have misunderstood her good-for-nothing son during the meeting. The whole family agreed, but Li Xiao's objection was invalid. Things are settled. The Zhang brothers immediately said goodbye to Xu Hao and left in despair with a group of younger brothers. Mr. Xu, I really don't know how to thank you. If you hadn't come over, the consequences would have been disastrous one. Father Li and Mother Li cast grateful glances at Xu Hao. The tone is particularly sincere. At that time, those people wanted to take away their good-for-nothing son, leave a criminal record, and then dispose of him. It's not a big deal. Those guys just bully the weak and fear the strong. I also told Yunshu to contact me if she encounters any trouble. Yunshu is my employee. I am very optimistic about her abilities, so of course I have to take care of her. Xu Hao is as calm as ever. In case these people would think of the truth, he explained the reason without leaving any trace. As for the protagonist knowing the truth, what use does he know? Father Li and Mother Li were stunned. No wonder. No wonder Xu Hao cares so much about his daughter. It turns out that he values his daughter's ability. If her boss values her, her daughter will soon become a high-level executive of the Xu group. That would be incredible. Suppressing her excitement, Mother Li invited. Mr. Xu, thank you for your importance to Yunshu. I will definitely urge her to work hard. By the way, Mr. Xu, you haven't eaten yet when you come here, right? Now that you're here, come home and sit down. Yunshu and I will cook soon. Father Li and Mother Li looked at Xu Hao expectantly. Xu Hao has helped their family a lot, and I would like to express my gratitude in any way I can. Xu Hao pretended to hesitate and agreed after a moment. Li Xiao was stunned on the spot, feeling like his brain was in a mess. Then his eyes became firm. I don't know what you want to do, but if you want to hurt my family, I will fight you tooth and nail. Ding Li Xiao gritted his teeth, his emotional value plus 852. There was food at home, and it didn't take long for the delicious food to be prepared. Father Li took out his daughter Hong, who had collected it for many years. Originally, I wanted to wait until my daughter's wedding day before taking it out to drink. When Xu Hao arrived today, there was really nothing to entertain him, so he simply took out some drinks in advance. Mr. Xu, Yunshu made this by herself. Her cooking *LLS are better than mine. Try it and see. Li's mother was very enthusiastic about Xu. He winked at his daughter and signaled her to pick up some food for Xu Hao. Li Yunshu was a little embarrassed. After a moment of hesitation, she thought of Xu Hao's kindness to her, gritted her teeth and picked up the chopsticks and handed them to Xu Hao. Mr. Xu, how do you feel? Seeing Xu Hao eating fish, Li Yunshu asked anxiously. Yunshu's craftsmanship is pretty good. Xu Hao expressed his appreciation for her cooking *LLS. Really? Li Yunshu was happy. I finally have the feeling that all these years of cooking are worth it. Then Uncle Xu, eat more. Li Yunshu continued to pick up food for Xu Hao. Li Xiao sat aside depressedly. Seeing the whole family being so courteous to Xu Hao, I felt so uncomfortable that I vomited blood. Sister Li Yunshu served Xu Hao with food without shying away from it. Li Xiao's pupils shrank sharply. It must be stopped as soon as possible. Otherwise, with Xu Hao's method of seducing the beautiful landlady, my sister will fall deeper and deeper into the trap and be unable to extricate herself. Ding Li Xiao is furious, his mood value is plus 987. The meal is over. Father Li is already drunk. Xu Hao and Li Xiao both have great strength and are resistant to alcohol, so nothing will happen to them. Thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late and I have to go back. Xu Hao took a look at the sky and said goodbye to the Li family. Okay, our family is like this and we can't keep Mr. Xu. Yunshu, please give Xu. Li's mother did not persuade her to stay. If it were anyone else, she would still stay at home and rest. But where is Xu Hao's identity, and looking at the poverty of his family, I feel really embarrassed. Mom, let me go. I had some conflicts with Mr. Xu before. I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to Mr. Xu. Li Xiao immediately spoke. How could he watch his sister alone with Xu Hao? If Xu Hao puts forward any excessive conditions, my sister will. What should I do if I find it difficult to refuse and give in half-heartedly? Then he was the one to cry. That's fine, Mr. Xu is a good person. Don't be suspicious all day long and apologize to Mr. Xu. Father Li saw that there was a conflict between the two. But I don't know what the specific situation is, let alone how to solve it. I didn't expect my good-for-nothing son to have such awareness, so he immediately gave instructions. Li Yunshu had a sad face, as if she was unhappy because she was not allowed to send Xu Hao as a gift. The night is beautiful tonight. The bright moon hangs high and the stars are shining brightly. Xu Hao walked outside, and Li Xiao followed closely. Unknowingly, the two of them had arrived in front of a car, and Bai Ling in the car was staring at him coldly. Wait a moment. Seeing Xu Hao about to get in the car, Li Xiao called out to him. Coming. Xu Hao secretly thought. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he turned back calmly. Brother Li, are you watching something? Xu Hao, there is no need to be hypocritical in front of me. Let's just say what we have to say. Li Xiao took a deep breath and said. What are you going to do to let my sister go? What do you mean? Why can't I understand something? Xu Hao pretended to be confused. Is this interesting? I told you there is no one else here. Are you tired of continuing to pretend? You are deliberately scheming against my sister, and today you devised a trick of a hero saving a beauty. Isn't it just for my sister? After saying that, Li Xiao stared at Xu Hao, trying to see something in his eyes. But he was disappointed. Xu Hao's expression remained calm. Yes, he suspected that this demolition was also directed and performed by Hao. Although when he read the novel, he was just a supporting role and had almost no role. But from the fact that he followed the Chu family and his son intently, it seems that the family has never encountered any trouble. But now, the Li family is having conflicts with others because of the demolition, and it has even reached the point of persecution. A similar situation occurs. I don't think my predecessor would just sit idly by. Of course, it may also be because he solved it, but he just didn't write it down. So he wanted to see changes in Xu Hao's eyes. Are you thinking too much? Xu Hao glanced at him sideways and did not acknowledge it. Ding Li Xiao is very angry, his mood value is +876. Li Xiao felt secretly resentful. Pretend to be on horseback. If I hadn't seen how you hooked up with the beautiful landlord, I would have been deceived by you. He was too lazy to look at Xu Hao's face and said coldly. Let's be honest, how can you let my sister go? If you tell me these things, then there is no need to continue talking. Xu Hao was disdainful and turned around to leave. Xu Hao, you don't want your elder brother Chu Shang to know about your threat to your sister-in-law Yao Xinrui, right? Seeing that Xu Hao was about to leave, Li Xiao finally said these threatening words in desperation. In fact, he didn't want to say that unless he had to. When he said it, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. His sister-in-law Yao Xinrui was his favorite prey, but she was cut off by Xu Hao. So hateful. Xu Hao took back the steps he had just taken. Li Xiao took a deep breath and looked directly into Xu Hao's eyes. Don't think that I don't know what you and your sister-in-law did outside the Chu family last time. As long as you let my sister go. No matter what method is used, whether it is to expel her, or whatever, keep a distance from her. I won't tell Chu Shang about you and your sister-in-law. Xu Hao stopped, turned his head and said ha. So what if you know? Go ahead and tell Chu Shang, don't you think I'm afraid of him? Li Xiao was slightly startled. I feel relieved when I think of Xu Hao's identity. Both parties have tens of billions of assets, so it's not certain who is afraid of whom. He didn't expect Xu Hao to be so tough. Even if you are not afraid of Chu Shang, do you still want your reputation? Then what do you want? As long as I can do it, I agree. I just hope you don't hurt my sister. Li Xiao was helpless and dropped his tough tone. He wanted to kill Xu Hao, but he thought of the Enjin bodyguard beside Xu Hao. I'm afraid Xu Hao will be K*LLED before he gets close to him. Still not strong enough. I really need your help with something. Xu Hao spoke playfully. Through Li Xiao's attitude today, he knew Li Xiao's weakness. If you care about your family so much, it will be much easier to control the protagonist. In the future, to fulfill the agreement with the heroine Yao Xinrui, brother Chu Shang will inevitably find out that he needs to find someone to cover him up. Li Xiao is a good candidate. Seeing Xu Hao's weird smile, Li Xiao suddenly felt an ominous premonition. What do you want from me? We'll talk about it later when we think about it. Xu Hao left a word, turned around, got in the car and left. The protagonist Li Xiao is left alone and is in despair. 104 The heroine who the little deer bumps into the protagonist is in the trap seducing sister-in-law. Chapter 104 The heroine who the little deer bumps into the protagonist is trapped seduces the sister-in-law. Li Xiao returned home dejected. The whole family was waiting for him. Seeing his return, Mother Li immediately asked curiously. Xiao, what's going on? Have you apologized to Mr. Xu? Has he forgiven you? Father Li is also very concerned about this. After all, Xu Hao helped them a lot. If someone in their family is dissatisfied or even resentful to Xu Hao, He simply cannot be called a human being. Li Yunshu didn't care at all. Ever since she was a child, she has been disliked by this younger brother. Later, Li Xiao went out to fool around, and the relationship became even weaker. It doesn't matter in the first place. We are all under the same roof and we just have different ideas. But Li Xiao turned out to be suspicious of her benefactor Xu Hao, which touched her bottom line. I am completely disappointed with this brother. She doesn't care about anything about Li Xiao. Looking at the expectant eyes of his parents, Ji Xiao felt bitter in his heart. How much do you want to surrender to Xu Hao? No, Xu Hao's influence cannot be allowed to continue to spread in the hearts of his family. So he said, no, I apologized to Mr. Xu after I left, but he refused to forgive me. Father Li and Mother Li could not help but be disappointed inside. This can't be blamed on Xu Hao, but on their good-for-nothing son. I don't know where he offended the other party. Li Xiao couldn't help it either. If he says anything bad about Xu Hao now, his family will attack him. Only in this way, first calmly, then provocatively, can subtly change the family's impression of Xu Hao. However, at this moment, Li Yunshu's voice suddenly sounded. You are lying. Li Yunshu frowned and looked at him coldly. Uncle Xu is such a nice person. He treated you equally when we were having dinner. I'm still willing to drink with you, how can I not accept your apology? You didn't apologize at all, did you? Li Xiao was stunned. I didn't expect my sister's reaction to be so big. He didn't say anything bad about Xu Hao at all. How can this be refuted? It seems that Xu Hao's impression on her sister is not that deep. Li Xiao suddenly became alert. Sister, this state is too dangerous. Maybe if Xu Hao waved, my sister would obediently recommend herself to the pillow mat and throw herself into his arms. He was shocked by Li Yunshu's words. Li Xiao began to think of a solution, how to protect his sister from harm. He was stunned for a moment. Li's father and Li's mother were at a loss when they heard this. I couldn't help but think of Xu Hao's elegant and easygoing attitude just now. Even to poor people like them, he never put on airs. Judging from Xu Hao's attitude towards Li Xiao at the dinner table, he was not angry with Ji Xiao at all. Li Xiao has always been resentful towards others. Looking at Li Xiao's demeanor, how could they understand? Li Xiao not only failed to apologize to Xu Hao, but also came back to deliberately mislead them. His heart is so cruel. Considering how resentful Li Xiao was towards Xu Hao, he might have said something unpleasant to Xu Hao when he went out just now. Thinking of this, the Li family looked extremely ugly. Li Yunshu is already thinking about when to move out. Don't get angry when you see this trash at home. Mother Li was so angry that she was out of breath, pointed at Li Xiao, and yelled angrily. You little bastard, I shouldn't have expectations for you. Waste is waste, and you only deserve to hang out with those ruffians. Father Li was so angry that he almost woke up from his drunken state. I remembered that when Li Xiao proposed to send Xu Hao as a gift, he agreed and asked his son to apologize to Xu Hao. The results came back and lied. Father Li was so angry that he glanced around and saw a feather duster next to him. Pick it up and rush to Li Xiao. It's a meal of fried meat with bamboo shoots. You're a piece of trash. You don't have any abilities, yet you've learned to lie. You don't even listen to my words. If I don't beat you to death today, why don't you go to the house to reveal your tiles? Li's father drank wine and didn't know the seriousness of it. The attack was quite ruthless. Even though Li Xiao had the strength of the middle stage of Ming Jin, he still felt a bit of pain. Li Xiao remained silent, until Father Li got tired and stopped. Li Xiao stopped pretending. He was still unwilling to give in and wanted to fight for it. Don't you think what happened today is strange? Those guys change the demolition payment at will, aren't they afraid that we will cause trouble? At the critical moment, Xu Hao stepped forward to help us again. Father Li, Mother Li, and Li Yunshu all stared in shock. Judging from Li Xiao's words, he suspected that Xu Hao was deliberately looking for someone to act in a show. Bang 1. Li Yunshu simply went back to his bedroom. Too lazy to listen to Li Xiao's nonsense, he slammed the door shut with a bang. My father was already panting from exhaustion. Not knowing where he got the strength, he beat Li Xiao severely again. This time, Mother Li no longer stood by to teach. I picked up pieces of bamboo and played mixed doubles with Father Li. The next morning, Li Yunshu left for work early. But she didn't notice that there was a tail following closely behind her. It was Li Yunshu's younger brother Li Xiao. It turned out that Li Xiao was worried that his sister would encounter another accident on the way to work, but she was saved by the hero Xu Hao. He decided to take his sister to work while he was resting at home. It won't take long anyway. Li Xiao was a little worried, after Xu Hao helped his family solve the problem yesterday. My sister's favorable impression of Xu Hao has greatly improved. If Xu Hao wants to do something to his sister, he may do it in the near future. You must keep an eye on yourself. The reality is not so much pretentiousness. Li Yunshu arrived at the Xu group without incident. By coincidence, Xu Hao also happened to come to the company, and the two happened to meet. Li Xiao followed his sister all the way. After arriving at the company successfully, he was ready to find the brainless villain. Unexpectedly, I suddenly saw Xu Hao, and my heart couldn't help but tighten. The steps to leave were taken back again. There were no other employees around, so Li Yunshu changed his name to someone familiar. Uncle Xu, good morning. Yunshu, it's not time to go to work yet, right? Are you here like this every day? Since acquiring the Liu family's new energy electric vehicle company, Xu Hao has begun to expand the production scale of new energy vehicles. Many experts and professors have been recruited to study new energy vehicle technology, including intelligent driving, energy saving and emission reduction, etc. These studies made a huge breakthrough yesterday, and he decided to come and take a look today. Otherwise, why would he come to the company so early in the morning? Wouldn't it be nice to sleep with your arms around the protagonist's beautiful stepmother's soft body? Li Yunshu replied obediently. I have just come to the company, and there are still many things I am not familiar with. I came to the company early because I wanted to understand it as soon as possible so that I can get into work. Xu Hao looked at her. You just joined the company, just adapt slowly and it will be fine. There is no need to be in such a hurry. Li Yunshu said softly. She secretly thought in her heart, Uncle Xu valued her so much, how could she slowly adapt to it? If she doesn't work hard, she won't be able to survive in her heart. Quote. Li Yunshu heard Xu Hao say and then felt two more hands on his shoulders. She raised her head in confusion and found Xu Hao slowly approaching. A pair of deep eyes stared straight at her. The handsome face that was so close was filled with manly aura. Li Yunshu's heartbeat accelerated for no reason. Uncle Xu, what's wrong? Are there flowers on my face? Li Yunshu made a small joke, trying to ease the panic in his heart. However, Xu Hao's next words stunned her. There are indeed flowers. With a thought, Xu Hao took out a petal from his portable space. He reached out and touched the top of her head, pretending to take it off her head. Xu Hao spread his hands and appeared in front of Li Yunshu. Li Yunshu was stunned. It must have floated to his head when he passed under the tree along the way. She was shocked just now. Uncle Xu looked like he was going to kiss her. So it's not. Strange, what's the matter with feeling a little lost? Ding. Li Yunshu's heartbeat speeds up, emotional value plus 654. Ding. Li Xiao is furious, his mood value is plus 987. Far away. Li Xiao was shattered when he saw this scene. His sister Li Yunshu was with Xu Hao, and he was very concerned about it. Seeing Xu Hao approaching his sister, he thought Xu Hao was up to no good, so he was ready to stand up and stop her. Li Xiao was furious. He knew, Xu was not well